Guys, we are about to go live. Where's James?
Yeah! Woohoo! Yeah, boy! What's up? We here. You already know. Hey, Tanya, what's up, Tanya? Hey.
It's going to be intense as two players will be knocked out. This is the ChessKid Cup. The chess will not be kid-friendly. The action starts now.
Under 1 minute now for Hikaru, and
wow,
what a move.
Alireza, look at him. He's biting his sweatshirt. He doesn't know what to do.
8 minutes and 59 seconds, beaten by 1 second.
Could he have swapped queens there?
Oh, and Hikaru saw it immediately, and he shot. Oh, Magnus has had no struggles against Hikaru over the board. He should be happy.
It's over. We have a winner. Magnus Carlsen takes it. He wins the Air Things Masters, the very first event.
He's trading even more.
No.
Oh,
London is nice. It's time to go. Quick.
Oh my God, 2 seconds.
oh my God.
Here we go.
Oh,
look at him celebrating. Oh my God.
No more checks.
Oh, and
We see a reaction. Magnus is
oh no!
Hikaru Nakamura.
It's over.
He wins.
Hikaru Nakamura is the winner of the Chessable Masters. Fabiano Caruana resigns. What an Armageddon game by Hikaru. Big game day. Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza are in the losers bracket. One of them will be eliminated. It's getting hot at the ChessKid Cup, and to make sure that you don't miss any of it, we've got Grandmaster David Howell, Grandmaster Daniel Nodirbek, and PD Master James Canty. Daniel, such a big day of action on day one. What was the highlight for you?
Man, I mean, the highlight was definitely our 2 upsets. 2 dragons, Tanya, got slayed yesterday. One of them, Hikaru Nakamura, the other, the world number 2, Alireza. Incredible performances by JVF and by Dimitri Collars. Let's see if they can keep it going today.
Expect the unexpected at the ChessKid Cup. Such surprising results. A lot of action there, James. And I have to ask you, for all the chess kids around the world, what was the one big takeaway?
Be like Michael. Jordan Van Forest, okay, as he did his thing yesterday. I mean, he was taking down a Goliath like Hikaru Nakamura. I'm absolutely feeling unstoppable at this point if I'm him.
Big result for Jordan Van Forest, taking down the absolute beast, Hikaru Nakamura. David, was that the most shocking day one of the tour?
I think so, Tanya. It's rare to see such a big favourite like Hikaru Nakamura lose on day one, but he has a second life, and it's now or never, especially for Nakamura and Firouzja. It's their time to shine.
It was a day of twists and turns that saw the big names being toppled over. Take a look at the roller coaster ride. Jordan Van Forest is on fire!
Michael Jordan Van Forest. It ain't game 7, but he's playing like it's a game 7.
Forest fire here from Jordan.
I think Hikaru's playing for a win because knight c7, David, that was a forced draw. I think rook c3 signals that Hikaru actually feels that he can pull this out.
Jordan's just hopping around hoping now, but the pawns are coming. Soon that white king is going to come under an attack.
Oh my God!
e4.
Bring that bishop in.
Oh, goodbye.
Yikes.
End of the game.
Now he needs a miracle.
Yeah.
Oh, slam. Oh, you can see the anger.
Rook f6 would have been very strong as well, but this is just looks like game over. I love what Jordan's done, though. He's kept his king and rook as far away apart as possible, literally as far away apart as possible, and therefore no forks.
Jordan Van Forest takes it with some brilliant technique.
The black king running out into the open. Now there's a threat of checkmate. Queen takes pawn. The black queen on the diagonal, coming and taking the pawn in front of the white king. White's queen has to swoop back and defend.
Uh-oh.
What happened?
I don't like that move.
What
G5
happened?
maybe.
Get him off the board!
A one-move made blunder by Alireza Firouzja. And Dimitri Kolar
And he was winning too. If he had played G5, White's in charge there.
Let's not forget that Dimitri has to win the game. A draw would mean that Alireza Firouzja takes the match.
Seconds
Oh,
left.
what?
He hasn't
This
done
is
it.
mine.
King F8.
What are you doing?
Allowing what? Queen G3?
You have lost it.
Just feels like
Oh,
panic
what?
from Firouzja.
He was the underdog in this match, but he's clearly been the better player today. And Dimitri Kolar takes it in the Armageddon. Some great attacking chess there on day one, and that's exactly what we're expecting more of. Take a look at the matchups that we've got lined up today. We will have the winner semifinals later, where we'll see Fabiano Caruana take on Nodirbek. Huge match there, and of course the two slayers, Jordan van Foreest, will be playing against Dimitri Kolar. But before that, we will start with the losers bracket. Hikaru Nakamura against Alireza Firouzja. We've got Shimanov against Jules, but we've got to talk about Hikaru against Alireza. That's world number 4 playing world number 5. An amazing, incredible matchup. David, who gets by?
Oh, this one is a tough one to call. I'm going to say Firouzja, actually. I just have a feeling that he's going to step up another couple of gears, and Nakamura yesterday didn't feel like he was at his best. Controversial take, I know, but we'll see.
Wow, David Howell there saying Firouzja might take this one. James, would you agree with that?
Well, I'm going to say Hikaru is Mr. You don't like me when I'm angry, okay? I'm very mad right now. I lost. You can see the frustration there just yesterday. He was very angry about the game. Of course, Firouzja was too as well, but Hikaru definitely shows the emotions a little bit more. I think today he's going to look for that revenge against Firouzja.
One thing's clear, the two players have to forget about what happened on day one. We saw Hikaru there after the final decisive game for Jordan with masterful play, frustration on Hikaru's face, and at the very end, he decided not to resign, but let the time run out. With seconds on the clock, he gets up and leaves. Daniel, we've seen this before from Hikaru.
We have. I mean, it's not a secret that Hikaru doesn't hide his emotions, positive or negative. He's done that before. He did that in a U.S. Chess League game a couple of years ago, letting a couple of minutes go down on his clock without resigning. So, you know, when he's mad, he shows it. But when he's mad, he's really hard to play because he steps up his game to what seems like an impossible level. So Alireza, he has to step it up tactically. If he misses the amount of things he missed yesterday, he's going to lose without even a fight.
And Alireza Firouzja, he is one player who has the most number of decisive games. So it's going to be a very intense battle between these two. They both have to step it up. And now Alireza, he became a grandmaster at 12. He is the youngest ever player to have crossed the 2,800 mark. And we've got a little take by David Howell telling us exactly what makes Alireza so dangerous.
Alireza Firouzja needs no introduction. This superstar burst onto the scene as a teenager, becoming world number 2 at 18 years old. However, since then, progress has been somewhat measured. He's been inconsistent, and his love for chess has at times been questioned. On the board, though, Firouzja is dynamite. He's aggressive, he's dynamic, and there's a fear factor about Firouzja's play. None of the top players in the world can ever relax when Firouzja is sat opposite them. I have experienced the power of Alireza Firouzja many times myself. One of the most heartbreaking games of my career came in the Grand Swiss in 2021 when Firouzja beat me and went on to qualify for the candidates. In this position, I thought I was doing okay with black. However, Firouzja is an attacking maestro, and he shocked me by playing knight takes pawn, sacrificing a knight, and he had calculated everything perfectly. The idea is that when the knight is recaptured, suddenly this white light squared bishop is opened up to capture the black knight, and black has too many things hanging. This bishop is suddenly attacked in the center, the black king is open, and, for example, after a capture of bishops in the center, white can calmly recapture because the black knight is undefended. If you give Alireza Firouzja a tactical shot, he will find it and he will punish you, as I found out for myself.
An absolute tactical monster, Alireza Firouzja. David, knight takes 8-6, that one hurt.
Yeah, perhaps I'm just influenced and perhaps I'm scarred by that defeat. That's why I'm rooting for Firouzja today, or I'm expecting him to really shine. But it's going to be a close match. It's going to be fun either way.
And as you mentioned, that it's been a bit of a struggle with the consistency with Alireza. He's one of the biggest talents the chess world has ever seen. And James, I want to ask you, he's been vocal about his ambitions in the fashion industry. Has that made it difficult to balance with professional play at that level?
100%. I mean, even we've seen with Magnus recently, of course, Magnus in the recent interview was just saying, hey, I'm a little rusty, right? He played some games, right? We lost some games, drew some games. He's like, yeah, I'm a little rusty. Haven't really looked at chess, haven't really studied chess, so it's affecting my chess, right? So it's the same thing with Firouzja. Of course, I think that with him doing a lot of fashion, hey, you know, kudos to him, right? You know, Gucci Reza, as we say, right? Stuff like that. Can't wait to see what stuff he comes out with. But it also is going to affect some of his chess because he's not really into it the way that he was before.
Well, today he's really got to get the style on the chessboard as he will be playing against Hikaru Nakamura. What a big matchup. I'm super excited for that one. And of course, this season, the action is not just on Division 1. We've got so many big names in Division 2 and Division 3. Take a look at what went down on day 1.
This is only the beginning of the ChessKid Cup, and we've already seen some shocking results. Vietnam had a big day in Division 2 as Le Quang Liem and Nguyen Ngoc Truong Son won fine matches, with Nguyen upsetting former candidate Dmitry Andreikin. In one of the heavyweight matches, Vladimir Fedoseev ousted another former candidate, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, in tiebreaks.
And then just resigned? Was it a one-move blunder?
Fan favorite David Anton Guerrero won one of the prettiest games of the year in the ChessKid Cup play-in, and today he continued his winning ways with a victory in the final game over the Ukrainian Martin Kravsis. The third division features 2 matches in the first day, and only 8 of the 32 players won both matches. Tomorrow, we'll see grandmasters Sam Sevian battle Alan Pichot, Mikhail Antipov face Vitaly Bernatsky, Pantala Harikrishna against Igor Lisi, and finally, the young Denis Lazovic faces Ding Liren's favorite player, Francisco Vallejo Pons.
And don't forget, the winner of Division 2 punches his ticket into the next event's Division 1. So there really is a lot on the line for these players. And it's the one and only Simon Williams who has been keeping us updated with all that action. Simon, did you have fun on day 1?
I had a great time, yeah. It's great to be back in Oslo with you lovely people here, and a bit of a new crew, but everyone's so nice here. It makes it so much easier. And of course, there was loads of action in the chess, and we're going to have a look at some of those results and some of the pairings. So Division 2, this is the winners' quarterfinals. And let's remember that it's a double knockout, so anyone who loses gets another chance. They don't get knocked out straight away. But you've got some big names here fighting it out. I'm very interested to see David Anton of Spain, who's got a lot of experience in this competition, playing against Vladimir Fedoseev. And then if we go to the losers bracket, it's double pressure for these guys, because if they lose their match, they go home. Well, they're probably already at home on their computer, but you get the drift. They kind of go home. They're out of the competition. So, yeah, some very exciting stuff there in Division 2.
It's been so much fun following the action all around, and not just Division 2. Division 3 has some big names, big grandmasters, and also we have been seeing a lot of young talent there. Sam Sevian, he took Division 3 at the Athens Masters. He's got a big chance to do it again this time, Simon.
He has indeed, yeah, Sam. And the impressive thing about Sam is that he's playing in another competition as well. Oof. So he's playing over the board, and then he's running back to his computer. I hope the connection is good to play in this competition, which is clearly the better competition. And there he is in the winner's bracket. He played fantastic chess yesterday, and he's playing a very experienced online player, Alan Pichot. And the losers bracket, a lot of pressure on there. Could we see the legend Gadakamsky go home? Well, I'd like to see a little video of that if that happens. But look at those names there, and again, double pressure for a lot of these guys. And I'd like to see Arjen Tari go free. He's the only Norwegian playing. Yeah. So, yeah, lots of big names, lots of big encounters today.
I was going to ask you, looking at this list, Simon, who's your favorite chess kid from Division 3?
I'm going to go, I don't know if he's a kid anymore, but I'm going to say Arjen Tari because he's not really a kid because I see him at the pub very often. But I'm going to go for him anyway. So a bit of an older kid. Should I say young adult, maybe? Otherwise I'll get in trouble.
I'm not sure if we were supposed to give that away, but of course the fun keeps coming and so much on the line. They've got tour points, they've got the big ticket to the season final, and of course the big bucks. Take a look at the roadmap of the biggest ever season of the Champions Chess Tour.
Each event in the Champions Chess Tour is broken up into 3 divisions, making the CCT even bigger than ever before as the best players in the world work to win their division and progress to higher divisions, hopefully securing a playoff spot, big prize money, and tour leaderboard points. Here's what's at stake in the 3 divisions in each event. The winner of Division 3 receives $5,000 and 20 tour points. Those with the most tour points at season's end will secure the wildcard slots for the playoffs and additional prize money. The winner of Division 2 claims $10,000, 50 tour points, and secures a coveted slot in the next event's Division 1. Finally, the winner of Division 1 receives $30,000, 150 tour points, and a guaranteed spot in the playoffs. At the end of the year, the playoffs will include 8 players that have qualified either by winning Division 1 or by earning enough tour points to claim one of the wildcard slots. Of these 8 players, 4 will advance to the live finals. In the end, only 1 champion will remain.
So much to fight for, and let's take a look at the action that we start with today. We will be taking a look at the Hikaru Nakamura versus Alireza matchup, and of course it will be the losers round 1 that we start with. Later on in the day, we also have the winners bracket and some big matchups there as well. Super excited to see Fabi take on Nodirbek, and of course Jordan Van Four's Dimitri Kolas, who scored big upsets on day 1. It's going to be interesting to watch them fight it out, and this is the format for the players in the elimination bracket. It's a best of 2, and that's the big difference. They don't play 4 games, but they only play 2 games against each other. 15 minutes with a 3-second increment, and if that ends in a 1-1 tie, we will see the bidding Armageddon. We saw that happen yesterday, which saw Alireza go down to the elimination bracket. Expecting more of that today, James?
Yeah, you know, I don't think elimination is definitely going to be somebody today, but I think it's going to be some great chess, obviously. I mean, Hikaru is going to do his thing, is what I'm thinking. I think Fabi actually is going to win that one, so I have my picks. What about you guys?
And I don't know. It's so hard to say. I mean, Nodirbek is already in Stavanger. He's ready to play Norway chess. And I found that I play really well before and after classical tournaments because you're in the zone, you're doing a lot of training. So, man, it's going to be a tough one for Fabiano.
Yeah.
Wow. But right now, it's all eyes on Hikaru versus Alireza. Chat, get involved. Do you think this will go into an Armageddon? Or will this match be decided in the Rapid? And we see Hikaru there. He leads their head-to-head in the Rapid with 6 wins. David, does that margin surprise you?
It does, actually, because I do remember some of these games being very close. Often it is actually Nakamura whose nerves just hold up better. But we mentioned the Armageddon. Hikaru's chances will increase if it gets that far. I do think Firouzja needs to strike as early as possible, and he only has 2 games, best of 2, to do that. Ready to start the players any moment now.
Any moment we are going to have the first moves, and a best of 2 means that each one of them gets only 1 white. For Hikaru, this is the critical white. One thing's for sure, no more London, James.
Oh, yeah, of course. He probably not even going to spend no time there at London.
Not the London, but the French.
The French, right? Very close, of course. E4, E6. We've seen a lot of Frenches lately, guys. What's up with this French wave? You've been seeing this lately? Even Origin, the Indians, too, as well. A lot of the Indians playing French. It's been a wave right now.
Look at Hikaru's expression. He's as surprised as we are.
Whoa.
He's like, French?
C4?
C4?
Girl.
Ooh.
Wow, what is this? I haven't seen this at the top level for many, many years, C4, if at all. And I should mention, Firouzja's playing under the French flag. Maybe he's just being very patriotic here, playing the French defense.
Oh, my gosh. But David, Magnus played the Polish in Poland. It didn't work out too well for him. Let's just hope that's not the case today.
Yeah, we will see. And already the first surprise, C4 by Nakamura. This one doesn't actually head towards more traditional French territory. Often it does lead to more open positions with white accepting an isolated central pawn. Normally we see the French defense being very blocked up, black suffering for space. That's why it doesn't necessarily have the best reputation at the top level. But interesting start to this game. Surprising Nakamura, and he gets surprised himself now, Alireza Firouzja. What do we think of this?
Yeah, this is really annoying. In fact, I mean, I remember playing French from the black side here. When that C4 happens, you're like, what the heck is this? And he's just sitting here trying to figure out, what do I do after C4 now? After you go D5, which is the idea here, we're just going to trade everything down. We can also go D4 after that. You go C5. I do like the spice there. It's going to get very spicy here. Sort of Sicilian-like almost.
Yeah, and we are used to seeing the queen's pawn advance on the second move. C4 is taken by surprise, but let's see if we've got more surprises coming up as the second game is also about to start. Now, one of these two players will also be knocked out. Shimanov against Jules. Daniel, you called their action in the plains. What are you expecting from this one?
Yeah, Shimanov basically plays everything. I mean, both of them are incredibly unpredictable. Musard likes to be creative in the opening. Shimanov has shown a tendency to play d4-based openings in recent months, particularly in Rapid and Blitz. But again, these players are veterans of online chess. They can really play anything. I think these games are going to be decided in the middle game rather than in the opening. But the Hikaru-Firouzja match, on the other hand, that might have a different vibe to it.
We're waiting for the first moves on this game. Shimano, what does he start with? Well, he did have a really good advantage in that first game against Fabi, and the narrative could have been very different had he managed to convert that. But of course, Fabi just dominated the match after surviving that first game. Big questions here. And perhaps while we wait for the players to play their first moves, guys, maybe it's time to jump back and get the update on the French between Hikaru and Alireza Firouzja. A second most surprise in that one by Hikaru Nakamura, playing c4. David, you said that's not an opening that you've seen often, and we also see that the knights have been traded off.
This is still a French?
Yeah, is this more of a Sicilian now?
I think it's directly transposed to a Sicilian defense. So they started with the French, they were flexible, they switched things up. And who do we think this favors? The center very blocked. Black has an extra central pawn, easy development, and queen move by Nakamura. What is this? Is he getting ready to castle his king queenside? Daniel, I need help here explaining this last move for white. Don't try it at home, kids.
Man, queen t3. I've seen this move in certain Sicilian lines. I think he is at least insinuating that, it might be castling queenside, so be careful about castling kingside, because I might send that g-pawn down the board. The other thematic idea is queen d3 to g3. Could be very unpleasant, particularly if black deploys that bishop from f8, then g7 and e5 would both be hanging, also known as a fork. Could have said that in one word rather than 4 sentences. But Hikaru really making Alireza think, and I like it. I think when you're in somewhat bad form, you want to get fresh positions, kind of come back to your roots. And Alireza calling Hikaru's bluff, saying, send it my way. Don't you dare put that queen on g3.
Wow, interesting stuff, calling the bluff. And if this does happen, I guess there are two ways to deal with this. Either you could castle and hope that after queen takes pawn, you are able to whip up some compensation. I just wanted to show one.
We're having a great conversation.
Exactly, compensation. There's more than that, because bishop takes pawn. I just wanted to show one trick. This is why black was happy to actually give up the pawn temporarily. A nasty fork in the air there. Instead, Nakamura, of course, avoids this with white and just exchanges dark squared bishop. So maybe a more slow kind of path to this game now, a more strategic territory with this last move.
I'm definitely taking a white here. I mean, it feels like there's some holes in black's position. We just started a French, and now we're playing e5. Now, of course, Firouzja being a very creative, aggressive player as well, there's lots of moves that he can make to make things obviously very fun here. It's more Sicilian-like with the pawn still on c6. Very strange. Like, oh, it looks like a Sicilian, but then it's really not because the pawn's still on c6. So maybe it was more of an e5 opening, but it came from a French. I know you were confused at home. Definitely, it's understandable because it's confusing here. It went from a French to some type of Sicilian to now an e5 opening, whatever this is. At the same time, I do like white because we do have the clamp on the d5 square. We can castle queenside. And as Daniel mentioned here, we can push Gary, the g-pawn. Gary, the g-pawn, right? We can push that boy down to, right? Yes, Gary, the g-pawn. We can push him down the board there. Have some fun. I do like white's chances here.
Yeah, I would pick white too. And this feels like the Nakamura type of position. Just stability, nothing too flashy. He's not taking too much risk at this early stage. And okay, Firouzja now offering an endgame, trying to get the queens off the board. I think strategically this makes a lot of sense. Black has a really harmonious pawn structure, but can Nakamura avoid this perhaps, Daniel?
Well, David, in 1968, Ljubomir Lubojevic offered a queen trade in a very similar way.
Really?
In the tournament in Mar del Plata.
Wow.
In reality, I don't think that white should take on b6 because that opens up the a file for black. It joins together the queenside pawn structure. I'm thinking queen d2. Queen g3 should be calculated. There's some messy stuff going there. Queen takes b2, queen takes c5. But queen d2 is a viable alternative. I think James made a great point. That d7 pawn is a long-term weakness for black because if you ever push it to d6, well, you solve the problem of the bishop's development, but then the pawn remains weak. So an early decision to make for Nakamura, but I don't think he's going to take on b6, which probably means he's going to take on b6.
Yeah. Just to show that on the board, it does connect the black pawns. Now, one nice pawn island, everything connected here. Yeah, I think this looks really, really healthy for black. So I agree. I think that would be the most sensible move. No other real way to keep the queens on the board other than queen d2 without allowing crazy complications. So Nakamura thinking for the first real time in this game, and that's the move we're expecting here in the studio.
I would love to see those crazy complications, but it's perhaps too early in the day for Hikaru Nakamura to start with that. Well, he is taking his time to evaluate the endgame or whether to keep the queens on the board. But definitely Alireza Firouzja can be happy with this opening outcome, not just keeping the clock in balance, but the queens stay on the board. Let's not forget, there is such a nice post on that d4 square. Black's knight eventually, once as the game progresses, can maneuver and find its way to d4, take control of that. Meanwhile, that light squared bishop that Hikaru still has to find the future, and the one future that is happening is an endgame. Queen b6, commentators.
As I predicted.
Yeah, we can go to the next game if y'all like. I mean, we're going to be, this is going to be a long one. King e7, yeah, they're going to be here a long time, guys. A long, long time. What you think, David? You want to go to sleep? You want to nap or what?
I love it, James. I'm a grinder by nature. I love my queenless positions where you can bore your opponent to death. So I approve. I think Hikaru himself knows this wasn't objectively White's best, but he likes that type of position where he can just slowly take his time and outplay his opponent a bit later on.
And I think for those who might be new to chess, it's really interesting to understand how you can evaluate these kind of positions. You can judge and count the pawn islands that are there. We see for White, there are 2 pawn islands. You've got 3 pawns on the queen side, 4 pawns on the king side. All of Black's pawns are intact. They're together. There isn't a weakness, but that d6 pawn, you have to watch out for that one. Could be a potential target, but Black has enough counterplay on the open A file. More piece activity. Daniel, Alireza should be pleased about landing up in this endgame?
Yeah, this is definitely equal. The eval bar don't lie. Both sides really have a bunch of easy moves. Rook h to d8 secures the d6 pawn. You mentioned the d4 post, so it might take Black as long to get his knight there as it did for me to fly from Charlotte to Oslo. But it'll get there eventually. Knight e8, knight c7, step onto the bishop because that's legal, and the knight d4 could be a long-term dream. Hikaru does like these grinded out positions. I'm just curious how Hikaru is going to pose problems here. Once Black plays rook d8 and secures that d6 pawn, the b6 pawn can be attacked with b3 and knight a4, but that's essentially just a one-move threat. So I think Alireza is doing great here. I think the likeliest outcome is still a draw.
Who would you pick if you had to in this position? I know I would pick Black here without even thinking.
Black any day, all day of the week, every week of the year.
I'm going to actually go with White here because of the Maroczy-Bind setup. Of course, nowadays they do say if you have d5 or you get b5 in, actually Black does have those nice options. So the bind here on e4 and c4 is you want to get the bind in there, obviously. So when you get the bind on the center, so you can play d5, it's a failure when they actually are able to play d5 in many cases. So d5 may be able to be played, but we can stop it for a long time. The problem is, I mean, this is not a Maroczy-Bind. You don't have more pieces on the board. And in these Maroczy-Bind positions, a lot of times you do get what they say, a position that's really nice for White. You get the pawns on f3 and b3. You get all the light square problems, or you give them to Black as well. Like you get cramped for Black. You keep Black very cramped. But the problem is that you can't really improve as much as you want after you get this position. You get f3, b3, and you're like, cool, I got this great position, and then you're just kind of like maneuvering, trying to figure out things here. White usually is a favorite there, but Black, this is not a Maroczy-Bind. The pawn is on c6. We can try to play d5 or b5 at some point. So I do like White slightly there. Here's b3, right? And then obviously Black's going to try to play b5 or d5 probably.
Yeah, and I just fear for White's light square bishop. The light square bishop is stuck, kind of entombed within its own pawn structure, and that often long-term is the problem piece. So if you're Firouzja, you would love to, for example, take the knights off the board and just say, okay, my bishop is slightly better than your bishop. At least my bishop, the black bishop here, covers the light squares, the pawns cover the dark squares. For White, there's no cover really here for the dark color complex. So yeah, it's all these small little details that often do decide the game long term. But for now, we don't need to worry too much. The players are just going to slowly improve their pieces, and the action will happen later.
G5.
Wow. The queens might be off the board, but Gary the G-pawn is alive in this one. G5 has been played. And now, of course, this isn't really about attack, but gaining more space on the king side. You want to control more squares on that part of the board. This one is going to be a grind. It's going to be a long fight between these two players. Let's take this moment to check in on our other matchup as we've got Alexander Shimanov with the black pieces facing Jules Moussard. And this one, queens are on, action is on.
And I should mention another French defense. So 2 out of 2 so far today, playing the French against a Frenchman this time, against Jules Moussard. Interesting position. What do we think? Who would we pick here?
White. Definitely white. We got the space. Of course, if we can move the bishop, maybe we can play king h1, f4, f5. At some point, we just see aggressive intentions. The bishop, there it is. The bishop's misplaced. We got to put that boy on d3. That's for me. And we about to go for mate. Bishop d3, maybe knight f3 to g5 at some point. The pawn on e5 usually signifies that I have an attack or go for an attack. So, of course, if there's a pawn on d4, pawn structure points to the side you should play on. So black should be playing queenside, white on the king. So very, very fun, I think, for white here. I definitely would take white all day, attacking chances.
I want to see black go b4.
Oh.
You're talking about rerouting your bishop. It's time for black to think about how to create that play on the queen side. And he starts with rook b8, so definitely b4 is on the radar. The minority attack where we will see the 2 pawns that black has on the queen side fight it out with the 3 pawns for white so that eventually black can have a weakness to target.
Yeah, I think you're right, Tanya. He should have played this before it was too late, because now it might be. White has the option himself of locking this one down, and this is quite a typical idea. I'm not sure whether it's great here, but for example, if black retreats, you could establish a knight now on this square, and long term, you have a clamp. You have control over this nice outpost, and James, your idea later on, moving the bishop, throwing the f-pawn forward. It feels like you've really stabilized here with white, and long term, black is left with some real weaknesses, especially this pawn. I don't really like the black light squared bishop in this position. So, okay, instead of this, he did, however, play bishop d3 and caveman style. He's going for checkmate. Queen h5, take this h-pawn. What do we think? Is this as dangerous as it looks?
Daniel, what you got?
Yeah, I'm jumping on the Jules Moussard train.
Come on,
this
baby.
is what I always feel about these types of positions where one side attacks the king and the other side attacks on the other flank. Well, the problem is that there's no king on the queen side for white, so b5, b4, that is black's only serious idea. The problem with pushing the d-pawn and trying to do the same thing is that you're giving white this very important e4 square for his knight. And from there, the knight could go to d6. The eval bar is, you know, not amused at that sequence of events. So we probably will see black play b4, but white could respond by ignoring or pushing c4. And either option looks entirely fine. Knight d2 to b3. White could combine positional play with James' more tactical plan of f4, we want more. f5, we live.
Ooh.
Just destroy the whole king side.
I told you that Diane's my brother here. Y'all didn't tell. Y'all couldn't tell. We look exactly like. You know what I'm saying?
That's exactly right.
Stuff, bro. Come on. It's ridiculous out here. Now, it's very nice, though. b4 is on the board there. Maybe a rook c1 could put something on the file there. Or just completely ignore him and just literally go for mate. King h1, try to play f4, f5 at some point. Maybe even a queen h5. I definitely like that move. And after g6, go queen h6 to put the bishop on h4 and try to get it in there that way. Now, of course, he will have a bishop e7. So there's some stuff he can defend with, but definitely white is trying to attack for sure. We're trying to get this mate off very quickly.
Yeah, exactly. Multiple ways to try and play this position. You can go strategic or you can go straight for the kill. And Jules, he's spending some time now wisely, as all the top players do. He realizes that it's kind of a matter of taste and it's quite committal, whatever white tries to do. So he's just sitting on his hands. He's saying, OK, I'm going to come up with a long-term plan over the next few moves, and then I'm going to commit to it, and we go from there. Shimanov, meanwhile, it's maybe a bit less choice for him. He's just reacting at this point with black. First, he has to react to an attack against his dark-squared bishop, and he's likely to drop back now.
Classic chess stuff, right? Your opponent plays on one side of the board, you target the other side. This is going to be an action on, well, all over, with white going for a king side attack, black trying to create weaknesses on the pawn structures on the queen side, falls back with the bishop to e7. We are expecting also the a pawn to advance down the board. Meanwhile, white still has to push the f pawn to try and break open black's king. This is going to be a hot middle game, but let's just zoom out for a moment and go back to the other big game. We've got an end game there already. Hikaru Nakamura is facing a pawn storm. There's h4, g3, Harry and Gary on fire.
Are there queens on the board and they're just missing?
Invisible queens.
Invisible, yeah.
Fog of war.
Are we looking at the same position here?
Wow, this is crazy. Firouzja just, despite the absence of queens, going straight for it. He's thrown all of his pawns forward on that king side for black, and I like it. Look at that white bishop now. It is really stuck on the light squares, no dark square control, and there's an easy path in for Firouzja's knight as black. It could be good knight versus bad bishop. Could be good knight for Nakamura's chances in the tournament.
He might have to be going to the good night bar after that.
Exactly. I do envisage, and now on the next few moves, this knight coming into the juicy f4 square. From there, it's going to sit pretty. Whether you do this now as black, for example, okay, we can trade a set of pawns, but black is going to be the one fighting for the h-file later. This knight is going to sit targeting this weak backward pawn, and watch out for this one long term being a real menace. The pawn on g3 might well promote to win the game at the end. Looking good for black, I've got to say.
Yeah, it's positionally gross. I mean, like, that's just, it's positionally gross right now, especially after the knight coming to f4. He just has a clear plan. Knight h5 to f4. You can't really even stop b, and then you can't really get this g-pawn off of the g square on g3, right? So after we trade, I mean, then even, and you're trying to play something like knight f1, I mean, we even have rook g8 there, then swing the knight over to h5, and then to f4. It's very tough here, weirdly enough. You can even somehow get the king to g5, right? And then just to tell you how strong the position could be, get the king to g5, maybe bring the rook down on the h-file. I mean, there's so much play on the dark squares here for black. And obviously, as you pointed out, David, too, as well, the bishop on d3 is absolutely gross. The position, I mean, dark square gross, bishop gross. I mean, this is a bad position, I mean, practically for white right now.
Daniel, can you see anything good to say about the white position here?
Not much. I mean, Hikaru hasn't gotten anything started in the center or on the queen side. And another problem is that if white plays h3 and tries to lock up the king side, in the long run, once the knight gets to f4, there are ideas of the bishop sacrificing itself on h3 once white moves the rook away from h1. And those two menacing connected passers, especially with another pair of rooks off the board, are going to get really dangerous. This may sound all hypothetical, but that's how you want to think in these types of endgames, right? It's not just about the next 2 or 3 moves. You want the game to head in general direction that favors you. I still think Hikaru is probably going to be able to hold this, but he's got a long task ahead of him, and he's just not looking like the Hikaru that we're used to, Tanya.
Absolutely. And as you're pointing out, these threats, difficult for Hikaru to face them, to think about them, keep them in his mind right now, because it could mean game over. You got knight h5 jumping onto f4. But David, I really want to use this moment, because the last time we saw this position, that pawn was on g5. And now we come to this point where there's h4, g3 that's already happened, and black's the one who's pushing on the king side. Hikaru under tremendous pressure. We've got to do an action replay. How did Alireza manage to get so much? Meanwhile, Hikaru hasn't built that counterplay on the D line.
Yeah, let's go back in for that action replay. It was here that Firouzja started the pawn storm, the avalanche. He played g5, gaining space. Why not? You're putting pawns on dark squares as well. They complement your bishop. Nakamura moved his king. G4, why not? Just continue. And H5, the pawns just rolled. Literally no finesse about this. Just push the pawns, hope for the best. And this was, I think, the key move, Tanya, the one that impressed you the most, pushing forward. This is actually a pawn sacrifice, but if the rooks had come off the board and white had been greedy here, look how weak these white pawns are. These are double pawns. This e4 pawn as well, tying down white's bishop long term, and it's just a temporary sacrifice. Now, I think this pawn will fall off the board. So Nakamura is trying his best to keep things compact. He's trying to protect everything, and okay, let's go back to the game. He has indeed captured on g3, and okay, he's brought his rook across. He's really abandoning the h-file now. If black does plant the knight on f4, I guess the idea is to move his bishop. I'm not sure which direction. He's going to move it back, and he's going to at least argue that he has a target of his own. This black d6 pawn is backward and is hit for now. Okay, he's actually gone in the other way, other direction with his bishop, but the threat still remains. Rook takes pawn on tap. Next move.
It does make sense, though. Yes, he just say, as you said, he abandoned the h-file there. It's a great way to put it here, because I mean, he abandoned the whole king side over there. G2 is well defended. His argument is, hey, you are never getting through there, and I can actually see that the knight's holding G2 very well. D6 is hanging, and there's a rook D8 now on the board defending D6 here, and I guess we just shuffle back and forth here from this point on, because this is what you get in these Maroczy bind positions here, where sometimes you can't really do much more than having a great position and try to shuffle. But of course, Hikaru being resourceful, he goes b4 here, Daniel.
Yeah, Hikaru saying, listen, you're not the only one having your fun. And that's the thing about these open files. It seems so tempting to play rook h8 to h2, and you feel good about yourself until you realize, wait, that G2 pawn isn't falling on its own. It's actually the most well-protected pawn in White's entire camp. And Hikaru is going to play, given the opportunity, A4, A5, A6, we in the mix. Remember, that rook on D8 is tied down to the pawn on D6. So it's easy to wax, to exaggerate the extent of Black's advantage here. I think the objective evaluation is a lot closer to equality than it might appear. And Alireza, very careful move, rook D7. I think preparing to swing the rook over to A8 in the event of A4.
Yeah, really nice move there, staying flexible as Black. And let's leave these players to think for a while. Aesthetically, beautiful for Black. It's just hard to improve. And look at what Nakamura is doing. It's, as you said, just kind of waiting, just sitting. He's asking Firouzja what to do next. There are a lack of pawn breaks for Black, a lack of ways to open up the position. And therefore, if you can't break through using the H-file, you might be a bit stuck. The position might fizzle out to just a draw there, mutual kind of equality, just neither side able to find a productive plan.
Alireza Firouzja out of the opening has done everything right, placed his pieces on the best possible squares. But where is the break? Can he make more progress? And it seems like the experts feel that it's not going to be that easy. Now there's objective evaluation in chess, and then there's the Hikaru evaluation. James, I want to ask you, how's Hikaru feeling about his position?
You know, Hikaru thinks he can win every position, and if he does, he gets very mad, right? Even if a position where, like, oh man, it's a clear draw, king rook versus king rook, he's like, oh come on, I could have won that. Like, it was the same amount of material, king rook, king rook. But here, I mean, he wants to win. I mean, you can never, like, be mad at a spirit like that. Just he always wants to win, always wants to go for it. And Firouzja actually has that same type as well. So it's very nice to see this class of Titans here.
Yeah, he wants to win, but are there any chances? We've been talking about the fact that Hikaru is being resourceful, everything under control, but is there a possibility that White can start getting ambitious at all in this?
Yeah, well, there's two pathways, I think, for White to win this game. The first is Firouzja allows some sort of A4, A5, which is unlikely because then the pawn becomes a weakness. The second is Firouzja plays D65, which he might not be preparing. He might be insinuating that he's preparing it to scare Hikaru off. But if he plays that move, the center opens up, you get some pawn structure imbalances, and if you're Black, you might misevaluate, in certain cases, the resulting structure. You might give White too much activity. So if Firouzja gets overambitious, then, you know, all things are possible.
Yeah, and that last move that we see by Hikaru, it's sort of preempting that break on D5. To us, it might look like, one second, he's moved the rook from an open file where it was targeting a weakness to a file that's absolutely blocked with the knight and the pawn in front. But actually, that rook on E1 will be ideally placed if Alireza Firouzja at any moment goes for the break, the central break of D5, which is definitely something, David, that Alireza is thinking about.
Yeah, he's thinking about it right now. If you do push your pawn forward, I guess we'll see a bunch of exchanges, Tanya. And here, I'm not exactly sure what Nakamura wants to do. It looks very tempting to move your knight to this square, for example, target this pawn with your knight and rook. You could also make an argument for simply capturing, and after all of these exchanges, it's not clear who this is favoured. Actually, I would say potentially White, because this one is a very dangerous pawn long-term. Annie, the A pawn over here. But okay, Firouzja decides against this, keeping his cards close to his chest. He just pushes F6. He's just saying, okay, I'm protecting this pawn, so in that variation, maybe things will be a bit more promising for Black, and wow.
Shuffle.
Shuffle.
Shuffle City. I mean, you know, hey, every day I'm shuffling. This is like you're going to shuffle your pieces back and forth here. This is very likely to be a draw unless somebody makes some type of pawn break. I mean, even shout out to Robert Bobby, in fact, Hess, right? Can't spell chess without Hess. No chess without Hess here. As you say, whoever controls the pawn breaks controls the game. We learned that from him a lot. And he likes to say that. And it mentions that you have pawn breaks of C5 for White, also for Black at B5 and D5. So, I mean, these are like, you know, you have one, I have one. I have one, you have one. So these could level out, and this could easily be some type of draw, but at the right moment, yeah, you do have to push one of these pawns, maybe. I mean, it depends. There's some risk involved pushing these pawns.
Yeah.
Wow. And it's on the board.
There it is.
Okay.
There we go.
Seatbelts fastened, ladies and gentlemen.
Right, buckle up.
Yeah, a lesser mortal like me would have just waited and just sat there and been grateful for the draw against Nakamura.
White in the next game. Yeah, let's be safe. Firouzja's got a minute less on the clock. Nah, I don't care.
D5.
Oh, that's why he's so good, Firouzja, always creating action. That's why he's a fan favourite in D5. Are we going to see everything come off the board? Knights, rooks, pawns? Will it just be a bishop endgame at the very end?
And that's a great question, David. And I want to ask you, looking ahead, if every single piece did get traded off on that d5 square, which is a possibility right now, and only the bishops remain, well, no more, because, well, he might pick it up with that knight, and he does. We might see this happen in a pure bishop and pawn ending. I've got to say, with that g2 f3 structure, if anyone can be better, will it be black?
Yeah, black's got this incredibly juicy idea of bishop takes f3 and g2, and I pointed this out in different context earlier. David pointed out white's pawn majority on the queen side. The most dangerous type of pass pawn is what's called an outside pass pawn. That's a pass pawn which is far removed from all of the other pawns, because in order to prevent it, your king or your minor piece have to withdraw themselves from the other pawns, leaving them vulnerable to attack. So this is actually a very hard endgame to evaluate. Firouzja, he's gone d5 largely on the basis of intuition, David.
Yeah, I completely agree. He feels that this position is relatively risk-free for black, despite the fact that white is about to create a pass pawn. He is very much banking on the fact that, for example, here, white can never, ever move the bishop. As you guys mentioned, just to put this on the board, moving the bishop would lose instantly, always, to bishop takes and running the g-pawn through to victory. So he's just banking on the fact that white is a bit stuck here. And actually, in this position, black has multiple plans to try and improve himself. He can start pushing this pawn forward, followed by the e-pawn. He can start bringing his king forward in, well, both directions here. He can even try and snake it round the whole way towards the king side. And black's bishop does cover the promotion square of the a-pawn. So it looks relatively safe here for black. And if anyone, I would choose Firouzja's position. And I think his instincts are correct here. The question is, in the current position, does Nakamura have an option? Can he retain the tension? Does he have to trade everything off? Maybe he wants to move his knight to a different square.
But he's going to have to figure that out now, because he is actually going to be under 2 minutes here. We do know that Hikaru is a beast, but, I mean, a beast matching another beast. Like, I mean, definitely top 3, 4 on Blitz and Bullet is Firouzja and Hikaru. So, yeah, of course, I am just as fast as you are, says Firouzja many times. So you got to be careful here. I mean, getting in this time trouble, you do make mistakes when you get lower on time. And you can see almost, half the time here for Hikaru.
This is actually a great moment for all the chess kids out there. Super instructive. For Alireza Firouzja, he envisioned that an endgame where there are only bishops left on the board will be super good for him, and decides to play d5 because it's the right moment to provoke those trades. And which is why Hikaru Nakamura takes the decision to not exchange those knights. But the eval bar disapproves of knight c4. Is there a tactical shot in this position?
We need our tactical wizard, Danya, here. Yeah, I see the calculation face.
I was trying to figure it out. So knight d5 to f4 is a super tempting move because it aims at the g2 pawn. But after the trade on d7, or trades on d7, the b6 pawn is also hanging. You might want to sacrifice that pawn, but then you're giving white connected passers on the queen side. 2 pass pawns connected to each other. Very dangerous force. Firouzja doesn't touch that with a 10-foot pole. He says, why do I need to move my knight away from d5? It's doing great. It's defending b6. It's keeping the c4 knight at bay. And remember that h-file that I still possess? I'm going back to it. And now the infiltration might be quite a bit more dangerous with the g2 pawn not as well defended. White's also distracted by the more open situation in the center. I like that choice.
Yeah, I like this choice too. I think it's very natural from Firouzja. I did take a peek there at the computer. The winning move, well, the computer says it's winning, was extremely difficult, not human at all. At least the winning idea, it was actually to push this pawn forward, play b5, and then just jump in with knight e3, allowing a nasty check.
What?
We can't blame Firouzja for allowing
that's crazy.
this. Oh, for missing this one, sorry. This would just have led to pure chaos, which would have been good for black. But instead, he plays a far more natural move, bringing his rook to h8, and now the a-pawn has started rolling. This one is anyone's game. Again, we see the engine suggestions, and looks good for black, but nothing easy here. No easy path to victory for Firouzja.
This is not a quiet endgame anymore. They are going for each other. It really could be anybody's game. And let's not forget, it is only a best of 2 in the elimination bracket. A4 played, both players playing less than 2 minutes on the clock. If you had to make a prediction at this point, James, how does this one end?
Yeah, actually, I mean, I feel the momentum in Firouzja's side right now. He has a lot of options. You have the open h5. I mean, look at the rook shifting back and forth. Every day I'm shuffling, right? Of course, you guys know that song, right? Hopefully you do. If you don't, you can listen to it today. But, every day I'm shuffling. He shuffled that rook back and forth. I have options. I got to pass g-pawn over there. I feel like I have more initiative, which is time, space, activity, things like this, than white does. Of course, in these Maroczy bind type positions where the bind's now broken, white usually is just shuffling, in fact, or trying to find good moves to play and improve my position. But we've already improved it. We got the double rooks. The bishop is actually doing something. It's active. It's not the greatest bishop, but it's useful in doing things here. And we're just kind of defending, it feels like, from White's point. We do want to push the a-pawn, have a pass a-pawn, but then again, that could be weak, depending on what Black does. We can double the rooks. We can also attack that pawn later. So objectively, practically, I think Firouzja definitely has a nice chance here. But maybe it's probably closer to a draw.
And did you see Nakamura as well a few moments ago? He was just thinking, he was like shaking his head. He's like, oh, I've got to move. 30 seconds left now. And some big threats appearing on the board. Suddenly, Black's knight might at some point jump out the way. The white b4 pawn is a bit loose. And it's not easy for Nakamura to even find a move. Look at it, 20 seconds.
Right. And the goal for Alireza is just keep the tension as long as possible, because with all these pieces on the board, it's just impossible to make the best move. With almost no time remaining, with Firouzja down to a minute as well, this is going to be all-out anarchy on the board right now.
Yeah, for sure.
I was asking for that. And rook a5, he wants to trade off the pieces, but eventually you want that b4 pawn on a5 to try and march down the board. Is Black going to trade rooks? You really don't want to allow the a passer here.
No, but if you play rook b8, you allow White to get 2 pieces for rook. Even that position's hard to evaluate. It might be good for Black with the rook invading b1 at the end of the line. You could also play rook a8 to d8 in order to keep the sort of general character of the position. 40 seconds now for Alireza. So many decisions to make on every move for both players.
Yeah, this is a key moment. If he swaps the rooks, I think actually things will turn, and there we go.
And
He did.
Wow.
And,
oh, that was a terrible move.
Yeah, that white a pawn now is going to be so strong potentially long term. Still some threats. White's knight under fire here, has to retreat. White's bishop really passive, but that white a pawn is going to be a thorn in Black's side for the rest of the game.
That made no sense to me, because rook b7 was a safe option to play for 2 results. Hikaru seems annoyed, but that's just Hikaru doing Hikaru things. Probably annoyed about what he did 15 moves ago.
Right.
Yeah, and a check. You've got to be slightly careful where you go. You can't step forward to the 3rd rank. The black rook would have come down with a nasty check, hitting the white knight. The white king living a charmed life here.
20 seconds for both these players. That a pawn is marching down to a6. Are we going to see a repetition?
You want to draw, bro? Draw?
I think if I were Naka, I would love a draw right now.
He might go king b1, actually, and rook b2, knowing Hikaru. He might get tempted by king b1.
Oh, is he going to do it now?
You want to draw, my guy?
This is his last chance.
Second time we've seen this position.
Does he repeat? King b2 is a draw on the spot.
Oh, he's going to go for it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there we go. It is a draw after all that drama. Missed opportunity, though, for Alireza Firouzja.
Yeah. Wow, that does feel like Alireza's got more reasons to be displeased with that. He was in control in that game with Hikaru. He is such a resourceful beast, and he does it one more time. They will play another game, but there is action on the other board. Jules Musad playing against Alexander Shimanov. The queens are still on the board, and there's a king on h3.
Wow, this game has turned around completely. White has not gotten off the ground on the king side. On the other side of the board, he is a pawn down. And the bishop on d4 in a little bit of trouble, but it can be easily defended by the queen. The king on h3, definitely not safe. Black's got a lot of avenues, including queen c1, which would threaten a very nasty check on h1. White's got to be very careful here.
Yeah, to trade queens or not to trade queens, that's the first question for Black. I agree. I would want to keep the queens on because White's king is the weaker of the two. That's typical chess wisdom. If your king is safer, keep the queens on, go for checkmate. Why not? It ends the game. And, okay, Shimanov here. Okay, he keeps the queens on. I was going to say, it would have been risk-free to trade queens, but also your winning chances would have been reduced. And, whoa, retreats. James, surely this is going to be a win for Black. Just looks so pleasant to play.
You know what's funny? I am that guy. I'm that guy that's like, nah, I'm good. I'm good here. I'm Nigel Short King walk to h6. Now, of course, you're going to get mated on national television if your king is on h6 in this position. But it is some things that you can do with like f5s coming, because we do have the back rank, the problems of the pin here, you know, with the rook. So you can't move the bishop because we'll take, right? And the light squares are defended by the queen. So if I get f5 in,
10 seconds.
You know what I'm saying? There may be some problems here. So queen d8, okay, you make queen b6, defending d8, but f5 is definitely something to look at here. I mean, we do have the opposite color bishops here, and I feel like the light square bishop, if we can play f5 and take on e6, we have some chances here. But of course, definitely you have to be very, very careful because your king is out in the middle of the street on
Goes
h3.
for it.
There it is. Let's go.
It's on the board with 7 seconds. Will he be able to handle this position? There are big threats that Shimanov is facing. 3 seconds. He's got to make a move.
To the house. Take him.
Oh, queen h6 check, I guess he wants, and then queen c6 check, some sort of perpetual.
Queen f4 and control the h6 square.
Ooh, that's interesting.
See a perpetual. White might be taking over here.
Oh, yeah, definitely. We
Takes
taking
on
over.
f5.
Yep. He's in trouble here.
Check.
Shimanov.
Check.
No time.
Check.
Oh!
Oh,
Bishop
That's
F7,
it.
Queen G5.
That's a must.
my
I think the
goodness.
queen was headed to 8-6. We see Shimanov. He
Shaking
is
his
shaking
head.
his head.
Oh,
Bishop
man.
F7, and that is game over. The queen picks it up. There's a check on G5. The rook falls on D8. And Shimanov, he shakes his head. It's all he can do right now.
Yikes. He walks away after that one. That's tough. That's tough.
Wow, what a last-minute blunder. And we see there Jules celebrating Queen G5 check, wins the rook. This is what is so tricky about these formats. You've really got to be on your A game with the tactics.
Shimanov just cannot catch a break, particularly in game one. Again, everything seeming to go his way, but James Canty, he called it. F5, it didn't come as quickly as we thought it would, but when it did, it caused total pandemonium in Black's position. He let his clock run too low. And Alexander Shimanov is on the ropes now. He has to win game two to force an Armageddon.
An absolutely intense round one. And David, we have to turn to you. What were the big takeaways for chess kids watching around the world?
The big takeaway is just to stay calm, even if you're in time pressure, and go on the attack. It's far easier to attack than it is to defend. And just to show the closing stages again in slow motion in that game between Jules Moussard and Alexander Shimanov, Black panicked here, retreated the queen, allowing White to step forward. The attack begins. The Black king peered down on this diagonal by the White bishop, and it was this position where the final blunder happened. Black needed to slide across and give a check when the White king retreats. Actually, multiple ways to defend here, but at the very least, you can slide your king in the corner, and the game goes on. Things have turned, but Black's still fighting instead. Queen to G6 allowed a nice killer blow. Always look for checks, captures, and threats. Bishop takes a nice double attack, forcing the queen away, and another double attack wins the game.
Checks, captures, and threats. Write that down 100 times right now. What a game one we've had, and this is the scoreline. Only one more game remains in the elimination bracket, and Hikaru Nakamura survives. A bit of a scare there with the white pieces. Alireza Firouzja created his chances out of a French defense. On the other hand, Jules Moussard did play the French defense and won his game against Alexander Shimanov after a big miss by Black. Jules was the side which faced the French there. It's going to be a big round two coming up. But before that, we're going to go into a short, quick Twitch break. Been on form today in his game one against Hikaru Nakamura. He kept it precise. He kept it in control. With Black, he was the one who was pushing. And the one thing we know about Alireza, when he's down to those seconds in those time scrambles, his chess is from another planet. Take a look.
The A7 pawn at the right moment.
Yeah, I think Hikaru's waiting for that. He watched that match for sure yesterday. But you can't. It's check now. That's. Oh wait, what did Hikaru just do?
He moved his rook. He's gonna get flagged here.
Oh my God! He tricked him, and Oliver's trying to win on the clock.
Doesn't help.
Oh my God! Firouzja's getting sent to overtime.
No, he's gonna win it. He's gonna win it. Yeah, he wins it. He wins it. Oh God, this is insane, man. This is insane. This is insane.
Oh my God!
And he's in time. He's also in time. He does he know he has 20 seconds?
Oh my God!
Oh,
holy!
Wow. Epic.
Wait!
Epic.
Firouzja has one game
with
a chance to tie.
Danny, he's scripted. This is brilliant.
This is insane.
Wall number 4, Alireza Firouzja. He was the youngest player to ever break the 2800 bracket. He is a former runner-up in the World Rapid Championship and the World Blitz Championship, an absolute beast in the speed chess format. But we have seen that consistency to be a big question for him. And David, he's got a big game 2 coming up against Hikaru. He's got to keep in control just like he did in game 1.
Yeah, good news and bad news for Firouzja. Good news, he played very well in the first game. He had opportunities. The bad news is he didn't capitalize on them. So now with the white pieces, he has to find that killer instinct.
Yeah. Wow. Alireza Firouzja will start with the white pieces. And for Hikaru, it hasn't been the steady start that we expect from him. But let's not forget, even though he's down in the elimination bracket, I think for a lot of us, he's still a favorite to win the tournament. And we've seen him make these huge comebacks, Daniel. Last event, he was in the elimination bracket. He beat Magnus. He beat Fabi. He can still do this.
Listen, that's just the byproduct of winning as much as he does. We expect him to win every tournament, every single match, and sometimes we forget who his opponents are. Right now, his opponent is the world #2 player. His previous opponent was a super grandmaster who has won the Tata Steel chess tournament. But again, Hikaru wins one game right now. He's right back in this tournament. Nobody is counting him out, but he is playing very shaky right now, as is his opponent. That was a back-and-forth game that Alireza is going to kick himself, Tanya, for not winning, because he was really one move away. That B5 line, that basically ended the game.
Alireza Firouzja was the world #2. Currently, he is world #4. And that has also been because of his inconsistency that we've seen. We haven't seen him that much in classical play as well. But right now, it is going to be about his opponent, Hikaru Nakamura. He can't be too pleased with the way he has started at the ChessKid Cup. Alireza there looking confident with the black. A solid hold in game 1. He starts with white. James, opening predictions.
Yeah, Firouzja can play really anything here, but he's very ferocious, so I'm definitely looking for some E4 here. But of course, hey, Hikaru, one of the best to play against E4. He's going to play E5, very solid stuff. It's hard to get chances against him with that. Maybe he needs to mix it up, maybe with some C4. I think C4 is probably a great option here. Just to mix it up, you got so many routes you can go with the C4 option. So I'm saying C4. What you got, David?
Yeah, every time I play Firouzja, he tends to open E4. He goes straight down the Italian game, and he knows everything there is to know, all the little details, all the little nuances. But wow,
okay, that was very quick.
A bunch of pre-moves there, maybe. Speedy stuff. Wow,
oh my goodness!
It is the Italian game, and both players huge experts, maybe leading experts in this field. Daniel.
Yeah, you know who's not a leading expert in this field? Yours truly. Like, I can't even get the move order right. I don't know when to play D6 and D5. I always lose the light squared bishop with white. There's so many subtleties that the players are completely fluent in. You know, when to pull the bishop B3 lever, when to play knight D2 to F1 to G3. I guess the answer to that is now. And of course, for black, when do you castle short? Sometimes delaying castling. That's in fashion. I mean, Alireza knows perfectly what's in fashion. Bishop E6 is a move here. So very hard opening to study. I think you'll back me up on this.
Yeah, I've lost countless hours in my life, probably hundreds of hours, trying to study the Italian, and my only conclusion is just like you, Daniel, I still know nothing, and it's still so confusing. One little move order trick often changes everything, changes all the plans, changes the evaluation, and these players have to stay flexible. But Nakamura, he's really experienced in these positions. He does react quite quickly. He does commit his king to the king side. And will the fact that Firouzja hasn't castled yet play a factor here? White doesn't necessarily need to castle the king yet. You can still maneuver around. There we go. He's playing the waiting game, just covering some squares, and we'll see how Nakamura reacts.
Wow, Alireza keeping flexible. He hasn't committed his king on the king side yet. The knight can jump over to G3. He will take these decisions. This will be a slow start, but we've seen exactly how that ends up with the two of them in round 1. But the other game, there can't be any slow start because Shimanov has to win on demand to force an Armageddon. He is trailing, but the good news for Shimanov is that he starts with the white pieces. He can start attacking. But I have to ask, you know, I know that as commentators, we are a bit hesitant to talk about body language. Is Shimanov looking way too relaxed right now? What's going on there?
I think if he leans back any further, he might fall off that chair.
That's funny. Yeah, it looks like he just literally don't care, right? I think he feels, you know, he doesn't feel good about the loss, obviously, but at the same time, I think he just is okay. He's calm, you know what I mean? You can tell he's not really tense. He's just chill and relaxed. I mean, usually you lean into the screen every move like you've never seen the first few moves before, so intense. But here, I mean, he seems relaxed, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, partly relaxed, but partly regretting life choices in the previous game. We've all been there. We all have that kind of dilemma. How do you recover from a loss? And okay, quick opening. It's a kind of an anti-Sicilian, not one of the main lines, not the open Sicilian yet. But there we go. He throws his central pawn forward, and I've seen this before a couple of times. I'm not a big expert here, though, Daniel.
No, I'm just captive. I just wonder what chair it is that allows him to lean that far back and how he's making moves with his hand on the mouse. I just want to know the logistics of his setup. But yeah, this actually is a fashionable line. I talked about this yesterday, this tendency to discover new anti-Sicilians and rejuvenate them. Just nobody wants to swim in the crazy waters of the Najdorf anymore. This is a pretty positional line. White just develops normally, knight f3. Bishop can come out to f4, g5, and typically, I think in this line, White castles kingside and tries to apply slow but steady pressure on Black's center. Of course, objectively, the position is pretty much dead equal.
Yep, dead equal, but plenty of scope for either side to outplay the opponent. And Black has a nice compact pawn structure. White has the space, so you have to give to take. And yeah, here very balanced, and I think a good choice for Shimanov. No forcing lines, still plenty of pieces left on the board. And if he can hold his nerve, then he will get chances later down the line.
Looking at Shimanov, it just doesn't feel like he's going for the kill in this game. And that better be deceptive, because he needs to do exactly that. He has to win to keep his chances alive in the ChessKid Cup. The good news is that there are still a lot of pieces on the board, a lot to play for here. Knight d5 has been played, and very often Black doesn't want to trade on d5, allow that white pawn to get there, take away more space, open up the e-file. That just gives White a lot of play in the center. Knight d5 is not a move that you usually want to make. If not, that knight that White has planted there can be a bit of a nuisance for Black.
Yeah, it can be a nuisance, and Black did ignore the temptation to capture, and Shimanov saying, please capture my knight in the center. I'm putting extra pressure now on f6. If you allow me, I will wreck your pawn structure by taking here next move. And now the question for Jules is, do you take? I don't really see any other attractive option. You could potentially drop back, but this looks odd somehow. It looks really clumsy. I think maybe now it is time to take. And Tanya, you mentioned this pawn a real kind of thorn for Black, but you can kind of play around it, maybe trade off all the remaining knights, and well, he does indeed go back.
Wow.
Wow.
David, commentator's curse strikes again. Knight e8 on the board. Jules Musa playing with fire.
Indeed, and now the knight on d5 is really the jewel of White's position. But it might be kicked away with e7, e6. When you play that move, of course, the d6 pawn becomes a weakness, and that's a very common instance in the Sicilian. You made the move c3, David. That's probably, I was going to say that's going to be White's move. No, he's playing rook a d1. I'm not able to predict a single one of these moves. I guess bishop takes b2 might be met with c3 then, and then the bishop will have a hard time rejoining its side of the board.
That's like a mousetrap. You invite the bishop with a cheese bait on b2, and then you shut it down. And that's not a position that Black wants.
It feels like somehow Shimanov might still be in preparation. I know he streams a lot, he plays a bunch of different openings, but what he does play, he tends to know extremely well. And, okay, no temptation to take this pawn yet. He kicks the bishop away. I'm expecting the bishop to drop back somewhere. I'm not sure where.
C1.
Maybe the whole way back, just to defend this pawn. And still the problem for Black is how to get your knight back into the action after retreating. Sometimes you've got to go back in order to go forward in life, but here I really don't like it for Musad.
Where will he retreat with the bishop? Will he stay aggressive, keeping it on that h4 d8 diagonal with the bishop coming back to h4? Or will he fall back? Well, a samurai knows when to retreat. You've moved that rook from a1 to d1, so bishop c1 does make a lot of sense. You keep your eye out on that h6 pawn. You also keep the b2 pawn defended. Right now, Shimanov is having a think, and let's take this opportunity to go over to our other game, Alireza Firouzja with the white pieces against Hikaru Nakamura, their final rapid game. It started as an Italian, and Hikaru Nakamura has managed to get d5 on the board. Alireza's king is in the center, his head is in his hands. d5 trades. Now, usually, when Black gets a successful d5 in, you've solved all your opening problems. Can Hikaru be happy right now?
Well, yeah, you're right. When Black plays d5 under the right circumstances, but that's the key word. When Black plays it under the wrong circumstances, he's overextended for a variety of reasons. One of them is that the queen on d5 can be easily targeted with the move bishop to b3. The f7 pawn will then be under pressure. That knight on g5 might have something to say. The queen from d1 could come into h5, so Hikaru has to tread carefully here. Alireza avoiding a queen trade there with knight g5 takes d4. Looks pretty steady for Black, though.
Yeah, it looks steady. And actually, the momentum could well turn. If Black does get a couple of moves, maybe shuffle the Black king into the corner, start throwing pawns forward in the center, kick away White's beautiful knight in the middle of the board, I think suddenly Nakamura would be extremely happy.
So Firouzja has to be accurate. He has to be active and energetic over the next few moves. James, do you see anything for white here?
Absolutely. You have to be accurate and quick here. I think we do need to maybe figure out where to go with the king, but I'm definitely looking at, I'm a big fan of ideas and plans. Where do the pieces go? So I do like bishop b3, castling and playing f4. Just trying to play quickly here and trying to get this off, be active, right? It definitely puts some pressure there. Question the queen. Where do you actually put it when I attack it? First off, you got to figure that out. Queen d7 does block it. And Firouzja says, queen h5, aggressive intentions. I'm going to push e5 and try to go knight f6 and flex real hard when I do it. e5 is definitely, right, exactly. e5 is coming. Wow, that's an aggressive move from an aggressive player. I'm a fan of it.
Wow, it's very brave, I've got to say. But if the attack doesn't work out, if you're not able to somehow crash through on this h7 square, then you might lose a few moves. You lose a lot of time actually retreating your queen a bit later on. And I'm not sure what I would do here for black. I feel a bit scared suggesting anything. I'm scared I'll blunder my queen in some variations. But Daniel?
Whichever pawn you push, you create weaknesses, right? If you play g6, you weaken f6. Let me tell you one thing Hikaru is not going to do, and that's push the f pawn. I think newer players might be attracted to the possibility of f5. It looks like it wins the g2 pawn, but no, it opens up the a2 g8 diagonal. You've got a queen there, you've got a king there. Well, you're not going to have a queen there for much longer.
Yeah, big blunder there. And I'm wondering whether, therefore, black's two most tempting moves would be to block that diagonal, either by shuffling the king into the corner, slightly safer potentially, or maybe bringing the bishop out, just so that later bishop b3 comes with less force. And now, James, you wanted to mention that pushing d4 might be an idea if black takes. Big blunder, knight check, clear at sacrifice, and this would be checkmate next move. Wow. But I guess this can now be blocked by the move f5. And no more bishop b3, because this is no longer a pin. The black queen can simply move. It can capture the white knight.
Wow.
So that would be on my radar for black. I don't know if there are any safer moves for Nakamura.
Yeah, what's the, let's pull up the eval. I just want the engine suggestions just to see what we have.
Yeah.
See, what do we have? What's the moves here just to see? Okay, bishop e6, so bishop e6. Pawn a5, just don't care about nothing. That one's crazy.
Never gonna happen.
a5?
a5, bro. a5.
I'm done with the commentary. Who plays that move?
I think we'll all retire right now.
We're going straight to the good night.
Yo. That's crazy.
I think if you give this position to 100 people and ask them to go for a move with black, 100 out of 100 will not pick a5.
Yeah, we're not.
You've got a queen on h5, eyeing that h7 pawn. There are all these tactics with knight f6. You don't play a5 here. But Hikaru, his chess is from another planet. If there's anyone who can make that move, it might be him. But that's going to be a big shocker. Bishop e6 just feels so much more natural here.
Yeah, the two other moves of the top three there suggested for black, yeah, I think they're very natural, just purely because of that bishop b3 idea you mentioned, Daniel.
Yeah, no, I mean, a5, move on the other side of the board, just ignoring all of the threats. And paradoxically, that often is how we define a computer move, right? Our human instinct is to react because the queen is on h5. We got to do something about it. The engine just looks at it, laughs, says, there's no threats. Okay, well, you could expand a little bit on queen side. I don't know if the engine has a Russian accent, but if it did, I think that's what it would be saying, David.
Okay.
Stockfishski. Stockfishov. I don't know.
Stockfishov, yeah.
Great Russian accent there, I've got to say. But yeah, right now, looks like Nakamura. Okay, he's gone into the tank and he does play.
Finds the best move.
Yeah, the best move.
e6.
That's a first.
Right.
Hikaru finds the best move.
Oh, wow.
Come
okay.
again?
We're all shocked. And meanwhile, what is the follow-up for Firouzja? He's played very committal chess. He's kind of given away the center. Black now occupies most of the center of the board. If black gets the move f5, white's getting kicked back. If there's no checkmate, will the opposition be left in ruins? I really fear for Firouzja here, I've got to say. I'm not liking white's chances at all.
Maybe just castle, just get out of the way. I mean, well, of course you have to do this. This is principles, guys. Where do you put your king? You probably should castle it now. But I do see, you know, some ambition. Maybe bishop g5, maybe bishop e3, and maybe, you know, castle queenside, as ridiculous as that is, because he's not castling the king. There it is. Okay, we got it. So it won't be any castle queenside. So we have castling of the king now, and maybe we can push with f4 at some point. Just try to continue with our aggressive intentions, especially with the queen sitting on h5 like it is.
Yeah, and now Nakamura, does he get ambitious? Does he start throwing pawns forward in the center? You might have to give up the bishop pair, a bishop for knight in that scenario. I guess you could make an argument for just centralizing one of the black rooks. You don't have to go for it yet, but it would be too tempting for me. I get itchy fingers. I'm thinking, okay, kick away that white knight. It looks too pretty in the middle of the board.
And, okay, it looks like he's ready to move. There we go.
There it
Nakamura.
is.
Why wait? Why hesitate? Looks very sensible here.
And I actually wouldn't play bishop b3 now, because after queen d7, the trade of light squared bishops, at least to my untrained eyes, it favors black because the d3 pawn is then going to be weaker. And the bishop on c2 is easy to write off. But as we've already seen in some lines, white can play a timely d3, d4 and open up that diagonal. And as the very unknown chess expression goes, a threat is stronger than its execution. So keeping that bishop in your pocket on c2 is the right way to go. That's exactly what Firouzja does. He gets the bishop pair, but black gets nice control over the center and still a weak d3 pawn that white will have to deal with for a while.
Yep, long term, this bishop is going to be tied down. And the first thing that crossed my mind was, okay, let's try and push this pawn forward, go for the attack, maybe even trap this bishop. But just to show Daniel's point as well, now suddenly d4 would come with a lot of force. You'll be glad you kept this bishop on the board, because suddenly, again, white's attack will be unleashed. So I don't think black can get too tempted to push pawns yet. You kind of have to consolidate first, bring your pieces to better squares before you initiate any further action. White has the bishop pair, but the bishops aren't too impressive right now, and Nakamura does indeed centralize his rook. Sensible, logical play by both sides so far.
Beautiful.
Really nice, simple move, rook to e8. Just bringing all the toys to the nursery. He is got these ideas of advancing those central pawns down the board, but doesn't rush with them. And it just feels that the big trump in white's position of the bishop pair is countered by the piece activity that we see with black here. The rooks are centralized, the queen is centralized, the a2 pawn is under fire. White can't really continue bringing his own rook from a1 to e1, so Alireza brings the other rook to the open e-file.
Yeah, and Nakamura reacts preemptively by retreating his queen. Now there'll never be a hit with gain of time by white's bishop. And I've got to ask you guys, bishop pair or bishop and knight? What are you picking here?
Bishop pair, definitely bishop pair. I mean, this actually feels more Armageddon-like, if I'm going to be honest here. Very Armageddon-like, because I don't have the break. I mean, my bishop on c2 doesn't look that good either as well. So, I mean, okay, we can make moves here, but it is quite difficult to really make some real chances against the black king.
I like black's position. I mean, the bishop pair is a long-term trump card, as Tanya mentioned, but Hikaru doing a good job just biding his time, and you know, those kingside pawns are pretty intimidating. f4 could come at an unpleasant moment, and that bishop on g5 would be cut off. For now, as you mentioned, David, there is d3, d4 in response, and the player's kind of slowing down, right? The smoke is cleared, Alireza expanding on the queen side. Very common idea in the newer treatment of the Italian to play a4, b4, and once the knight on c6 is kicked away, the e5 pawn turns from a strength into a weakness. So very strategically complex situation here. Love it.
Yeah, really, really tense. And I don't know who to pick. I've got to say, normally I'm 100% biased towards the bishop pair. This might be one of the rare exceptions, however, just because black's pawn center is so strong. And it still takes 2 or 3 moves to kick away that black knight from its nice perch. Yeah, I have a feeling somehow that an attack against the white king might be incoming. Black can plant a bishop in the center of the board. Somehow, it just feels like white is lacking pawn breaks, lacking activity, lacking energy in his position. And I'm not sure Firouzja will be comfortable. I would be in time trouble with white here over the next 2-3 moves for sure, as I try to find a productive idea.
Wow.
Meanwhile, Nakamura first to move.
Yeah. But that might exactly be what Hikaru needs to do. He needs to start building that pressure on the king side, because for Alireza, right, with that last move a4, he's hinting at a queen side takeover. That a4 pawn could go to a5, fix the structure. We could see a piece landing on a4, either the bishop or the rook, putting pressure on that diagonal. The other idea, the b pawn can march down the board, asking questions to that knight, which is a key defender to that e5 central pawn, currently attacked by the rook on e1. Hikaru's position looks super pleasant, but it feels like he doesn't have all the time in the world to just sit.
Absolutely not. You can't just sit around here. You do have to do something. I mean, maybe g6 as weakens some squares, but he does kick the queen away. I mean, maybe you can go queen h4 there, then try to push f4. Maybe trap the bishop in there, weirdly enough. Black does have some weird tricks here. a4 and b4, like Firouzja is doing, is actually the usual stuff you would do here in an Italian game anyway. I also see maybe white playing an f4 in the future somehow, just to try to create some chances here, bring the a rook to d1. You couldn't do that before. There was a bishop a2, but you could trap the bishop Bobby Fischer style b3 degree, right? But rook a to d1, d4, f4, still chances for both sides here. It really depends on where he goes next here, and him meaning Hikaru. I wonder what he's going to play. What do you think, David? G6,
yeah,
h6, king h8. Like, what do you do? Like,
good question. If I'm going to touch one of these 2 pawns, I would rather maybe touch the h pawn just to kick away this bishop. Actually, I'm a bit gutted there because I was going to say the other move that struck out to me was playing a5. Just as Tanya was saying, push those pawns for white. The only way to stop that was to clamp down. I was going to say either h6 or a5, one of the 2 corner pawns, and that's what Nakamura does. Now, no further advance for white on that flank, and therefore we see a bit more maneuvering, and white's queen about to get kicked back. So nice centralization for white, but still not clear what to do next for either side. And okay, queen h4. Ooh, that feels like the white queen might get trapped, or the white dark square bishop might get trapped in some positions, but nothing yet. Still very, very tense, this position.
Something's going to happen. I know those are very deep words, but the situation is not, it's calm, but it's the calm before the storm. I mean, the moment white plays d4 or f4, or black plays f4, all bets are off, the tactics are on, and you want to give yourself enough time to process those complications. Firouzja doing somewhat better job with his clock management, but both players accelerating their pace. And rook to e6. Hikaru not messing about. That rook wants to move to g6. The bishop from f7 can hop into d5. And so suddenly, we didn't think that the center of action would be the g2 pawn, but it very well might be.
Yeah, you said the calm before the storm. Something's coming, something's brewing. And rook g6, bishop d5, Danya. Yeah, if white does nothing here, I'm not sure how you do nothing, let's say, moves the king, then suddenly, yeah, this is going to be disaster time for white. Suddenly, big weakness. White doesn't have too many defenders around, and, okay, again, preemptively, look at how the players are just reacting to threats before they even exist. White drops his bishop back, and now the rook slide. What's the plan to meet that one?
That's a strong move there. That's very strong. I think somehow you have to break with d4 at some point. You have to get this d4 in, open up this bishop. Your pieces need to be active. Of course, the only thing you do have is like the rook on e1, the bishop on c1. d4 does come with some activity right after pawn takes. Weird, maybe not take it back immediately. You can maybe make a waiting move. I don't know where. Yeah, but bishop d5 is coming too as well. So you have to do something, or like you mentioned, I mean, black's just going to steamroll you here after putting the bishop in the center of the board, as Danya mentioned here, and g2 is loose.
Yeah, looking very good for black. I wouldn't be surprised if Nakamura plays that rook swing, that rook lift initiated already. And, OK, first he does maybe fight against your idea, James, just trying to control the center, reacting in advance to white opening things up there. Oof, yeah, it definitely, I can feel the tingles. Something is about to happen, and it feels like it might be in black's favor.
Definitely.
Hikaru does give that feeling that something is always about to happen on the board. He does double up on the E-line before bringing that other rook into the attack. Might be a moment for white to start considering a potential trade of the light squared bishop. Bishop to b3. You want to try and get rid of that bishop on f7, but black's queen can also land on d5. Lots of targets on the king side, the central pawns as well. Big decision, big moment for Alireza here. But it's not only a big moment in Division 1. We are also getting an update from our one and only Ginger GM, Simon Williams, with us that big things are happening in the other divisions as well.
Yeah, there's lots of stuff going on, Tanya. I don't want to take too much time away from this big encounter, but both Division 3 and Division 2 are heating up. We've got losers brackets going on there, so people are getting knocked out left, right and centre. And I'm just going to pick 2 players from Division 3 that you might not be aware of. And there was a great result by the youngster, Denis Lazovic, who was born in 2006, so he's definitely a chess kid. And it's a bit sickening, really. Sort of makes me a little bit depressed how good these youngsters are and how many of them are. But he actually beat Vallejo Pons in the winners bracket. So he's won every match so far. And Vallejo was one of Ding's favourite ever players, as we mentioned yesterday. So a great result for Denis there. And if we go to Division 2, again, some really big names there, but I'm going to pick 2 players which are of big interest. And we've got another youngster, Ranuk Sadhwani of India, who we mentioned yesterday, is currently 1-1 against Alek Senko. And Alek Senko played in the candidates a while back, so he's a very, very good player. So that's a really tense match again in the winners bracket, but we'll try to update this more a bit later on. And yeah, I think things are really heating up in this big encounter of the day. And who are you guys rooting for, by the way? Am I allowed to ask that question?
No.
No, but I just did. Surely.
Fired.
Yeah. Okay. See you later, guys. Yeah. So.
Well, that's a great question, Sai. I don't know who we're rooting for, but it does look like, looking at this position, that Hikaru Nakamura is in driver's seat right now. He has managed to create play. Looking at that kingside attack, I have to ask you objectively, do you agree that Hikaru might be pushing this one?
Yeah, it seems like a very tense moment at this exact point. I think they both got opportunities there. I quite like, when I'm playing, having more space, and we can see that Black has more space. He has more pawns advanced up the board. It's a bit easier to play when you have that space advantage. But on the other hand, Alireza's bishops, they have a lot of potential. So I think it's any moment now, it's just going to fire up and come to life. So it's very tense, that's for sure. But I might even go Armageddon. I kind of want to see an Armageddon between these two. Legends of the game. So it's going to be interesting.
That would be a lot of fun to watch. Alireza doesn't have the best memories from the Armageddon yesterday, but before that, he needs to keep things under control in this one. Thank you so much, Simon, for those updates, mentioning the big youngsters playing. It's kind of hard to call them talents and prodigies anymore. They're sort of like the established grandmasters now.
I've caught myself referring to certain players as prodigies, and then I look them up on Wikipedia, and they're like 25 years old. Because, like, Sam Sevian, for example, is 21 or 22, but I somehow always think of them as 12-year-old GMs. So I don't know what that says about me. Firouzja is going to fall into that category pretty soon. He's an established GM by now.
Exactly. These are the world's best players with all the potential to be in the absolute elite in a couple of years. Ronak Sadhwani, the player with the best chest tattoo in the world, James.
Yeah.
As Simon was mentioning, is just 17 years old. James isn't very happy about that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, hey, look, don't do that at home. Of course, 17 is a little young there. I was at 15 with my first one. Okay, but let's not tell anyone that. So at the same time, though, Ronak is a very cool guy from India, and on the come up as a very strong player, as we all know. So shout out to Ronak Sadhwani.
Big names there, Dan Laz, Ronak, and Simon will keep us updated with all the action, but action is here as well. We see some pawn moves. Now, I have to say that the last two moves that we saw by Alireza and Hikaru, that little pawn to h6 and the little pawn to f3, it just feels like not the most direct approach for the attack. Are the players switching it up to a more positional feel in the position?
It definitely looks that way, and I do actually, well, I don't approve of what Nakamura is doing. I do like what Firouzja has been doing meanwhile, because when you have the bishop pair, the longer the game goes on, the more effective they become. And just the fact that Nakamura didn't take the opportunity to pounce, didn't go for the attack, does make me fear for his chances. Conventional wisdom says if you're facing the bishop pair, accelerate the play. And he slowed things down, Nakamura. Now it does feel like Firouzja, given the opportunity, will open things up and his bishops will come to life.
And he's got so many ways to do it. F4 and D4 both have to be calculated. Bishop C2 to B3 may seem to win the E5 pawn, but Hikaru can respond with knight to G6, hitting the queen and reestablishing
Bishop B3, and that's a big mistake.
But it was because of queen B6. I apologize. Yeah, sorry, Tanya.
To put that on the board.
So even better than knight G6, good catch, David, is queen B6 check. Totally could see someone making that. I mean, I just made that mistake, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. So I think he's probably focused on D4 or F4. If he plays Bishop B3, I take responsibility for it.
Commentator's curse, that'll be another level.
That would be crazy.
Yeah, but one of these two moves.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Which one is it? Yeah, it's D4 or F4. The question is which one. We do have, well, look at the time here. Okay, well, it's only a minute. Not bad. D4 or F4. And you got to make a move fast. If I had to pick one, I would just go with D4. It does open up both the bishops, principle.
Very logical. You're trying to open up the rooks on this file. You're trying to open up these two bishops on these diagonals. What could be more logical than that? But okay, he goes for the other one. Also looks good for white, or also looks very, very tempting. And now I do expect Nakamura to continue his plan. He did reroute the knight, so why not continue its journey? This would attack the queen, attack this pawn temporarily, and the game goes on. But still very tense, very complicated stuff in this position.
It's really interesting how he played F3 and then went F4. He kind of, it looks like, just gave a move to the opponent, and now Hikaru with knight G6 hitting that queen and the pawn, and this was the whole idea. Otherwise, you just end up losing that pawn on F4. You want to trade on E5, hit that queen on D6. And are we expecting a queen trade here? Knight H4, take on D6?
We should.
The rook is hanging on E2.
Yeah, we should mention a very cool variation right now. If black does get tempted to be materialistic here, take the queen, and then suddenly take the white rook, then this will backfire. Yes, you win a rook for black, but at the very end, the sting in the tail, the pawn will promote on d8 next move, and I think the best bet here would be to retreat your rook the whole way back, give it up just for the white pawn. So, yeah, a queen incoming, really tactically aware there from Firouzja. What a trick. How resourceful that is.
Incredible.
That's
Crazy
super
line.
pretty. It's a rook sacrifice, but Hikaru's got to see that. He definitely spots it that he can't pick up that rook for free. But even after the queen trade, he can pick up the d6 pawn. Would that be something that he's hoping for right now, or is he just going to keep the queens on the board?
Right, can't pick up juice with bash. And the problem then is pawn structure and queen side is going to be ruined. It's going to be some weak juicers on queen side, particularly a5. White's going to use his pony's rotated bishop to b6. I don't think he's going to take on h4. I think he's deciding between rook takes e5 and knight takes h4. There's a scary looking check on b6 here, but white can block it with his queen. So no, Alireza didn't blunder his queen. You see the eval bar shooting up there. So first time I missed queen b6. Now when I see it, it's a bad move. I think he might play knight takes e5, but again, the clock is on 90 seconds. That's kind of what happened in the previous game. And so he's trying to keep it more simple with a potential exchange of the heavy pieces.
Yep. Simple chess. However, remember that bishop pair. If the queens come off, if the rooks come off as well, white will have a big advantage due to the power of his bishop. So Nakamura is banking on this last move, pawn to c5. He's trying to prevent white from stepping forward in the center. White's light squared bishop still unable to really open up right now. So I'm going to take white here every time, I've got to say. But Nakamura still has the queens on. And if the knight gets into the position, still with no time on the clock, it could be tricky for white. Nakamura shaking his head now.
Is it time for Alireza to go for d4 in the center, open up that other bishop? He starts with bishop e3. He's putting pressure on c5. You defended d4 coming up.
b6, d4, black might have to play f4, but then he loses a pawn. I think Hikaru might have underestimated the d4 pawn break, and then he's under fire on both sides of the board, f5 and b6. If he plays that move, he's in trouble here after d4, I think.
Yeah.
On the board.
It's on the board.
Instantly. And black's position is riddled with weaknesses. If you look all over the board, black's pawns are easy targets for white's bishops. Nakamura in huge trouble, and we do see the evaluation bar inching up every single move in white's favor. Alireza playing some great chess over the last few moves. Things have turned. Nakamura really needs to pull the brakes here. He needs to find a way to escape by any cost. Looks like he's losing a pawn, as you said, Daniel, in every position here.
Yeah, it's very important what you said earlier, David. As the game goes on, the bishop pair is something you look forward to. And in fact, a lot of times bishop pair, they say, is an advantage, even sometimes at the cost of a pawn, being down a pawn. Sometimes you can have the bishops. But as the bishops, as the game opens up, most games do, as the game goes on, you trade, you make some trades, pawns come off the board. Then you start to see the bishops open up as you see in this position. I mean, classic, classic right triangle, as Hikaru says, with the bishops here. As the bishops just opened up because more moves happen, trades happen, and now you see the bishops working here. Hikaru in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, and more than a little bit of trouble. However, I like his last move, Nakamura, jumping forward with the knight. Ooh. He's trying to set up some tricks, and alarm bells ringing here, Daniel.
Bishop d5? I mean, I was looking and trying to figure out a response to bishop d5, which targets the g2 pawn, and if that pawn disappears, then all hell breaks loose on the king side. Alireza must have something prepared here. I was having a hard time finding a move.
Dang.
Felt like there were other ways to keep control. Suddenly it's chaos again. And that suits Nakamura, although he's reacting.
Yeah, but he's reacting to the way the game has gone. He will do that even if he wins white's queen.
Right. Wow, what are they doing? I had to win in like 17 moves.
Maybe bishop takes f5, but man, that's terrifying.
Maybe queen c5.
Terrifying with 1 minute on your clock for both sides here. What is next for Alireza? That white king coming under fire. Black's queen threatening to come over to g6. Yeah. Plenty of threats here, potentially.
Hikaru's got to be smelling the blood right now. He is down to 45 seconds with big threats on Alireza's king. You want to pick up the f5 pawn, but you can't afford losing the g2 pawn because then the h3 pawn hangs as well, coming in with a fork. This is a moment that forces Alireza to go into a think, to burn the clock, but he doesn't have that much time. He's now down to less than a minute. How does he keep things under control on the king side?
That's the thing, and he struggled with this yesterday in time pressure. He made a lot of tactical errors. Bishop z5 on the board. I like that move. Queen g6. There's king h2, just cold-bloodedly hiding the king in the corner. So buckle your seatbelts. Both sides under a minute now, and Hikaru leans in to try to figure out the way to maximize this king side attack.
After queen g6, the one thing you shouldn't do is pick up that knight. Watch out for that tender spot on g2. We've seen mate in ones happen before.
Yeah, Alireza knows all about that.
Ooh-wee.
Yeah, just to show queen takes knight, don't do it. Queen takes would be checkmate. And we won't see lightning strike twice. Firstly, because Nakamura didn't switch his queen. He actually went backwards, hitting this pawn from a different angle. This one is pure chaos. Bishops against the bishop and knight combo here. Black going for the kill, though. Wow, look at that white king. Totally open. In a classical game, white still with the advantage, but this is chaos, and it's bullet chess now. Danya, we need some advice. What should white be aiming to do?
Well, queen e3 is obviously trade the queens if you can. Black, maybe bishop c5 back to d4. Try to create counter threats against black's king, but black's threatening queen b8 takes b2. There's so many avenues and angles and streets that you have to keep closed. Firouzja now with 25 seconds. Oh my God, it's so hard not to panic here, Tanya.
It's insane how that knight defends the e6 check, the bishop on c6 defends the e8 check, everything under control, which forced Alireza to defend that b2 pawn. He goes down at the board with b4. The players are playing on seconds. Anyone can get checkmated in this position, but it just looks like the bishops are so much stronger right now. Black's queen, it has to find a way to the king side.
It really does. Meanwhile, black has at least established material equality, winning a pawn back on the edge of the board, but black's piece is temporarily
queen d4 is a threat.
Coordinated.
King f2, I would play.
Yep. Big threat on the board. And, okay, he spots it. Double attack. Black's queen jumps in, though, with some nasty checks. Where's the black knight retreating to? No checks right now for black, unless you trade the queens.
But then the knight's still in trouble, and black could easily lose that. Bishop c6,
that
he gives
is
the
not
knight
a
up.
move. I guess he's not mated.
I think bishop takes f4.
He's bluffing here, Nakamura.
Bishop takes f4.
And he calls the bluff.
And you run.
And you take it.
You
lose.
And you
Oh
lose.
my God, Hikaru Nakamura is about to get eliminated.
Wow.
Wait, but if he takes it, the h pawn is the wrong corner color, so white still has to demonstrate some technique here.
Got to be really careful. Do you step forward with the white king? Do you go for checkmate?
Well,
Queens
black
might
has
come
queen
off
f3,
anyway.
so I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, we take those and keep it moving.
Queens are going to come off. This is going to be an endgame. It's winning for white, but you have to be a bit careful.
7 seconds. 6. He needs to
winning.
make a move. Hikaru is so angry at himself right now. He does run with the king. Can Alireza do it? He's got 13 seconds on the clock.
Okay, one thing to avoid. You mentioned, Daniel, do not ever push your pawn forward on the b file and allow the black bishop to sacrifice itself for it. Allow the bishop to sacrifice for this pawn. And this one should be winning now.
Bishop e6 check. Bishop e6 check, and king f6 ends the game.
Ends the game
On
instantly.
the
Bishop
spot.
e6 is over. King f6, bishop d3, bishop f5.
Oh, he
Deflects the
missed
black
it.
king.
God, that is basic tactics there. Alireza still completely winning, I think.
Just marches with the king on the other side now. But you still have to push that b pawn without giving it away. The bishop will block, but it's still some technique to show.
A lot of technique to show.
Yep. Nakamura, he knows he's losing, but still white needs to prove it. And the white bishop is...
Whoa, he lost his bishop.
Relax.
Woo.
Relax.
That's it.
Oh, man.
And that's it. Hikaru Nakamura is out of the ChessKid Cup.
Never have I
Alireza
ever.
Firouzja wins in the losers bracket.
That's crazy. Look at the man himself. Breathe. Just he can relax now. He has taken down the Goliath.
What a match that was. But we have to say that Alireza Firouzja today from the start was the better player, David.
Yep, he was the better player. Nakamura just not at his best today. And, yeah, Firouzja takes the result. What a way to end, though, on a mouse slip. Dramatic game. What a game. And meanwhile, we're left with more action today. And this is just in the losers bracket. Still plenty more chess. Meanwhile, this one, what is the material count? It's 2 rooks for a queen and pawn. Level material. But Shimanov with white needs to win. What do we think? Any chances here? I think I would take the queen, if anything. The white rooks aren't coordinated, aren't connected right now.
Queen b2 putting an attack on the c1 rook, also eyeing the d4 rook there. Alexander Shimanov has to win this game to force a playoff, otherwise it will be the end of the road for him. I love that knight on d5 just plants itself there and dominating those 2 rooks, not allowing them to penetrate to the other side.
Yeah, the black knight is a rock, and meanwhile, white forced to retreat. Both sides around 10 seconds, so Shimanov has a chance if he keeps his nerve. Black here going for the white a pawn, however. If that pawn drops off the board, looks like safety for Jules Moussard.
Yeah, it's just too many pawns. It's too much. I mean, usually you'll take the 2 rooks and the knight, usually, but I mean, it's just too much. You also have to deal with the pass a pawn now. The knight is cemented there on d5. The rooks are actually passive, so all we're doing is really, shuffle. Every day I'm shuffling, just moving them boys back and forth, trying to figure this out. It's also very low on time for both these guys here.
And Jules there, he was bullying his opponent with the thought of a repetition because he has draw odds here. A draw will be enough to get black through to the next round. And yeah, you can just keep dancing around with the queen.
Wow, yeah. A draw is enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's only one weak spot, one tender point in the black position. That's the f7 pawn next to the black king. So as long as you don't allow one of the rooks up to the 7th rank, you're safe. And I think Jules is very aware of that. Now the black queen threatening to slide across with a nasty check. White is the one on the defensive here, if anything.
Last try is going to go rook b2, I think, but the queen can slide back to e7 and defend the b7 square. Under normal circumstances, Jules will be playing this for a win. He is playing it for a win, but obviously he'll take a repetition if it presents itself. Okay, these are just one-move threats by Shimanov, and queen b7. That pawn going to go further.
Yeah, walking into a pin there. White's knight retreating, but really uncomfortable on the diagonal. Black's queen peering down, and there's a nasty knight fork.
Bang.
Game over.
Hit the button.
Double attack, and that will end Shimanov's
2
tournament.
seconds, 1, and Shimanov with knight c3. He just hasn't thrown in the towel yet, but it looks like it's absolutely busted now. He loses more material. Jules Musal will be advancing in the losers bracket, and the end of the road for Shimanov.
Yeah, heartbreaking result. It turned in just the space of a couple of moves in the first game, and the second game, Shimanov, he had to gamble, he had to risk, and we have to admire what he tried. But Jules, nerves of steel from the Frenchman.
What an action-packed elimination bracket that was. Few would have predicted for Hikaru Nakamura to be knocked out on day 2. He has been on fire the entire tour, finishing runners-up at the Athens Masters, winning in grand style at the Chessable Masters. This one was a disaster for him, and it was Alireza Firouzja, world number 4, super genius, who took him down. Alireza Firouzja is also back from a great second-place finish at the Romania Grand Chess Tour, so he's definitely feeling in form, and spectacular action in that game. David, so many big moments.
So many big moments, and I just want to highlight the one moment it slipped away for Nakamura, the one moment that cost him his place in the ChessKid Cup. And it was here. He bluffed. It was already difficult for black, the white bishops dominating the board, but he bluffed by retreating his bishop, going for a check, but it turned out that the white king could simply run. The knight was captured, and this king walk was decisive. After this check, perhaps what Nakamura had missed was that white could simply return the piece, give up the bishop, and transpose into this endgame. And we saw the final heartbreaking move in a few moves' time from Nakamura, retreating his bishop, maybe a mouse slip, maybe just having given up psychologically here. But if he had retreated his bishop, the key idea for white would be to step back, intercept, and walk the pawn forward to victory. Great game by Firouzja, but heartbreak for Nakamura.
Some great technique there, and that means before we head over to our winners bracket, this is our scoreline. Alireza Firouzja, he advances through in the ChessKid Cup. It is the end of the road for Hikaru Nakamura, and Jules Musad, he takes down Alexander Shimanov, makes his way into day 3 of the ChessKid Cup. But of course, we have to talk about Alireza Firouzja's great performance in that match against Hikaru. And we've got Alireza, he is joining us there from Paris. Alireza, congratulations.
Thank you.
Great game today. It was a lot of fun to watch. Tremendous match. I have to ask you, against Hikaru, he is such a beast of an opponent in this format. How did you do it today?
Yeah, of course, we were both disappointed from yesterday. I expected to play in the winner bracket, but yeah, Dimitri played brilliantly yesterday, and I didn't have so much chances. I mean, and for today, I'm happy that Hikaru didn't play his best, and I had chances, and I used my chances. So. But of course, Hikaru was not at his best today.
Alireza, you mentioned that yesterday was a very difficult day and it didn't end well for you. What did you do to switch it up and get ready for this big game?
Not much, because I don't expect myself normally to get anywhere in online tournaments, because I never passed even quarterfinals. And I think it's my first time that I won a match in knockouts, I think, in these 2 years. So it's a bit weird statistic, but it happens. And yeah, I'm happy today that I won, but I don't expect so much from myself.
That's interesting to hear, Alireza, because for us, we've seen you in those bullet speed chess, and you're always so strong. But you mentioned that it's been a bit of a struggle with online chess. Why is that the case?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out, but I cannot reach to an absolute answer, so I don't know.
It's all the FMs entitled Tuesday. They're unbeatable.
But are you having fun so far? Well, today was a great day.
Yeah, today was quick also, and yeah, it was. I wanted to have this practice against Hikaru. Yesterday was so tense, but today I'm happy that I was a bit more calm and I played good chess, and it was good practice, I think.
And finally, I want to ask you just one more question before we let you go, Alireza, that today's match could have gone either way. Both games were so double-edged. What was your feeling while you were playing it?
There was not so much pressure on me because I expected, I just wanted to play good chess. So at the end, I was trying to make good moves and practice for the future tournaments. And so I was trying to be more calm, and it's not easy to play Hikaru under this pressure, but I saw him in the camera that he was more nervous than me, so that always plays a role, and I'm happy today that I won. So.
You mentioned that you saw him on the camera. Do his expressions ever impact you? Is that something that you think about while playing?
Yeah, of course you can read a lot of things from Hikaru because he shows a lot, I think. So, but sometimes he likes to do it to trick people also, so it can go other ways. So, but in general, I like to look at him because it's funny. So.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, Alireza, and it's a pleasure to have you, and all the best for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Alireza Firouzja taking down one of the absolute bests in the world. Hikaru Nakamura is out of the ChessKid Cup. We got big action coming up. But first, we're going to take a quick short Twitch break.
ChessKid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And ChessKid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. ChessKid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. ChessKid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. ChessKid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. ChessKid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
At Magnus Academy, we've taught chess to 100,000 kids. With summer around the corner, we're gearing up for camps. At online chess camps, kids learn about chess in a safe, fun environment from a team of all-star coaches. Kids are grouped by skill level from beginners up to national champions. There are never more than 8 kids per coach, so every child gets plenty of attention. You might even get the chance to meet Magnus and ask him a question or challenge him to a game. Each week has a different theme, like opening traps, learning from your losses, or Magnus Carlsen's best games. Sign up by May 31st to get a $30 discount. Join the 100,000 kids and counting that have learned chess with Magnus Chess Academy.
For over 75 years, we've witnessed moments that will last forever. Records and trophies, firsts and onlys, game-changing innovations. From the heroes we admire to the joy of watching them play. Our history defines us, inspires us, and pushes us into the future. Celebrating 75 years of changing the game. Puma, forever faster.
The action continues at the ChessKid Cup as we will be kicking off day 2 of the winners bracket. But before that, we've got Simon Williams back with us. Simon, that was a dramatic round. Alireza taking down Hikaru.
That was massive, wasn't it? I mean, all the Hikaru fans around the world, they're crying a little tear at the moment, and it was a really big encounter. I mean, either of them on their day could be world champions even, so massive result for Alireza there.
It's such a big dream for these players to play in Division 1. And one of the ways to get there, Simon, is to win Division 2. And we've got some big encounters going on there as well.
That's right. There's loads of great players in Division 2, and it is a dream to get into Division 1 because that's the proper division. That's the high division where you can make yourself a legend. And I think we should take a look at what's been going on in those divisions. So here we'll start with the winners side of Division 2. And anyone who's been winning this match is in a great situation. And you can see some rather shocking results. I mean, Liam Lee losing there. I mean, he was ex-Blitz world champion. He's losing to his fellow countrymen. So that was really quite a result. David Anton still fighting, gets Vladimir Fedosev. And the young Indian player, that's a fantastic result because Kirill Alexenko is a star. And Sadwani winning that is a brilliant result. And the losers bracket, who is going home? Well, Mamedyarov stays in the competition by beating Kratsev. And you can see Dmitry Adriakin, another big name, has also stayed in the competition as well. And yeah, it's getting very tense there already. So,
Simon, it's such a grueling format, and we see all these big upsets and these results, as you've been pointing out. What do you think is the reason that we often see the favorites kind of being knocked down?
I think everyone's just so strong nowadays. Everyone has the potential to win. It's quite a quick and exciting format. So anything can happen, really. It's just unpredictable. And that's what makes it great to commentate on, really, and to watch. So
we love the unpredictability. And one player who is quite unpredictable with his style is the Indian grandmaster. He's just 17 years old. He has been making news, well, for his chess, but also for this super cool tattoo. I've got to ask you, James, what do you think about that one?
Oh, that boy Fire, I understand. That's sick, man. Look at your tattoo. I'm going to have to talk to him, young fella. That's actually really nice work from him.
Yeah, that's a nice tattoo, but he's 17 years old. What's his mum got to say about that? I mean,
his mom,
he's got a tattoo, but he's got a baby face. He looks about 12. I mean, with a tattoo like that, you should at least have some like scars or something.
Yeah. If it's a chest tattoo, then it's allowed.
Okay,
Simon.
I guess so.
Those
it's
are
a
the
cool
rules.
tattoo.
If you're 17, the only tattoos that are allowed is the knight and the king on the hand. Now, who's the king in Division 3? Because we are seeing some big results come in.
We are. So let's have a quick look at Division 3. And again, there's lots of action going on. Hari Krishna in the winners quarterfinals has impressed me the most. But also, we did say this young player, Denis Lazovic, has been playing so well to put Valieko down a division. Alan Pitcho also impressing. Sam Sevion, I thought, would win that one. But all these guys who've won that match are in a great situation at the moment. All chances to go through to the next stage. Benjamin Bock stays in the losers section. So does the legend, the one and only legend, Gata Kamsky, a veteran of the game. And in the all-German clash, we see Vincent Kmart go home, another prodigy. And another rather disappointing result was Arjen Tari there, the only Norwegian. We want a bit of Norwegian love here. We're in Norway. He goes home as well. But David Navarra, the sweetest guy in chess, he stays in the competition. And that will put a smile on a lot of people's faces.
Wow, thank you so much for that, Simon. And we will keep our eyes out on the other two divisions as well and keep getting some spicy updates from Ginger GM. But the big spicy news for now at the ChessKid Cup has been the elimination of Hikaru Nakamura. What a performance there by Alireza. And after what happened on day 1, David, that's got to be a huge confidence boost.
Yeah, a huge confidence boost. I backed him to step his game up a level, and he really did, Alireza Firouzja, today. I'm still reeling, actually. It's a bit of a shock and disappointment that Nakamura has to leave us, but what a clash it was. What a match.
James, we're just not used to seeing this happen.
Not at all. I mean, Hikaru just was off 2 days in a row. I mean, what, like, is the sky really blue, or like, what is really going on here? But of course, it is Firouzja. If anybody can do it, it's definitely Firouzja. And now Firouzja is definitely a huge favorite to go all the way, especially we have to see what Fabi does. But I mean, Firouzja fans are raving right now.
Wow. And we will have more chess in the winners bracket. And this is such a big game. Two heavy hitters. It is a clash of generations. Fabiano Caruana will be taking on the 18-year-old Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And before this starts, again, guys, round of predictions. What happens in this one? I'm going to start with Daniel.
I hate making predictions because they're so close in strength. I'm going to have to go with Fabi for this one.
Oh, Fabi. What do you think, James?
I got to go with Fabio on this one, too, as well. I think the experience there, the preparation. I mean, he's played Magnus in a World Championship, classical games, made it all the way through, lost in the rapid portion. Definitely looking for Fabi.
Now, we are seeing a reverse Grunfeld. David, what do you think?
Yeah, I love Fabi, but you guys have forced me to say Abdusattorov in this one. And yeah, reverse Grunfeld so far. It feels like Fabi's trying to move order. Abdusattorov here, he's trying some of that old trickery. He knows his openings inside out. But
is it fair to say, David, that you're giving the Nodirbek to Abdusattorov for winning?
Definitely giving him the Nodirbek. Yeah. And Abdusattorov, he's happy to transpose now into a Catalan opening. We talked earlier about how the French can transpose into a Sicilian, as we saw in that game between Nakamura and Firouzja. Now this started as a kind of offbeat queen pawn opening. Now it's going into the Catalan. And yeah, interesting start to the opening. I didn't predict this from Fabi. I thought he'd be a bit more direct against his younger rival.
Me too, actually. It's usually E4. I mean, just go with your guns here, go with what you like the best here. But I think he just wanted to mix it up a little bit, which is totally understandable. I'm sure probably Nodirbek was prepping E4. So he's like, oh, let's play something different, take him out of his comfort zone here. Takes A3, B4 looks good.
C4 also common here. You can many ways to play this position. You can play it non-theoretically. He decides to transition things back into sort of a Catalan semi-Tarrasch-esque structure.
Some big decisions on this one. In the center, we'll see what the players decide. But now it's also action in the other matchup as Jordan Van Foreest takes on Dmitry Kolars. This is a big one. These two players scored big upsets on day one. And today they face each other. It's going to be a fun one. What are we expecting from Jordan? Run, Forrest, run?
Yeah, we need more great opening preparation. 1d4, even though Jordan also, by nature, is an e4 player. But man, Tanya, Jordan versus Dimitri, and then we had Hikaru versus Alireza. This is the winner's bracket. That was the loser's bracket. Mind-blowing stuff here at the ChessKid Cup. And this opening, not particularly mind-blowing. A Slav, that's pretty standard fare. And Queen C2 variation has been sidelined, but well-known for many years now.
Yeah, well known for many years. And it does have a more kind of positional nature, at least a reputation. Queen C2, it basically takes the game into the middle game. White has a little bit more space. If you look at the central pawn structure, White is the one who can pull the trigger at any time. White is the one who holds the key to opening up the position. But Black rock solid meanwhile. And I've got to say, if I were Dmitry Kolars here, I would be extremely surprised. But I would also be relieved because Jordan, he does have this reputation for attacking, and it's not one of those types of positions so far. Just interestingly, I noticed that Anish Giri, one of Jordan's good friends, had this exact position himself earlier today in a different tournament, and now it's appeared on the board here. So, yeah, maybe some synergy there, maybe some work done on this exact opening. James, who are you picking in this clash?
Yeah, I actually like the fact that White can be very flexible here. You can still go aggressive. I mean, we saw a weird Catalan yesterday from Firouzja. Actually, that we saw today, even if you're watching Sharjah Masters. There's a weird Catalan just thing going on with Bishop G2 and playing H4 that we saw yesterday, and even casting Queen side. So that possibility is still here too as well. I mean, you see with the neural network engines now and Alpha Zeros, H4, H5, right? Especially when you see a Finchetto Bishop here, it's very nice. You have lots of ideas. You can also go to classical route, Knight C3, Bishop D2, castle, Knight C3, B3, castle, right? So lots of options. I like to have flexibility in options. Black here also has not as many. Going with C6 and D5, you are forced to try to play certain ways of doing things. Where does your bishop go? Do you Finchetto it, or do you go Bishop F5? That's something you have to worry about as well.
Yeah, Jordan didn't get the memo, though, that he needs to open a window. Air quality, carbon dioxide levels very high in that room.
Yeah, I think it's grown from yesterday. And man, 75 degrees Fahrenheit, that's, I mean, I like it warm, but I don't go above like 73.
Yeah.
Sorry, David, 24 4. I forgot where I am for a second. Yes.
Celsius. Thank you,
Europeans.
Oh, wow. And talking of getting hot, this position is spicing up. C5.
Whoa.
Already moving the c-pawn for the second time in this game, losing a tempo. Dmitry Kolar's very direct play. And look at this. Pawns capturing all over the place. Not a position I've seen, I've got to admit, at this early stage. Move 7 only.
E4 after this? I like this for. I mean, this is definitely
Yeah, girl, E4.
you know what I'm saying? E4 anyway. Like, this is up to Jordan's alley here. He took on D4, but I thought E4 was definitely something spicy. We keep D4 kind of loose there, but okay, right? We takes here, and then we takes. We have sort of a just equal position.
I think what's attracting Jordan is the prospect of castling and quickly putting a rook on D1. Now, Queen D8 takes D5 is inadvisable because of a small positional detail. Bishop on C8 would hang, and wow, I'm not able to predict a single one of these moves. He castles kingside first, maybe so that he can take on D5 with the queen. Nope, never mind. And there we go, rook D1, and settling the knight on D5 under a good deal of pressure, particularly, David, if this knight moves away from D4, E4 will be threatened. Black's got to keep an eye on the bishop on C8. Some logistical problems here for Black, but maybe queen B6 solves a lot of them.
Yeah, I like it. Just getting the queen out of the way. You never want to be feeling uncomfortable with your queen stared down by a rook anytime. So get the queen out of the way. It looks a bit loose, this black knight hanging in the air, undefended right now, but you can always move it out of the way with tempo. You can hit the white queen, gaining time to retreat it a bit later on. So I think Dmitry has this all under control. He does indeed play queen b6. And either this is opening theory or it's very impressive play from Dmitry Kolar's so far. I'm not sure what to expect here from Jordan, but if he can't generate anything in the next few moves, watch out for Black actually taking over the advantage, because this bishop, this kind of silent assassin from afar, an archer, is peering down this diagonal. Very strong play, and it's actually a reversed Catalan, pretty much, this type of opening. So Jordan needs some action here and now.
Wow. Will he be able to do that? Well, one thing's for sure, he has played with confidence and speed, and he continues to do that. He's about 14 minutes on the clock, so there has been an impressive amount of time usage there. But for Dmitry Kolar, yesterday when we had him on the show, he mentioned that he wasn't even sure about getting through to the second round in the winner's bracket. It was a big upset that he scored against Alireza Firouzja, but confidence is key, and Dimitri's got to find that at some point, because in these formats, it's so much about the inner game. He's got to feel that he belongs here with the very best.
Well, first of all, I hope he canceled his appointment from yesterday, or whatever his engagement was. But, you know, he's very modest. Obviously, he's ecstatic to be here. And he's got margin for error. He's still in the winner's bracket, so he could lose a match and still be in this tournament. That's kind of a dream scenario for Dmitry. No expectations on him. It's actually, that's why it's really fun to play as an underdog, because, you know, you're not really in the spotlight, and he's got good chances. I mean, let me tell you this. He's much happier to play Jordan in the second round than Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, and he is. He continues with those knight jumps. We see knight b4. We saw plenty of those by him on day one as well. Hitting that queen, Jordan sidesteps. We will sidestep from this game for now and head back to Fabiano Caruana taking on Nodirbek, Abdusattorov. Of course, a big matchup between two absolute stars of the game. It's a clash of generations, youth versus experience there. Is it also a clash of styles, James?
Absolutely. I mean, well, Abdusattorov is very strong in like I think he's a universal player. He's not known for being super aggressive, but he's very solid. Very solid. I mean, sort of like Wesley So, like precise, but also very solid. He likes to play a range of openings too as well. The good ones, like nothing risky. You don't see King's Indian from him. You don't even see a Grunfeld. Or you see very solid stuff from him, and it's worked. I mean, World Rapid Champion at his age, the youngest ever, right? And then Fabi is very direct, but he also, you know, is very strong. Calculator, human calculator, COE brand for us, right? Calculation over everything. That man calculates. And here, I mean, he must have calculated or prepped himself into a great position. So far, I mean, the C5 square is on lock. The C6 pawn is weak. I don't even see any good trumps in Black's position, to be honest. Okay, we have active pieces, to say the least. Our pieces are developed. When it comes to weaknesses, I mean, that's really apparent for Black here. A7 can be weak. C6 is weak. C5 is weak, right? So, and the C file itself, we have everything that we like here with the white pieces.
Yeah, some kind of, I'm not sure exactly what to call them. They're not quite hanging pawns, this structure with C6 and D5, but yeah, some juicy squares nonetheless. James, you pointed out to jump into. Either the knight can jump in at some point a bit later on, or you can kind of plant a bishop on a nice square. You do have to be slightly careful, I guess, of this E2 point, but
easily defended. For example, at some point, I wouldn't be surprised if Fabi does take a timeout just to shuffle his rook across. This does ring a bell, this position. I'm not sure if I've seen exactly this one, but it was recommended in some books by Boris Avruk a few years ago, just this way of fighting against the Tarrasch defense. And yeah, looking healthy for white. But I should mention, Caruana has burnt a bit of time, so maybe not loving his position as much as it looks visually. Yeah, what do you think, Daniel?
Well, if it gets any hotter than 78 degrees in his room, then his room might start to burn. And I also think he's wearing a sweatshirt, so no comment there. But no, the positional masters, Capablanca, Rubinstein, they'd be very happy to have this type of position. Full clamp on the dark squares on the queen side. Black's pawn structure called the hanging pawns, when you've got those 2 pawns on an island in the center. And the c6 pawn, that's the base of the pawn chain. That's the one that you really want to try to attack. You can do it with queen c2. He centralizes his bishop. And David, you mentioned the e2 pawn being a bit of an issue. You can also fix that by moving the queen away from d1 and then pushing that pawn up to e3, which would also have the positive effect of supporting the bishop. So plenty of ways to solve that problem. Caruana with a very small but stable edge in this position, I think.
Yeah. I think we're all in agreement here that we like white's position, that we would pick white, but there must be something going for black here. What should Abdusattorov be thinking about? He has a big time advantage. How can he utilize that? How can he generate some kind of activity, some kind of play? You often need something to compensate for this hanging structure.
Yeah. That's going to be a hard one. You can't even really move the bishop. I mean, you have to go d8 because the bishop takes f6 is on top there, right? Now, of course, maybe we could try moving the bishop to f8 to hit e2 because it does hit e2 as an in-between move, like bishop f8, bishop f6, bishop e2. But, I mean, even then, like, your king side is kind of messed up there. I don't think we are allowing bishop takes e2 there, so maybe we do have to play rook e1. But now we have to worry about the knights. So maybe do we move it to e4? Like, I don't have squares really. Like, it doesn't, I have to kind of go there. I can't go d7, e8, h5 is taken. Like, I have to do something there. This isn't the easiest position to navigate at all for black.
Yeah, this looks like the best bet, or at least a decent practical try for black right now. At least you have one active piece here, the knight on e4 in the center, so it makes a lot of sense. But Abdusattorov weighing up these options himself. He's thinking, okay, how can I at least plant one nice piece into the center if you can't do anything else? And I don't see anything else productive to do while white starts to get organized in this next few moves. It looks like great opening prep by Fabi, gotta say.
Yeah, I wouldn't make a mountain out of a molehill, though. I would, stay calm here for black because he's still solid. I mean, rook 8 can come to c8, not the move you really want to play, but it's going to take a long time for white to actually get around to winning one of these pawns because good squares, they don't win you games. They get you a nice position, knight to c5, pleasant, but, white's not winning or anywhere close. Canty, I know you had something to say.
Oh, no, I was just...
Give us the tactics.
Exactly. Tactics. Please, where are the tactics? No, but this is really good. In fact, what's funny? We do this all the time. This is Jobava reminiscent. In a way, without the bishop on g2, obviously. But, the lines with c5, right? Where you got the knight on a4 and the bishop. The bishop's usually on f4 in those lines. But, I mean, really, white always just has a nagging edge because of the pawn structure is better. There's a bishop f8 move. I felt it. Definitely, but I mean, it definitely does not feel good after, like, okay, rook e1, even g4 with a tempo. Rook e1 played, and then probably knight e4, and just relax.
Yeah, but
try to do something with that.
Fabi doing something that's kind of really instructive for those viewers at home, especially the younger viewers. He was thinking during Abdusattorov's kind of long tank there. Abdusattorov was kind of mulling things over for 2-3 minutes. Fabi was instantly ready with his reply. So especially in rapid and blitz chess, watch out for that one. Think in your opponent's time. And Abdusattorov clearly has come up with that plan. You mentioned there, James, at least one good piece. Often does make a position a lot healthier. And that black knight, now I'm loving where it's sat in the center, just peering at the white king as well. White's king side, potentially slightly vulnerable long term. And it's slightly harder as well for white to plant knights or any pieces into those dark squares without allowing a bunch of exchanges. And it's not clear at the moment, at least to me, who that favors. So big questions for Fabi now, how to improve his position.
Aggressive here. No, that's too much.
The knight is in the center, planted on e4. There was a threat of getting that bishop to b4 to hit that rook. And David, as you mentioned, we are seeing a bunch of trades on c5. But one gets the feeling that if there were only major pieces left, black should be fine. You've got a target on that e2 pawn. It's a soft spot in white's position. The rook on e8, the bishop on h5. But right now, the big question is, do you really want to trade that super nice knight on e4 for that bishop?
That's a hard question. I mean, giving me Nakamura-Firouzja vibes where you've got the bishop pair, you can eliminate it, but that means giving up a strong piece. These are the kinds of decisions that GM chess is made of, and oftentimes the strongest players are just as unsure as any player would be of making this decision. You've got to make it intuitively. You can feel the wheels turning in Nodirbek's head. If you're not taking on c5, you could consider a move like rook a b8, make minor improvements on the queen side. Looks like he's getting ready to make his decision.
He's got to do that quickly as well. And this could be his chance to neutralize the bishop pair, or once that bishop gets out of there. We saw in Alireza Hikaru how strong the potential that they have in a long-term position. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, definitely a dilemma for him. Does he capture on c5 right now, or does he keep that knight alive on e4?
As I mentioned, I'm biased. I would get rid of those bishops. I saw the power of them in the Firouzja game. But he says no, he doesn't want to trade bishops. That black knight is pretty impressive, got to say. And, OK, he just maintains the tension. Now Fabi is going to try and activate maybe his queen. Maybe he'll get that white dark square bishop out of the way, just to ensure it stays on the board. There we go. He does activate his queen and some threats. The c6 pawn, a bit of a tender one in the next few moves. And watch out, there is a pin as well. The two queens, a bit of tension on that diagonal. Do you like it, James?
Yeah, I love it for white. It's just worse for black. I mean, even if we would have taken on c5, I'd probably like it. They call it the lesser evil, right? Is like maybe taking, well, h5, lashing out. I like it. h5, he wants to go h4. Maybe we play h4 ourselves here as Fabi, but I mean, it's just worse. Even if we do take, yeah, he moves the bishop now. So now we have the bishop here, but he's arguing, hey, at least I have a knight here. If we would have traded the knight for the bishop, then we do have, you know, a worse position where c6 is just completely weak. We play e3, we double the rooks on a c file. We always playing for 2 results in that game for white here. So I guess he wanted to keep the knight on the board to say, okay, I have more chances here, keep my position and maybe options alive. Like maybe if I could get a c5 in, rook e6, queen d6, rook c8, somehow play c5 and then use the hanging pawn structure to try to maybe move forward. It does weaken the pawns a little bit, but sitting around and waiting is something that we don't want to do, especially Nodirbek here. Rook e6 is very common. I like it. Bishop f5, maybe swinging the rook on the h file.
Yeah, he's playing moves that look very aggressive, Abdusattorov, but he's not necessarily threatening anything. He's just saying to Fabi, okay, if you can't get anywhere, then long term, maybe there'll be something against your king side. Yeah, I'm struggling for ideas actually here for Fabi. There's no kind of natural, kind of easy-looking, smooth moves that improve his position necessarily.
Well, h4 is very tempting tactically because I see the rook and the queen. They're on the same diagonal. So h4 would sort of threaten bishop h3, which wouldn't win an exchange, but it would induce a very weakening move. f7, f5 would be necessary. But black can beat white to the punch, as James pointed out. Bishop f5 and the light squares on the king side have been weakened. So Caruana with some difficult decisions to make here. If he doesn't play h4, then black could play h4 and then strike even further at the king side with f7, f5 once white plays g4. So far from a one-sided position. And if Caruana is to attack the c6 pawn, he's got to do it efficiently. It's not clear how to pile the pressure onto that pawn, David. Last thing I'll say, rook c2 walks right into a potential x-ray. So difficult stuff here, and Fabi does decide to push that h-pawn up.
He does, and I expect a quick decision from Abdusattorov. Looks supernatural here, just to bring the bishop, there we go, to f5. And no threats now for white, and at least he's solidified on the dark squares here. I do wonder whether later on in the game we will see some sacrifices, maybe by the knight on one of these two squares. Maybe we'll see g5 at some point. If black gets really desperate, there will be at least some counterplay against the white king to fall back on. But, OK, Fabi reacts by attacking the h-pawn. Bit of a strange-looking move, but also asking black a difficult question. You don't really want to push a pawn, for example, to g6 to defend, because suddenly huge weaknesses on the dark squares long-term. And, yeah, how will black react to that? Big question.
I mean, you know me, David. I just want to play g5, my guy, and the rook can go to g6 at some point. Like, g5 is definitely tempting, right? It's not that bad. The engine's like, okay, it ain't terrible, but it's not that good either, but it's not terrible. And then as you let it think, it almost goes to equal. g5 is definitely a move. And then we play something like rook g6. And like, go at him. He did play h5. He put the bishop on f5. He played rook e6, signifying I want his king side something. And what is it is the question.
But I like what he's done instead as well. He takes away that light squared bishop, offers a trade, so now there's no more bishop pair advantage, and that pawn on g4, it looks like it's a double pawn, but it also really cramps down white's position.
Was there a need for Fabi to take on g4, at least that seems to me intuitively to have been a strategic error.
Yeah, actually, my favorite pawn structure in chess, let's just make a random move. Let's say b3. My favorite pawn structure in chess is actually this one. I call it the bug house structure. You just put your king on this square, and it's safe as houses, tucked away. And yeah, it's very strange to me that Fabi committed so early. And now the king is not necessarily safe. I can imagine the queen somehow lining up on this diagonal long term and causing some problems for the white king.
And that move G5, James,
I'm staring at it. I'm like,
always in the air, but you've got to be super careful when you play it because that bishop on D4 will be a monster. Just got to make sure you're not the one getting checkmated. It's definitely an idea that Nodirbek has in mind to blow open the king side. King G2 played quickly. The good thing for Fabi is that he has kept it under control on the clock. The clocks are level, but it is about who this position is easier to play for. And I think the answer for that would be Nodirbek with an open E line, the open B line, having the option to put the rook anywhere, the knight on E4, taking control of that C5 square. White's got one plan, target the C6 pawn, but black can also go for the E2 pawn, doubling up on the E line.
Yeah, White's kind of a one-track mind here. He has to attack those queenside pawns. Less minor pieces there, the harder it becomes to do that. So rook c2 and rook ec1 is, I think, what Fabi's leaning on, which makes the next two moves so important for Nodirbek. That f2 pawn, e2 pawn, he might have one of them for breakfast, or shall I say breakfast. But that's hard to do as well. He might double with rook a to e8, but don't forget also about the a7 pawn, which would hang.
Weaknesses everywhere. You've got to watch out for it. A7, so easy to miss. It's definitely a tender spot in black's position that does tie down the rook on a. That queen on a4 is a multi-purpose piece, David. It not only eyes the c6 weakness that we're talking about, it pins that c6 pawn, not letting it advance down the board, but also keeps the rook tied down to a7.
Yeah, like you say, White's queen very actively placed right now, but yeah, it's unclear what to do next. Just to point out Tanya's lines there, the queen does eye up this one and this one, keeping black's pieces honest. The move I was instantly attracted to was just to get out of this pin. I want to kind of cause some trickery. I want to kind of move my queen out of the way. Eventually, now that the pin is broken, potentially push this pawn forward, just sacrificing, opening up this diagonal. But what else is Abdusattorov thinking about? He pushes his pawn to a6. Ooh, I'm not sure I like that one. The rook is still tied down to this pawn, even if it's not on a dark square. But yeah, Danya, you mentioned rook c2, followed by rook ec1, ganging up on a weakness.
I think
Abdusattorov got in store there.
Yeah, maybe rook a to e8, because then tactically the pawn is untouchable on a6 because of c5. But you're right. White plays rook ec1, and the a6 pawn isn't the problem. You haven't done anything about your c6 pawn either. White is faster to that pawn than black is to the e2 pawn in this case. So maybe a little bit of panic based on the time that he has on the clock. This position very hard to evaluate. I think the next couple of moves are going to determine who will be in the driver's seat.
Fully agreed. It feels like it could turn if black whips up an attack. Great for the queen and knight combo. But if not, then white has huge targets to attack, especially those black pawns on the queen side. Who would you pick here, James, if you had to?
I'm not even gonna lie, I like black. I do like this f5, g5 idea. Okay, yes, it weakens the dark squares for around my king, but I mean, yeah, it weakens it, but it's only weak if you can get to it. Now, of course, that could be something later on, but f5 and g5 are really strong. f5 is threatening almost like f4. Break that boy way open there. Maybe play some g5 in there too as well. f5 followed by g5 is really aggressive, but it also will get you in the think tank here, especially as Fabi's getting lower on time. Definitely want to throw an f5 in there and a g5 and then f4, and we see who's attacking who.
I love it. March down the board with those
F3?
pawns. The first pawn that marches down the board is Fabi's f-pawn, and Nodirbek taking David's advice, thinking in his opponent's time, knight d2, and immediately queen c2 hits that knight on d2. The knight has to fall back to c4. It's the only square, but will he throw in a check first on f3?
It is possible.
There's an evil tactic, but please go on.
Oh, no. I think you need to hit us with the evil tactic there, Daniel.
No, but it's a long line. There's this line I was thinking knight c4, b3.
Got it.
The knight drops back to d6.
Got it.
And then if white takes the pawn on c6, if I calculated this correctly, after the trade of queens and g takes f3, can't take with the e-pawn because the rook is pinned. If you take with the king, there's knight b5 or f5. And I think white loses a piece because rook takes c6, knight captures the bishop with a fork. So maybe that is the line that Nodirbek was so busy calculating on Fabiano's turn, except he's fallen into another think.
Wow.
That's insane. That's a crazy line. The position that we have on the live board, and look at the position that we have on the analysis board, but we might be, well, I don't think we'll head there, but it's definitely something the players have to think about. What are the chances of this being an intense time scramble? They're both down to about 4 minutes on the clock. And who do you think is stronger playing on seconds, James?
It's a good question. It's about who plays more. I think Fabi's been playing a lot online lately, a lot. And he's also been in time scrambles. He plays the Title Tuesdays, but also Nodirbek. So that's like, it's kind of, if I had to give one, I'd probably get a slight edge to Fabi because he did make it all the way through, of course. But, I mean, Nodirbek's very close. Very close.
Yeah, and it's just crazy. Daniel, you calculated a 6-move variation in like 2 seconds. And I think that actually is Abdusattorov's best bet. Because you don't want to put that black knight on the rim. You don't want to put it on any weird kind of superficial squares. You want to centralize it. So retreating that knight, super logical and actually pretty strong, I feel.
He moves it into E3.
Ooh, okay.
Right, but he can't pick up the C6 pawn. What are the tactics in that position? Is black just playing for initiative? I don't see a way to keep the queens on the board here.
Ooh, this is getting very sharp. Do you have to move the king here as Fabi? I think you cannot take that pawn. The black rook would have been able to capture on E1 at the very end after a queen trade. White would have lost a piece there, so you have to shuffle across. And as you say, Tanya, how do you keep the queens on the board? You can't is the answer. And that might be bad news for Abdusattorov. Getting complicated now.
Yeah, there's a big pin. The E2 pawn is under attack. Can you afford to ignore it? Can you give it up and just go for the A point? Go what a move.
Brilliant move. Forcing a pair of rooks off the board. Fabi is on top tactically. This is probably going to bail out into a draw.
Wow.
They required so much precision from these players. And Fabi, he's definitely worked a lot on his rapid play over the last couple of years after the 2018 World Championship match. And we've been seeing him. He didn't win the Chessable Masters, David, but he was absolutely incredible in that tournament. The only player to stay in the winner's bracket throughout.
Yeah, he's just so impressive, Fabi, and he keeps upping his game, especially in the online format and the rapid format. And yeah, we mentioned that it might fizzle out to a draw, but Fabi will be feeling optimistic if he can keep some tension over the next few moves. He's got a couple of extra minutes. Ooh, really classy move there from Abdusattorov. I was going to say, White's trump card is the fact that you have an outside pass pawn, 2 versus 1, potentially on the queen side. That is gone now. And Fabi, meanwhile, pawn hunting, this is going to fizzle out. This one is destined to be a draw. Most rook end games are drawn, as they say, and this is one of them. Even if White has 3 versus 2 on the king side at the very end, that is a simple draw too. No winning chances.
Maybe some attempts here for White, but okay.
Yeah, very vague winning attempts.
Yeah.
Definitely. So maybe just king d4.
Abdusattorov, though, he's so mature in these endgames, got to say. That's what sets him apart from the rest of his generation, I feel. He's able to calmly hold. Look at him sitting back, sipping some tea. He knows he's going to draw this one.
Very nice. With the black pieces, too, as well, the professional way. When with white, draw with black, right? So looking very draw-like here. Don't see any chances for white, right?
He's going to try, Fabi.
Yeah, of course. He's trying. H5.
Yeah, and I've actually had that exact endgame, I think, half a dozen times in my career, the 3 versus 2. Let's imagine that all the pawns on the left half of the board disappear. White just has F, G, and H against black's 2 pawns there. And the calm kind of way to defend that is to put your king in front of the H pawn. He's even forcing the issue by trading more pawns off the board. Abdusattorov, really simple, really classical stuff here. And yeah, at the right moment, he will liquidate. He will just trade off the whole of the queen side. Yes, it's going to be 2 versus 1, but it should be an easy draw.
Yeah, and that's even if White is able to win the d5 pawn, which is not a given either, because the king picks it up and the rook on d3 is undefended and black can play a4. Then, yeah, I think this is going to be a draw. The only question is in how many moves. Fabi does try king d4, and Abdusattorov does not delay. He can just play f5 and trade all the remaining pawns off the board.
Yeah, you can tell body language, neither player too excited about this one. It's going to end in king versus king. And we do have the draw.
Beautiful.
A peaceful result, but the game was anything but peaceful. We saw dynamic play by both these players, and it ends in a draw, but we've still got action on in the other game in the winner's semi-finals. So let's quickly jump over to Jordan Van versus Dimitri Kolas. They were the big news from day one, taking down Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja. They're fighting against each other. It's an endgame, but I love how black's pawns are on h4, g4. What is this pawn structure that we've got? White's got 2 double pawns there. The f6 one feels really weak. Black's got a double. Who's better? First question.
The evaluation bar says black, so I'm going to trust it here. I don't like white's bishop locked in. If the rooks disappear, black is almost guaranteed to win. It's going to be a good knight versus bad bishop scenario. The black knight will be sitting pretty on the light squares. But while rooks remain, anything can happen. Jordan trying to break through, trying to get rid of one of those duo that you highlighted, Tanya. Those 2 scary black pawns. Yeah. You can protect it, though. You can protect, just swing the black rook across. Looks very strong here. White's f6 pawn is doomed. Level material right now, but black about to go a pawn up.
And once the black knight jumps over to c6, how are you defending the other weaknesses for white? b4 under fire, d4 under fire, and it all comes down to this bad bishop that white has, the dark squared bishop. It doesn't have much of a future because all of black's pawns are on light squares. And that's a great instructive point for all the chess kids out there. When you're playing in a knight versus bishop, you're facing the bishop, put your pawns on the opposite color of your opponent's bishop so they can never be a target.
Yeah, I'm struggling to find a defensive idea here. Rook h1 can try to go to c1 and then to c8, but black's rook could shuttle back to d5 at the right moment. Black's got all of the key central squares under his control. White's bishop is a big pawn, and David's showing that line right now, just rook d5. And if you can get to that b7 pawn, that's your one major hope to get it past a5 pawn. You're not going to win that pawn in a million years. The knight on d8 is actually a great defensive piece here. So maybe that's out of the question. Maybe swing your king and then bring the bishop back to f2 and target the h4 pawn. That's another defensive attempt. But all of this is water under the bridge. I think black should win this with precise technique.
Yep, fully agreed. It looks like Jordan as well struggling to come up with ideas in the current position. He's down now under 2 minutes. He spent almost half his remaining time on this one move because there's simply nothing to do. Okay, he does swing his rook back as you've predicted there, Daniel. And yeah, I think you're safe to take the pawn on f6. Why not?
This is definitely rough. Definitely rough. Yeah, I mean, bishop is, as you see, all the pawns are on the dark squares. Wow, king e2, and look at the eval bar just eat up the whole side of the board there. Of course, as it blends in with the board almost. Black is completely winning. Everything can be played here.
Marching down the board. h3 comes, and that's a strong pawn because it's just going to deflect all of white's pieces to defend that pawn, and that means the queen side falls apart.
Yeah, literally all his pawns now are on the opposite colour to white's bishop, Tanya. So you predicted it. Put pawns on light squares. Now it's only pawns on dark squares for white, only pawns on light squares for black.
Worst case scenario for the bishop.
That poor bishop on e3. It wishes it was anywhere else other than this square right now.
It's worse than Jordan's air quality.
Not many things worse, but wow, Jordan's air quality is actually significantly worse than just a few moves ago. Just from the beginning of the
Yeah, that CO2 is increasing with every push that the H-pawn makes.
Right, it gets a little worse quality every time, and quality of this bishop is very bad, obviously. So we have the queen coming in, or we're going to queen. We can get the king to e4 quite quickly too, as well. Weakness on f4. Knight c6 is on tap somewhere. You're gonna have to use the king and the rook to defend. Obviously, the queen square. We can even queen give up the pawn and still end up probably winning this endgame. This is just really bad for white. Dimitri playing strong. Very strong from him.
Knight c6, maybe time to
hit the button.
Yeah, hit the button. Okay. Pretty soon.
Hit the button. Yeah.
Yeah, you can tell Jordan wants to get out of here. He wants to move on to the next game. But as a professional player, you have to keep going as long as there's even a 1% chance of a swindle, of a fight back.
Where is that 1% chance here, David? That's the big question.
On the clock? I don't know, Tanya.
Wow, but even on the clock, things don't look good for Jordan van Foreest. He's down to about a minute. Dimitri Kollars, he makes his debut in Division 1 of the Champions Chess Tour, and he has been on fire so far with the black pieces in driver's seat. The rook on h5, the king on f5, it just seems to be dominating the board. The only thing remaining is to get that knight over to c6 and start hitting those pawns on the board.
Yeah, and the pawns are going to start dropping like flies. You can even take, you have your choice of which one to take. Ooh, with that poor white rook as well, sitting in the corner, totally stuck. This is game over, Daniel.
Once white plays bishop takes h2, he won't be able to get that bishop. It's going to go move from e3 to an even worse square, which does exist, and that square would be h2. I think knight c6 will be the nail, the final nail in the coffin here.
Yep, those pawns are ripe for plucking right now. Just go for that b4 pawn. I mean, you can do anything, as you called it, knight c6, and white's actually in Zugzwang pretty much. You can't move anything right now. Another pawn drops. 2-pawn advantage.
You can go back to knight c6 again and like take the third pawn there. It's crazy.
Yeah.
What a game.
Just centralize that knight, put it on d5, put it anywhere.
Yeah,
there we go.
Push that pawn to b4. Everything's defended. That bishop on h2, is that a bishop?
What bishop on h2?
Wow, that's been the nightmare in White's position. That bishop on h2 isn't going anywhere. The only active piece, the rook on c1, that's the last hope that Jordan has. Is it difficult technique? What's the easiest winning plan for Black here, David?
Ooh, I'm not sure the easiest. There's a bunch here. If I'm not mistaken, you can actually just take White's remaining f-pawn. Pushing this one forward makes a bit of sense. The black rook can always step back to the 7th rank if it really needs to defend the weakness on b7. White has no counterplay, essentially. White's king is stuck, bishop is stuck, pawns, especially the f4 pawn, about to drop. Yeah, I think he's found a really nice kind of thematic, sadistic way of doing it. Just dropping the black rook back. There we go. Protecting the final target for White on h7. And yeah, he's just going to mop up. The black pawn will act as a distraction, and black will win on the rest of the board, essentially. 2 pawns and counting.
And that rook's coming to c7. He wants to try to trade that rook, take control of the open c line.
Or g7 and take f4. I mean, my first coach would always remind me the number of moves in the game isn't recorded. Only the results is recorded. So you can take as long as you want to. I don't think he's going to take all that much longer. King takes f4 and press the button, as one wise man likes to say. Hit the button.
Start a new one.
Yeah, actually, Daniel, you mentioned the moves not counting. I pride myself in going for as long as possible.
Yeah, exactly.
I want the more...
Extend the torture.
100 moves? Yes, please.
Yes.
What's your longest game, David?
No, 236. But meanwhile, this game
Oh.
has not lasted.
Disgusting.
Say that again?
236.
Great.
Take a
We're
shower.
also seeing some insane play here by Dmitry Kolarz as he takes the win with the black pieces. The players will be playing 4 rapid games in the winner's bracket. 3 more remain. We saw a draw in the Abdusattorov matchup, and Dmitry Kolarz has reasons to be proud about the start that he's just had with the black pieces, taking down Dutch number 2. David, exciting game.
Exciting game. It was a bit up and down, but I just want to highlight for everyone at home, especially the chess kids out there, one thing not to do. And it was actually a strategic error that cost him in the end, Jordan van Foreest, in a very dynamic position, very complicated position. White is about to lose a pawn potentially on d4, this weakness here, but it was better to give up this pawn than go into the endgame that we saw a bit later on. Throwing White's best piece forward, knight f6 check, allowed black to initiate that whole dynamic we saw later on of the beautiful knight against the terrible bishop. And after black was able to play g5, it was a one-way fight. The black king simply advanced, took this pawn, the black knight far superior to its counterpart here, and the game, as we saw, was history. Definitely one to play through at home if you want to learn about knight versus bishop dynamics.
Just some great technique there by Dmitry Kolarz. This is how you play an endgame. Take advantage of all the weaknesses, and that means that these are the score lines going into round 2 of the winner's semi-final. Dmitry Kolarz takes the lead in his match against Jordan van Foreest and Fabiano Caruana, Nodirbek, Abdusattorov. A tough, combative fight. Could have been anyone's game, but eventually fizzled out with a lot of trades. But it was an exciting round 1, and we are expecting more of that. But first, we do have a short Twitch break. This is the ChessKid Cup, and we've got Fun Master Mike with us. He is the Chief Chess Officer of ChessKid, and here he is reminding us that every grandmaster was once a chess kid.
Hello there, Champions Chess Tour fans. It's FIDE Master Mike Klein, better known as Fun Master Mike on ChessKid. I'm actually on holiday somewhere in Madagascar, but if there's one thing I want to take time out to do is to tell you about why ChessKid is hosting this awesome event. And before I do, let me actually start out by telling you a story about the first time I met Hikaru Nakamura. He was 10 years old playing right beside me at an open chess tournament. He lost to a grandmaster, and he was really upset. And I thought, who's this 10-year-old? You're not supposed to be upset losing to a grandmaster, but of course, it's that sort of feistiness and belief in himself that led him to go on to such great things in the chess world. So why do we host this event? Because we want chess to be as common as music or art education. If you think about it, if every kid learned how to play chess as young as Hikaru did, how many more cool personalities would there be in the chess world? How many more 2700s will there be in the chess world? So that's our goal. And by hosting the ChessKid Cup, we hope that this eventually happens all over the world. So Peshka, do you agree with me? See, Peshka agrees. If Peshka agrees, you should agree too. I can't wait to see the exciting conclusion of the ChessKid Cup. And again, ChessKid, so happy to be sponsoring this event.
That was so much fun. Thank you, Mike. And speaking of big chess kids, well, we've got a very special guest who's joining us all the way from Minnesota. Alice Lee, she's been a phenomenal player. She's just 13 years old. Alice, welcome to the show.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
We're so happy to have you here with us, Alice. The last few months, we've been seeing this incredible rise and maturity in your game. And tell us, what makes that possible for you?
First of all, a lot of credit goes to ChessKid, definitely, as the name of this cup. ChessKid was how I first started to learn and play chess, and ChessKid has supported me throughout my entire journey from when I started. And in the past few months, I think a lot of credit also does go to the amount of tournaments I've been able to play in, all of which are really strong. The U.S. Chess Federation has been extremely great. They've supported me with the Stanford Fellowship, which I received last year. And overall, I have a lot of people to thank for my recent results.
That's super cool to hear. And Alice, I was following your games at the Pro Chess League recently, as well as the American Cup. And it was just amazing to watch you play. The first thing that comes to my mind is you were playing against these really strong grandmasters, but you were so fearless. How do you do that?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose against these stronger players, because I know them, like, they're like so famous, they're really strong. I usually just sort of expect that if I lose, then it's okay. So therefore, I think that my play is a bit more like playing without too much fear of losing, because losing is not something that I'm afraid of. It's just really great to be playing against these really strong players.
Alice, you've already accomplished so much in your chess career, from World Youth Chess Championship victories to drawing Hikaru Nakamura in the Pro Chess League to a great performance at the U.S. Women's Championship. What do you consider to be your proudest accomplishment to date?
I would actually say the American Cup 2022 last year, because that was my first tournament on a really big high level, and I wasn't expecting to get any results, but I actually got second place, so that was my most memorable experience, and it's definitely a really good one.
Wow. Alice, it's so amazing to hear all of this from you, and it's so inspiring. And before we let you go, I have to ask you one last question. That there are so many girls across the world, young kids, boys and girls, who are watching you play, your fearless, ambitious play on the board. What would be your advice to chess kids across the world?
Yeah, try to just enjoy the game. Chess is really a beautiful game. It has a lot of aspects, geometry, art. And it's just important to enjoy the game. And if you do so, your level will naturally go up as you continue to study.
Some really cool wise words from you, Alice, and we hope one day to see you on the tour as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, and all the best. But before that, actually, what is your next tournament? Where can we watch you play?
I'll actually be leaving for a tournament tomorrow. It's a tournament in New York, and I'm seeking my last IM norm, so it will last from 2 days. It starts in 2 days and lasts for about a week.
From all of us here in the studio, all the best, Alice. Go get that final IM norm and a GM soon.
Thank you.
Wow, Alice Lee, she has been such a phenomenal player. We've seen a meteoric rise, and she's just all of 13 years. It's been amazing to watch her play. And from one talented young girl to another. We've got a very special piece coming up for all of you tomorrow, and it is on the 8-year-old Bodhana Sivanandan. David, our very own David Howell, actually visited her and had a great conversation. And here's a little look at what's coming up tomorrow.
My goal is to become the youngest GM in the world, or if not, then the youngest GM in the UK. After that, I want to play in the World Championships and get World Champion. I think it will be hard, but I still think I can do it.
Oh, that was amazing. To have this dream and ambition to become the youngest GM. She finished second in the British Women Blitz Championship at just 8 years old. That's amazing to see, James.
She's absolutely strong. 8 years old, too, as well. And she has dreams and ambitions here. Never let anyone tell you what you can and cannot do. She's telling you that at 8 years old, she's telling you what I want to do. That's awesome. We got to see more of that for sure.
Awesome chess kids all around, some of them as well in Division 2 and 3. And as always, we've got Simon updating us with the action. Simon, what's been going on?
Loads of stuff's been going on. I'm just going to show you a little sweet tactic now. We all love a bit of tactical play. I know you do, James.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, you're tactic master.
Come on, baby! Talk to me, Simon!
And I have to admit that young girl we just saw, I actually lost to her in a similar as well. So that was, I was going to say embarrassing, but she's so strong. But this was a big game. It was in the quarterfinals, and it was between two of the favourites, Fedorcev, and Fedorcev was playing with the white pieces against David Anton of Spain. And it was a very messy position, and the finish was really quite sweet. It was black to move, and David, I'm sure you can show us the moves there with the black knight now jumping into the position. So we saw knight d3. And now, can you spot the cheeky tactic here? The cheeky tactic that won the game was knight to f7 check.
Wow.
Boom! Put that in your pipe and smoke it, say English people. And this was a very nice way to get a back rank checkmate. After rook takes, the queen comes in to the back rank, and black can't defend, and it's going to be checkmate. I would say one more thing, though. If we just go back before knight f7 was played, if you're an artist, as I know we have some artists on the panel.
I didn't see knight f7, actually. I only saw queen c8.
Ah, that's it. There we have an artist, our own artist on the panel. And Daniel points out that queen c8 would have been the artistic way to finish it, because you pretty much have to take the queen. And now look at this checkmate. That is beautiful. The knight slides in and checkmate. So that was a very nice finish, and that put Fedorcev into the semi-finals of Division 2. So he's getting nearer and nearer qualifying for the first division.
Fedorcev, known as the Big Fish. What a tactical beast. Lovely finish there. Thank you so much, Simon. We will check in back with you. But right now, it is time to check into the action in Division 1 as we are about to lift off Game 2. And we have seen amazing stuff, amazing play by the players. Some resourceful defensive and attacking chess there. And look at Nodirbek Abdusattorov. That is full focus.
Yeah, if you look up focus in the dictionary, that picture is going to be there. Nodirbek, he's known for his focus, and especially with the white pieces, he's extremely dangerous. So it's a queen's pawn opening, no Nimzo Indian, transposing now to the queen's gambit declined. What do we think? Is Fabi in a solid mood? Is he just going to try and survive with black and go for it with white?
Ooh, Rogozin, and now transposing to a line of the Nimzo Indian with g3, which has been pretty popular. Usually black takes on c4 in these lines and then goes knight c6 and tries to cling to that pawn. That knight from c6 then often goes to a5. You get very complicated positions here.
Very complicated positions indeed. And okay, Abdusattorov just sliding his rook across. Normally he knows things inside out. If he chooses a variation, especially if it's quite forcing, where he's sacrificed a pawn like here, he knows all of the details. But so does Fabi. So big surprise, do we think? Rook e1, that's not the most common move as far as I'm aware.
Well, I am up a pawn, so I'm going to take the pawn here and keep it. Back in 1987, I was up a pawn, and I captured it, and I kept it. So what do you think, Tanya?
Well, I think he might play knight f6 to d5 and put a little bit of pressure, kind of like Robert Hubner did in Tilburg in 1976.
The only idea that I'm familiar with, and yeah, rook e1 is not the most common move. I think bishop g5 is the main line, but knight d5, and then the knight can drop back to b6. The key thing for black is to keep that pawn on c4, because if you lose that pawn, then you don't have much to show for in return for white's superior control of the center. But definitely, it's safe to say that Fabi is out of book.
Yeah, so the move we're expecting, knight to d5, maybe planting this knight over the other side. It's all about keeping this pawn. If he does, black is doing very well.
Okay.
Well, one thing's for sure, this is going to be a fun one. Fabi trying to hang on to that pawn. The idea is to advance with the b pawn. You want to get b5 in. You want to keep that c4 pawn defended for as long as possible. So this is going to be a fight for the initiative. The fight is also on the other board, as Dimitri Kolas did take that first win against Jordan Van Foreest with the black pieces in convincing style. And now he's got the white pieces. Jordan has to find a way to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, he does. That was a painful first game. He beat Hikaru yesterday, but Dimitri Kolas is on a roll. And this is going to be a challenge now with the black pieces back against the wall. This was the situation that Hikaru Nakamura was in against Jordan Van Foreest yesterday. Hikaru was able to swindle Jordan in game 2, but let's see what Jordan comes up with in the opening. This is the same opening, the Taimanov, that he used to defeat Nodirbek in the last round of Tata Steel, an opening that he knows very well, assuming that he plays knight to c6 here. Of course he doesn't. Wow. He played a knight move.
Every call we make seems to be cursed at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
With knight c6 now, he first attacks the central pawn.
Same thing, yeah. It's Sveshnikov, Taimanov, Naidorov, it's all the same.
All the same.
It's all the Sicilian. Cecile for the kill. Is that what Jordan has in mind,
That's
James?
exactly right. Cecile for the kill. Sicilian, okay. Now here, these lines get very, very sharp depending on what white does. I mean, every Sicilian one is it not sharp, really. But, of course, this knight c6 is usual theory, but you can also go bishop e3. You can go bishop e2, right? You can go h3, you can go a3, even rook g1, believe it or not. I love playing rook g1 in random positions just because you can, and it's fun. Even Richard Rapport does a lot of that too as well. But knight c6 here, curious to see which way he goes here.
Yeah, and obviously Dimitri Kolas knows this position. Obviously he's had it before, but now with the match situation adding a bit of extra flavor here, does he choose a risky line? Maybe the most ambitious for white would be, for example, to take this knight on c6. There we go.
Wow.
Most principled as well.
e5.
Yeah.
This line gets so crazy. Knight d5, and then white clamps down on the d6 square with knight e4. Then black usually plays queen c7 to induce f4, and then queen b6.
There you go.
c4, there's a check on b4. The knight is often sacrificed. This is about to get crazy.
This is going to get crazy. And f5, also extremely risky for black. The black king now is going to be forced to stay in the center for a long, long time. Often white here plays en passant, capturing that f-pawn as if it just moved one square. And there we go. We're going to see a nasty check now. The white queen can check on h5. Normally, that's the end of the game, if you ever allow a check like that. But the black king can slide across and try and hide on d8. Risky stuff from Jordan. He's really going all out for the win here.
You guys are calling out the game right now. Queen h5 check on the board. One thing's for sure, Jordan is not going to find king safety for the rest of the game. But the way he's playing, the speed with which he's playing, safe to say that this is familiar territory. This is some kind of prep by him.
This is just theory. It's just really, weirdly enough, this is actually theory. Weird theory, but 100% still theory right now. Now, of course, I'm taking white here every time the king just looks crazy. You need to be on your P's and Q's. Every letter in the alphabet, you're going to have to know here and know it very well, especially with the black pieces here. Or you can just, run the risk of just getting steamrolled here. Get a rook to the D file here. I can still castle. I can defend against the B file threats, right? And, I mean, I can even kick the knight with C4 still when I want to, right? And D7, with your king on the D file, rook coming there, it's going to be some problems if you don't know what to do here. It is weird. I mean, where does black actually move the pieces here? Does the king run to the queen side? Like, how do we develop the rest of the pieces?
Yeah, and also we have to answer this question, James, that can black get greedy right now? The f4 pawn looks like it's hanging, but that knight on d5, it's such a key defender in black's position. David, after knight f4, is there a fallout? Is there trouble for black?
Well, I see the evaluation bar move, and it feels like you should move the queen. I'm not really tempted to take this knight because the black queen will simply replace it on an active square. Sliding back does look like a double attack, hitting the knight, hitting the pawn. Risky, and I don't really recommend this. If the knight drops back to the center, I don't think you should take this pawn. You might walk into a pin, and Also, there's a check on e5. Instead, you will kick this knight away from its nice post that you highlighted, Tanya, and it feels like black's position is falling apart. The problem is, I'm not sure what else. I've spent a lot of time with Jordan van Foreest, and the way he studies openings is he thinks, how much can I get away with? I remember once being in a car with him, and he was like, check out this line, and it was the ugliest chess I've ever seen. And he was like, the computer still thinks it's equal. You can get away with it. And I was like, no, I'm never playing this. And it feels like one of those positions again. Looks so dangerous for black with this king on the d8 square, but if he can get away with it, he will know what to do.
Wow, that's number 2. Jordan van Foreest was in Magnus Carlsen's World Championship team for the 2021 match against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And Magnus did credit him with all the fun, offbeat, interesting, entertaining opening ideas that were there in the files. It was all Jordan van Foreest, and that's the kind of chess we've come to expect from him. That's the kind of chess we love, and that's what we're seeing right now. But that king on d8, it looks like an absolute nightmare to me.
Yeah, show this position to, a Steinitz or a Capablanca, and they'd say, get me out of here. And that's an experience a lot of GMs have had where you analyze and prepare an opening for a long time. Your opponent deviates from the engine's main suggestion, and you look at the position, you say, wait a second, why am I not completely lost again? So when you over-rely on engine analysis, it's easy to miss the Van Foreest for the trees. But I think Jordan has reacted pretty decently with queen b6, which is a typical move in this line, reminding white who is in charge on the b file in the event of long castle. There might be mate threats with rook b8, tactics with bishop f8 to a3 are not uncommon as well. So Kolarz has to be very careful here. Important decision for white.
Yeah, huge moment. And I'd be fascinated to see what the computer says in this position, because it is so crazy. Again, you don't really want to push your pawn forward. You will walk into a double attack here. Wow, look at this. Knight takes f6.
Oh,
it's the top computer move.
That's beautiful. And then takes queen g5, bishop a5. Get off me.
Yeah,
oh
queen
my goodness.
somewhere. I'm not sure where.
Somewhere.
e5.
Oh, bishop b4 check. Is there bishop b7, bishop b4 check,
pin check.
Oh, c3.
C3, no.
And then take on f6 and h8. You kidding me? What is this?
And that line doesn't even end there. There's like queen takes b2, and then the queen goes back to e5.
And then check, and then king b7, bishop d3.
Queen takes a5 there.
Queen takes a5, and then queen a1.
Wow, I can't keep up, guys. I can't keep up.
This is mad.
Talking with my brother, Danya. Sorry.
Too exciting.
Okay.
This is our dream right here.
This is our dream. Takes. Oh, takes.
Logical.
And probably ends in a draw.
Queen e5, queen d4, queen e5.
So never going to happen. But the problem for Dmitry Kolarz right now is either he has to fall down that rabbit hole and take this pawn, but probably spend the next 10 minutes of his clock time trying to work it out, or he has to find bishop d3, which is not obvious either necessarily. Every other move gives black a significant advantage, and I don't think knight c3, the third move on the list of the computer's choices there on the bottom, I don't think that one's obvious either. So maybe this one is findable, not knight takes pawn, maybe bishop d3, but you have to be willing to sacrifice. Queen takes pawn will simply be met by castles, and white will be over the moon here. White will be thrilled, because now you have a free hand to attack once your king slides to safety in the corner. Crazy position.
Yeah, I was definitely a fan of bishop d3. I mean, because bishop d3 is like, I mean, you already, this position is wild. What's a pawn in this position? So bishop d3, castle, king side, right? And then you just, okay, I develop, try to figure out what do you do. f6 is still on tap here. Knight f6 is wild, though. That is a wild line.
What line you guys are.
That's some heat there, baby. That's some heat.
He's a madman if he plays knight takes f6. I've got to say, he needs an award. He needs prizes immediately, Dmitry Kolarz, if he takes an f6.
But he's thinking, David. He's spent quite a bit of time here. I'm sure he's calculating all of this. It was such a forced sequence of moves after knight f6. It would be amazing to see it land on the board. But he goes for c4, another option, and it's not the most accurate one, but a very human approach. You want to kick that knight from d5, and it's critical stuff if black captures the b2 pawn.
Yeah, it's a supernatural move. I wonder what he has in mind against queen takes b2. Maybe it is a check on a5 and then dropping back to c3. But you have to be very careful about the f8 bishop coming out to b4 at a wrong moment and challenging that d2 bishop. So maybe a miscalculation by Dmitry Kolarz. Obviously, I'm influenced by the eval bar, but Jordan trusts him, doesn't take on b2. Surprise after surprise here in this crazy Sicil. For the kill game.
Baby, you know it.
There we go.
Okay, what is this? All right, here we go. Calculation. Go into the think tank. COE. Calculate. I wanted to castle, but there's queen e4. And bishop check. Okay, the knight is hanging. Wow, and engines just say this is GG. Like, what is the move?
It's pure calculation here, right? Look at the body language of both players. Dmitry Kolar's pure calculation mood right now. He's thinking, okay, I can give a check. I can take the knight. I can
Queen
castle.
E2 looks pretty good here because that does stop queen takes B2. Oh, Queen E2 and Bishop C3 might be a big problem.
Oh, that's sick. Yeah, Queen E2, just a simple move. Yeah.
Let's show some of these ideas. Maybe black can fight fire with fire and just bring his bishop to pin.
Yeah.
Man,
Although
come
this is a
on.
Scotch game or what?
Crazy, right? But then castles.
Or Bishop A5 and Rook D1. I mean,
Oh, yeah, that's nasty.
This is just crazy stuff. And I think, again, we need some help here in this wild position. What does the engine say? We see the evaluation bar shot up for white in this position. Is it a check from this angle? Is it just castling queenside?
Oh, that's castles. Okay.
Oh, yeah, king C1. So castling
King C1. I'm like, wait, King C1? What is that? Oh, castles, you
I've seen
mean.
that before.
Interesting way of saying the computer there with its odd language. But bishop A5 there. A huge move on the board there. I guess you've got to calculate what happens after queen takes knight, pawn takes knight. Black's going to have a massive pawns in the center, but I mean, who knows what's happening here? It feels like you should be checkmating the black king after a check, for example. But if the black king wriggles away, your king is going to be open as well.
This is where you just start making random moves, and by move 20, you make a move where the eval bar doesn't plummet.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at that pose I was going to say from Dmitry Kolar's a moment ago. Castling queenside the strongest. Danya, your move queen e2 retreating also up there. I think those are the two strongest for white. But it's so random at this point. The players, they're guessing, and I think they need 2 hours on their clock, not just 8 minutes to work their way through this labyrinth.
You gotta admire Jordan's fast play in this position. Your knight is attacked, he doesn't care about it. He doesn't play queen b2, but plays the move queen d4, a counter attack. These are not natural moves, and it just shows the kind of creativity that Jordan Van Foreest is known for and capable of, and the kind of chess that he enjoys playing. There's a direct threat on the knight on e4, the pawn on b2 hangs. What do you think? Will Dmitry go for this queen e2 idea? I really like it with that threat of bishop a5 if you take the b2 pawn.
And there's a sense of security when the queen is close, thinking, you know, that feeling when the position is chaotic, but you know your king is safer, so you know you're having more of the fun.
It's wholesome.
So, but castle's queenside, that is one impressive move. You do have to find a response to queen takes knight there. I think if he sees queen e2, he's going to play it.
What would you play here, David? Queen e2 or long castle?
Queen e2 because I'm a coward. But I would be lucky that it happens to be strong, but I can't see him castling. There
it is. Queen e2.
It's strong as well. So I'll play Dmitry Kolar's. And now it's up to Jordan. I think he has to bring his bishop out and pin that white c4 pawn. If you retreat the black knight, it's going to end in disaster. You're going to lose a bunch of time. The black queen is going to flee the center of the board, but white will, I think, be winning on the spot there. Oof, scary times for Jordan. And must-win situation, we thought maybe before the game, but it's a 4-game match, so it feels like he's burning his bridges in this one game.
You say scary time for Jordan, but he seems so calm and composed. He's chilling. He's keeping it on the clock. He's up by about 3 minutes. Queen e2 played. Well, this is an absolutely insane position. It's going to get only more wild, but we will, for the moment, zoom out from here because there is another wild game on and a very important round 2 in the other winners semi-final. There was so much action that we completely forgot about this big matchup. Nodirbek Abdusattorov playing against Fabiano Caruana. Their first game ended in a draw, and in this one, interesting position. The a-pawn has kind of vanished off the board. I am expecting that the queen went down, picked that up. Bishop d4 hits the queen. Can white get even more greedy and start picking up the c4 pawn now?
Well, it has to.
Yeah, exactly. He has to, yeah.
Yeah, what else? Just take that pawn. At least have something to suffer for. 1 pawn up for white. Black has active pieces, but it feels like that's it. It's just activity for now. Yeah. Nothing more.
Fabi's last move, bishop d4. It's like, yeah, you must eat this chocolate, this delicious, freshly baked chocolate chip cookie on c4. And he might want knight f6 to g4, but that does seem like a one-move threat, which can be pretty handily parried with a move like e3.
E3, yeah.
Yeah.
White has an extra pawn, but black's the one with all the activity, the piece activity. The bishops are chasing the queen. But guys, I have to ask you right now, there was so much action on the other board. A dramatic position. You think this is a good moment to jump back, keep an eye out on this? But it just felt like that could actually finish any moment with one bad move.
Yeah, we probably need to go back over there. This one, I mean, he's just, it's a pawn. It's one pawn. Okay, it is what it is. A lot of chess left in this game. A lot of time, too. I mean, we're falling asleep right now, right? Okay. Yeah, we probably should
Let's do
go
it.
over there.
Let's do it. Let's head back to Dmitry Kolas taking on Jordan van Foreest in an absolutely crazy position. And we see Jordan has taken a bit of a think here. Queen E2 has taken him off guard.
And he was shaking his head there a moment ago. Jordan, he's realizing now that the damage has been done and he needs to walk a very fine kind of path here. He's walking a tightrope just to survive. And that black knight under fire, he might be forced to sacrifice material at some point. But with a king in the center like this, for black, it's unlikely you're going to survive.
What was wrong with bishop a6 again? I mean, Scotch game, like, I mean, like, just bishop a6, like.
Let's jump in.
Bishop a6 is probably, because, I mean, moving the knight, he's probably lost on the spot.
Yeah, I think he's deciding between f5 and bishop a6, but bishop a6 does look like the move.
Yeah, just to show again, if you move the knight, disaster, you get hit. The black queen is actually trapped here. Which,
even if it wasn't, yeah.
Even if it wasn't, then bishop takes would fork and win the black rook. And, yeah, that leaves us with two options. Either we hit the knight, as you mentioned there. This one feels shaky as well. Feels like there might even just be a knight jump at the very least. Maybe you flick in a check first. All sorts of things to consider. But the move we're expecting is this pin along the diagonal. You cannot take this knight because the white queen will drop. So, OK, how do we solve this, as you asked, James? Big question. Feels like it's either castles queenside or you leave your king in the center and just bring your rook across. One of those two moves, or both of them at least, do threaten to jump out the way with the dark squared bishop, checking the black king, picking up the queen in the center with the rook. How does black react to this?
You want to see a cruel line?
Which on the board, James? Great call, by the way. Bishop a6.
Yeah, what we got here?
If white castle's queenside, it vacates the e1 square. And the reason that might be important is after queen b6, getting out of the discovery, there's queen e2 to e1, posing the threat of bishop a5, which is a devastating threat. So knight before a3.
Knight before a3, okay. a3, that's sick.
That's some super GM level subtlety. Why long castle is better than rook d1 is because you vacate the e1 square for the queen to land on, so you can threaten a pin on a5. That's a big ChessKid moment right there.
Incredible geometry there, Daniel. He has played rook d1, perhaps missing this idea. Easy to miss, of course, but still a big threat on the board. Bishop a5 check would be devastating. Do you have to move the king? If you move the queen out the way, it feels like something is wrong. The valuation bar reacts.
It just doesn't like the concept of queen b6
at all.
I don't see.
Maybe queen h5. I don't know. Back to that. No. But then bishop b4 check will always be a problem.
So you want to get the white queen out the way, out of this pin, so that we can safely eat this knight, capture this knight. Maybe we just move the queen. Where's this knight actually going? If it has to sit on some bad squares, at the very least, we kind of line up like we did earlier.
Why do people play this line of the Sicilian again with black? I just wanted to know why this one. This one's very wild. There's many ones you could choose from, but this one is definitely didn't seem like we got the Sicilian we were looking for at all with the black pieces.
Or maybe it's exactly the Sicilian that we were looking for with the kind of action that we're getting here.
Wow.
Bishop a6. David, has rook d1 happened already, or is Dmitry still?
No.
Because I think he's still thinking.
Oh, whoops, I thought he'd played rook d1, sorry. But no, he isn't. Yeah, he hasn't committed yet. So maybe you'll move on the board, Daniel. In a moment, castle queenside, that could be extremely strong.
Cecile for the kill, more like Cecile be killed.
Sheesh.
Wow.
Castle queenside, definitely.
That would be super strong. If he's able to find this idea of queen e1, bishop a5, that would be Dmitry Kolar showing exactly why he's here in Division 1 of the ChessKid Cup. And there he's got his head in hands, as does Jordan van Foreest, but for two very different reasons right now.
I think he's going to find it. I mean, he's just in the zone. You can tell how the focus is there. And also, I mean, limited moves. You have rook d1 and castle queenside. You do get the king safe. That one, there it is. I mean, you get the king safe. Like, you get the king safe. You're threatening bishop a5. And then you can move your queen. It's very, very easy after you realize, okay, how many moves do I actually have, in fact, in that position? Castles is one. He's working one move at a time. What was that GM? It was like, how many moves do you see ahead? He was like, one move at a time, but it's always the best move, right? Like, work at it. What do I have? What is available to me? And make the best move. He castle queenside. Looks good. Jordan is in some trouble for real.
This is impressive. Super impressive stuff. He finds the precise way. Do you think he's seen queen e1? Because black's got to retreat with the queen, right?
Wait, what if we move
king c8 maybe is the better...
Oh, he does it.
He plays it. Wow, he played king c8. Yeah.
It's on the board. So bishop c3 doesn't work because you simply pick it up with the knight.
Exactly, and the queen on e2 hangs. I think Jordan finding probably the only way to stay in the game. So kudos to him. not tilting. And Dmitry still with some work to do. Bishop a5 looks like it traps the queen, but no, it opens up the e3 square. And the worst thing for white right now is to allow a queen. Worst thing in general is a queen trade, but definitely in this position.
Yeah, just one square for the black queen to find safety, but good enough. Check, and suddenly things turn in black's favor. Black is a pawn up, remember, so the stakes are still quite high here. So what else can Dmitry find? Queen e1 anyway, or I don't know, there's no threat there. It's not easy, actually, for white to generate the killer blow. And if there is no killer blow, then this one's still up in the air, despite what the evaluation bar says.
So bishop c3 runs into knight c3. Does white have time to make, and the queen on e2 is hanging, does white have time to make a random move like king b1, just stepping out of queen e3, or is that way
There's
too
rook
late?
b8, bishop c1, queen takes c4.
Wow, Daniel, just to show that.
Easy to miss.
That is brutal.
And you win. This is a family fork, a royal fork.
Yep.
What do you call it here?
Everything fork.
Mama, papa, grandma, grandpa.
Fork
Everyone's forked.
everything. What about queen h5 then? Is queen h5 a move? He played queen e1.
Played queen e1. Okay. So what's the idea? If bishop takes pawn now, that was the first move that came to mind. I guess now bishop c3, the idea is that knight takes c3 is not possible. It does not hit a queen on e2 any longer. So we would be safely able to pick up the black queen. Wow. He spotted queen e1, that's for sure, Tanya. To answer your question earlier, he was ready to play queen e1 after queen b6. He's played it again. Retreating sometimes is the best way to go forward.
Incredible chess there. And the geometry, right? You go queenside castling to vacate that square on e1 where the king belongs at the start of the game for the queen. Just amazing play there by Dmitry. Very creative stuff. David, after you take on c4, bishop c3 does look like a killing idea. But is bishop c3 possible anyway? Because it does hit the f6 pawn, and queen e3 check. You can just trade, pick up the pawn.
Possibly, yeah.
Very possible.
Wow.
So rook b8 runs into bishop c3. Also, the d5 knight is hanging.
Right.
So many threats.
Forget about that. Like, oh, d5's hanging. Oh, yeah, you're right. Shoot, I forgot that. Like, man,
getting a headache just looking at this position.
Oh my gosh.
Imagine being the players.
Yeah.
So queen e1 also sidesteps the pin. Just by the way.
Okay, so he played rook b8. All right, bishop c3.
Has to be bishop c3, right?
Is a threat.
Mate in one threatened. He's going to spot that one. Queen takes b2, checkmate.
Don't let Alireza near this position.
That's how Dmitry won yesterday, one of his games.
Okay, of course. Yeah, kind of bishop c3. There's really nothing else.
Completely agree with Piano Soul there. Very impressive play by the German youngster, but Jordan Van Voorhist also putting threats here. Queen b2. We're expecting bishop c3, and how do you think Jordan will react to that? There's a clear threat on the queen. I only see queen e3 as the possibility.
Queen
there.
e3 trade, take on f6, take on d1, take on h8, and at the end of the day, I mean, it's just like how Jordan has now. I mean, it's impressive that he did not fail in this position. I mean, it's equalist, right? After takes.
Logical.
Yeah, logical. Right? I mean, this is like he navigated his way out of this. This is the worst. Seems like it's over. If you're black, you're like, all right, I survived. I didn't get mated. I didn't lose anything. This is, your confidence goes up a little bit here from the black side. So that was very good. I mean, impressive from Jordan for the way he's defending.
So, yeah, this is what Jordan's banking on, this final position that we've just showed on the analysis board. Is there anything better? Why is Dmitry pausing here?
He might be considering knight c3.
Knight c3, yeah. But then you've got to give up f4 with check and then c4. But psychologically...
No, that's not a move. It almost works, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, you can just take this pawn, though.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
Wow, that's gross.
Yeah, no threat. Suddenly it's the white king that's under more pressure here, in bigger danger. So I think he has to go for this endgame that we just highlighted. Oh, whoops, not that arrow. He has to go bishop to c3. And the game will go on after the queen exchange, but not easy to navigate. There's 2 minutes now.
Yeah, wake up, Susie. He's got to move.
Wake up, Susie. There it is.
Make a decision, and he does. He moves that bishop to c3. We are going to see the trades of the queen. He goes king c2,
Whoa.
not queen e3.
Whoa.
How about this? But queen takes c1.
A big decision. Queen e1, you recapture with the rook.
He might have forgotten. I know this sounds dumb, but the bishop on c3 is under fire. I was about to suggest king c2, and then I was like, wait a second, black can take on c3 after the trade of queens. David, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm just struggling to explain this decision. Just trade the queens off, and black is going to be a pawn up in an endgame, and it's a very healthy pawn, especially once the queens are off. Black's king never has to worry at all, and there we go. The queens quickly disappeared. Talked about the bishop pair a lot today, but it could be relevant again. Black's light squared bishop a bit stuck, but the dark squared bishop, a very important piece. Just a pawn up for Jordan.
Wow, Jordan, that is amazing. That's crazy. I mean, this position was wild. He navigated it very well. One slip from Kolar's here, he had to go down that line. He had to go down bishop c3, bishop takes on f6 after taking on e3. Tough. He didn't go through it. Now Black's up a pawn. Bishops, I'm taking Black here.
He just cracked under the pressure, and it's understandable. It was so complicated, that position, but this is going to cost him. And Jordan just putting all pawns on light squares, and that dark squared bishop is going to be the MVP in the rest of this game.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a bit heartbreaking. That's the brutal part about chess. You play all the brilliancies, getting your queen back to e2, you go queenside castling, you put your queen on e1, and then one mistake, and it all slips out of your hands. And that's where Dmitry Kolas finds himself. And now it just looks like Jordan up on the clock, up a pawn with the bishop pair. He's got the material advantage and all the compensation for it.
Yeah. There's one threat on the board. That white knight is threatening to go and gobble up the a7 pawn. So either you defend it or you eliminate that knight. I'm reluctant to trade off the bishop pair, but that endgame looks pretty straightforward as well. Which one will Jordan go for? Take a timeout, maybe, just defend that pawn?
Yeah.
Looking good either way. White's just reduced to kind of one-move threats here. The two white rooks can't really do anything. The white bishop a bit stuck. Looks like a very one-sided endgame.
Maybe even rook a8 to keep the b7 square open for the bishop. Looks very awkward, but then you can chase the knight away later with a6. Jordan trying to find something a little bit less awkward than that. But clear that Black is in the driver's seat. He should be able to win this game with a 2-minute time advantage as well, Tanya.
Wow. It does look like Jordan is on the brink of equalizing this match, but there's still work to be done. And on the other board, we do see the eval bar gives a big advantage to Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, and David Daniel. You both nodded to the last move by Jordan, just defending that pawn, keeping things under control. But this is the game that we have to rush to because there's a lot of action on, a lot of trades on, and White has an extra pawn.
Yeah. 4 versus 3 on the king side, and actually the white knight here beautifully placed. That's why Fabiano's weakened his position to kick this knight away. Pretty much all that's changed since we were last here is that pieces have come off the board, and that favours the side, of course, with the extra pawn. Abdusattorov must be a huge favourite to win this one.
Wow, yes, I have the extra pawn, so I'm a pawn grabber. And he's up a pawn, and he's going to take that and push that boy all the way through. The A pawn is a passed pawn, so I have a look on the C file that's very active. The knight can come into E6, right? My pawns aren't as weak. They are weak, but not as weak as we see C7 and F5. Even the 7th rank could be weak. I mean, White is winning by a lot here, says the engine. And there's a practical chance here. I mean, we do see White winning this. But it could also, like, be some slips here, right, Daniel?
Yeah, there's a pass pawn, but man, I do not envy Fabi here. I do not Caruana be Black. And Nodirbek sending his pawn down the board. White's rook on a2 is such an ideal piece. It's guarding the 2nd rank, and it's supporting the pawn from behind, which is what you're taught to do. He's got a small decision to make. Does he keep the knight versus bishop imbalance, or is he not afraid of the bishop capturing the knight? Knight e6 to me looks tempting because it also hits the pawn on c7. He should be able to carry this home.
Yeah, I think if in doubt, just keep the knight. There will be opportunities later to trade off the white knight for the black bishop. All rook endgames have a drawish tendency as well, so once you know that, keep pieces on the board. And I think very good decision there. That white knight has got influence actually on both sides of the board, which is rare. Normally the bishop is the superior piece, but right now Black's bishop just hits thin air. I don't see any kind of answer, any reply to just simply pushing that white A pawn. It's inevitable almost that it's going to land on the A6 or A7 squares, tying down the black rook. Fabi, oof, yeah, he's clinging on here by the skin of his teeth, but this pawn advancing should signal the end, or the beginning of the end of this game. What technique Abdusattorov has.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, the technique when he's in form, I mean, he beat, you know, that when he became world rapid champion, right, youngest ever, he beat, I think, Magnus and Jan in the same tournament. Like, that's crazy to do that at that age, too, and also, you know, with confidence. And, you know, we see it now here, too, playing Fabi. He's just clearly winning. It's clearly winning. He's pressing for more, and this could be very bad for Fabi, as he might be, you know, almost in like a must-win, 2.5 wins match, right? So you lose this game, you need to not lose again, or, you know, you're out. This is really rough.
Yeah, really rough. And okay, I was going to say, what would you do now? Keep pushing as far as you can go, or just maintain control? And Abdusattorov, rook c6. You mentioned that tournament where he became world rapid champion, James. Not just did he beat Magnus, Jan, he beat like Aronian, Gelfand.
Oh my goodness.
Most of them were with the English opening as white. He was just on a storm and just crushed them all essentially. And what can you do against the teenager when they're that fearless? It's scary. It's just facing them and look at this position.
And board one of the Uzbek team that scored the shot gold medal at the Olympiad. I mean, this guy is ridiculous, and he's not even 20. Nodirbek, I mean, this guy is so fun to watch. He's got the technique and the poise of El Capablanca, the tactical ability of Atal. The guy is truly universal, as you said it, and now we know it's not an exaggeration to say that. I'm excited to see him in Norway chess, but first I'm excited to see him finish this game with perhaps knight d4, and then either knight b5 or knight c6 after the rook moves away. He's got many roads leading to Rome here.
Yeah, and the worst part for Caruana here is that he's completely stuck. Even if Abdusattorov were to take a timeout, just move his king, the domination is not going anywhere. Yeah, he's just going to bring his rook up to the
center. Going to go king g2, I think. That would be the Capablanca approach.
King h1, just because I can. Yeah.
All pieces on light squares. The opponent has a dark square bishop. Why not?
in the first improved position. But if you go rook b7, then Fabi takes, goes rook d1 check, and rook b1. So Caruana playing to the last drop of blood. So it's not just over yet. He goes back to d4, and I like that approach as well.
Very strong move. I mean, just blocks the file. Your rooks are not active. Those are not rooks. Looks really rough for the rooks there on d7 and a7. All they're doing is holding. And we're under a minute here, so definitely going to see some time pressure issues or mistakes that happen in time pressure. Rook to d6. Do we trade or not to trade? That is the question. He says no.
He says no. If there is a trade of rooks, white knight will replace the white rook on c6 with even more effect. Oof, poor Fabi here, just struggling to survive the next few moves. I think the white knight will land on that square almost no matter what now, and that white a pawn will become even stronger. You can trade off the rook safely now on your own terms. You can maybe be a bit fancy here if you want to be. Daniel, you have an idea in mind?
Yeah, well, I'm trying to calculate rook takes d6, knight c6, a7, and then quickly get your rook to b8.
Correct.
And I don't think black king is in time. I think that's precisely what Nodirbek is taking the rest of his time to calculate. You mentioned fancy. He's even fancier. This guy's on another planet.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at this. A fork. You pretty much have to capture this white rook now. The black rook, the blockader, is eliminated. And
so accurate. It's crazy.
Crazy stuff. Next move, you just move the knight no matter where, and you advance.
c6. Yeah, wow.
Knight c6. It's on the board. He gives up his knight, and this is
What
going
a
to be
finish.
crowned.
Look at Fabi. He's like, yep. All right, this
Oh
is
my
right.
gosh, 25 seconds, but Fabi could have all the time in the world in this position and it wouldn't help him, and that is it. He resigns, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov takes the lead in his match against Fabiano Caruana with some great technique there. We've got action on this one, but before we jump into it, we are going to get a quick update from Ginger GM Simon Williams with all the action that's on in the other two divisions. Simon, what's up?
Yeah, hi there. Brilliant play by Nodirbek there, and I'm not going to take too long, but a quick update on Division 2. So they've actually finished playing for the day, and in the winners bracket, we know who's going to go through to the semi-final, inching closer to their place in this coveted Division 1. So we had Nguyen beating his fellow countryman, Liam Lee. That was a bit of a shock. And the next person to go through was Fedorsev. We saw that beautiful tactic against David Anton of Spain. And then our tattooed friend from India, Sadhwani, hope he asked his mum about that tattoo, beat Alexenko. And the final person to go through to the semis is Oparin, who won against Ilyanov. So those four players getting very close now to a place in the main event. But obviously, there's a lot of action going on, so we should probably go back there.
Thank you so much for keeping us on our toes on all the chess that we're seeing in the other two divisions. We are seeing qualifiers in that one, and it is the big question who goes through in the winners bracket here. And looking at what we've got, Jordan has played flawlessly after surviving that opening scare. Those two pawns, c4, d4, that's going to decide the game.
Yep. Those pawns are too strong. Look at
That's
that
something
white
I
king.
do in a bullet game.
Right.
Yeah.
These pawns.
Yeah, if black would have pre-moved, then the b pawn just queens.
The sad thing is, even if black would have played rook g2, it's still winning. But yeah, got to try it all. What a game. What a comeback by Jordan. The guy just won't go down.
Yeah, that was crazy. I mean, it was so hard to navigate that. But I guess, like, especially with creative players and, like, tactical players, like, you know, sometimes we just like mess and you can just see through it. But sometimes you can't. That was a crazy matchup, right? Oh, my goodness. Great job from Jordan.
10 moves into that opening, I would have definitely been flagged, but of course, Jordan van Foreest keeping his cool and his composure there. We saw him, and he does level the match score. Wow, this was such attacking chess, so much tactics and resourceful play. David, there's a lot to pick from, but what's the big moment for you?
Oh, I just want to highlight again in slow motion that one moment that it slipped away for Dmitry Kolarz. He played a great opening, Jordan taking some really huge risks there, but it was here. Just trade the queens and white would obtain a huge advantage. Actually, the computer prefers even the flashy queen to d2, maintaining the tension. What a crazy move, with the idea that this knight is attacked, and if you do trade the queens, white can simply take back with the bishop. White has full control here, and after winning this pawn back, would most likely have cruised to at least a draw, maybe even victory. Instead, a really strange decision from Dmitry Kolarz, slipping his king forward one square and allowing this endgame. The queens came off. Maybe he forgot that after bishop takes, there is a nasty knight fork here, checking and hitting the rook. Instead, rook takes allowed the domination of the two bishops. Knight takes bishop now. Black simply pushed forward, and this bishop was unleashed. Black with an extra pawn as well. Jordan went on to win the game.
There it is, a big ChessKid moment. You've got to keep the tension, well, not in life, but on the chessboard. And it looked like Dmitry Kolarz was doing that amazingly well till a certain point, and then it went all wrong, which means that the match is level between Jordan and Dmitry. Meanwhile, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, the 18-year-old Uzbek phenom, the youngest ever player to be the world rapid champion, the Olympic gold medalist, has taken the lead in his match against Fabiano Caruana. But Fabiano Caruana, he is one of the best players in the world. So that match is far from over, but right now, Fabi has to win a game to level the match. And for us, right now, we are going to go into a short Twitch break, and we'll be back with more ChessKid action.
ChessKid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And ChessKid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. ChessKid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. ChessKid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. ChessKid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. ChessKid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Two big matchups, intense, decisive results with Kolarz and Jordan. We've seen two decisive games. And meanwhile, Nodirbek Abdusattorov takes his lead against Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano starts the next game with the white pieces. Daniel, will he strike back?
I mean, the way Nodirbek played that game, he just looks completely unstoppable. The confidence with which he handles a wide variety of positions, and then the precision with which he converted that endgame, he is making a big statement before Norway chess. But Fabi, he is known for his opening preparation. I think he should play 1e4 and stick to what he knows best. That'll give him the best chances of striking back.
Best by test, will Fabi go with 1e4? Whatever he does, it is his final white of the day. The clocks are ticking, and we know what that means, that we will have the first few moves in just a couple of seconds. One can feel the heat in this match. Nodirbek Abdusattorov has made it look easy so far against Fabi. Draw with black without too much trouble, winning with white in a convincing manner, showing great technique there. And of course, in our other matchup as well, we've been seeing great chess. Nodirbek, picture of focus there. Wow, this guy is definitely one to watch out for. And the one person who is watching out for him right now is Fabiano Caruana. He has to win a game to level the match. Fabi with white, 1e4 by Daniel. James, is that what you're expecting as well?
Absolutely. That's what he plays best. That's what he knows best. And it's on the board.
Another French? What is this epidemic, Tanya?
The French.
This is Anish Giri's fault. Publishing a chess, everything's Anish Giri's fault. Publishing a chessable course has just corrupted the chess players around the world with the French defense. Okay, wow. Harry the H pawn, James.
Let's go!
Let's
go! Yeah, that's every time I see this type of a chess, I just get hyped because it is aggressive. H4, Harry the H pawn. The ideas are very simple. We just want to go and make you make mistakes and go for mate. Like really what it is. The Queen G4, H5, Rook H3, Rook G3, Rook F3, like all kind of just push everything to that side of the board and just go for mate. Now, of course, black can just, go the other way, castle queen side, but it's very aggressive, and aggressive chess is a very fun chess at the end of the day.
Yeah, what do you make of this opening choice by Abdusattorov? He's 1 point up in the match. He doesn't need to take huge risks, but this is a really, really double-edged opening, Daniel.
Listen, I know black scores pretty well in this structure, actually. I tried the French 4 times in my classical chess career. I'm 0-4.
Wow.
And the most painful game was against, I forget his name is evading me, some grandmaster during the 2017 U.S. Championship, Fabiano Caruana. He beat me in 26 moves in this exact structure where I played an early c4, and he just checkmated me on the king side with a rook left, rook h3, rook g3. That's pretty standard fare, rook h4, rook g4. Obviously, black has his own stuff going on the other side of the board. This personally is not my cup of tea, but Nodirbek, you said it, whatever he plays, he studies really intensely. He is not one just to experiment with random stuff.
Lots of attacking possibilities for white on the king side. So the big question for Nodirbek will be, where will he find his king safety? And very often it's at the center of the board. And sometimes even looking at a queen side king march, it just looks you would be inviting sacrifices on that 8-6 square. The 8-6 pawn is now a hook, which also invites the g pawn to advance down the board if given an opportunity to strike on the king side. Things can get super tricky for Nodirbek if he does go short side castling. Is it a good idea for him to keep the king in the center for the time being?
Oh, absolutely not. In fact, actually, with this structure here, the reason why you go c4 a lot of times is you actually can run to the queen side. You can castle queen side. The bishop on a4 is actually really nice, too, as well. What you can actually do, weirdly enough, is after you move the knight and you castle queen side, the queen goes to g8 and then over to h7. It's a really strange maneuver, but that's how you attack the c2 pawn, and usually you have to go rook a2 there, right? It's a really strange
That
theory.
reminds me of the Spanish, queen b8, queen a7.
Yeah, that's the
other end of the board,
and
wow, action will be hot in this one. But also the other game where we have seen two decisive results so far. Dmitry Kolarz taking the first game, Jordan van Foreest taking the second game. The result is even. Jordan starts with the white pieces. We've seen some creative, crazy chess. Are we expecting more of that? And wow, we've got a Slav with g3.
Yeah, this is a pretty decent line. It can transpose into a Grunfeld if black plays g6. That's fashionable. But if you want to keep the Slav flavor, typically black goes bishop f5, bishop g4, also a very interesting sideline. So Kolarz has a pretty wide choice here, and he's going to take a little bit of time to make the decision. So Jordan, again, kind of making I wouldn't call it a second-rate move. It's not, I think, worse objectively than knight c3, but, trying to play something a little bit unexpected and fresh.
Yeah, and Magnus Carlsen himself has been known to play this G3 line, and of course, Jordan has worked with him very famously, so yeah, not that big a surprise perhaps, although I haven't seen Jordan play it himself too often, and Dmitry does grab a pawn, at least temporarily, brings his bishop out now. That black c4 pawn is most likely going to drop off later in the game, but Dmitry will hope that at least costs white several moves to regain it. And now I'm expecting Jordan just to play in gambit style, just castle the white king and kind of postpone the tension, postpone the idea of grabbing that pawn till a bit later in the game. I don't think black's going to be able to save it long term. Interesting start, and I think the big question is, what can Dmitry recover from that devastating loss in the last game?
That's a great question. Yeah, of course, if he can recover from that, he'll be fine here. If he's still thinking about it, it will affect how you play here. Never really a fan of this from the black side because of you always usually get the pawn back. Somehow white always gets the pawn back in these lines, and then usually white's a little bit better. Especially if we can even get e4 into as well. We do have the two pawns in the center. Knight e5 and e4 looks annoying. Knight h4, e4. Well, eventually we get this pawn back, and we have a nice, steamroll sometimes in the center. So it does depend. You have to play this extremely accurately from the black side, so you don't have a much worse position, even being up a pawn temporarily.
Knight bd7 and... yeah, Jordan, I very rarely see him fianchetto the kingside bishop, I've got to say. Normally it's just direct, go for the kill, go for mate, but this is very strategic stuff.
This is so for the kill.
He's so for the kill.
And yeah, what do we expect from white on this move? Jordan's air quality still not great. He needs to find some great moves though. Knight h4. What do you think of that one? Bishop pair, it's all about that today.
Absolutely, grab the bishop pair. I mean, I like white all the way. I mean, you're grabbing the bishop pair. We can play e4. We can play, like, imagine e4 and f4 happening right now. Like, you make a move like castles. I go e4, bishop g6, and then f4. Now, you may have bishop h5, but the fact that I have so much space there is saying a lot.
But really wants to start pushing in the center, those pawns. And it's really not about gaining the material back here. For Jordan, the last thing on his mind is how is he going to win the c4 pawn back. It's about piece activity. It is about space, about trying to build and attack, get that pawn storm rolling. Knight h4 first asks the big question to Dmitry, what kind of pawn structure does he want? Is he okay with the capture on f5, which would mean a doubling up on the f line? Or does he want to waste another tempo, falling back with the bishop on g6? But time is of the essence, and Dmitry is still behind in development. He decides to keep the bishop pair, bishop g4, and we can expect white to continue pursuing that bishop. h3, g4?
Yeah, that's pretty standard fare in the Slav where white plays h3, bishop h5, g4, bishop g6. And the question is, does white want to weaken his kingside in order to garner the bishop pair? After g4, bishop g6, white doesn't have to rush with knight takes g6 because at that point the bishop is out of retreating squares. And, Jordan pauses. You can understand why. g4 is a very committal move. He can also delay that move and play a positional move like a2, a4, or the queen can move up to c2. To enable the e-pawn to move forward. James, your move f4, I've seen that kind of move in this exact configuration. That would be very much suited to Jordan's style as well. I think he's going to play f4. I don't know why, I have a feeling.
f4, let's go. Oh, yeah, we feeling aggressive.
Still for the kill.
Come on, baby. We feeling aggressive. Let's go.
Come on,
Jordan. Close it out. Come on, Jordan. F4.
Frank the f-pawn.
Frank.
Oh, that was Freddie the f-pawn.
Freddie. It's gotten into me.
Yep. Felix.
Freddie or Frank, it would be amazing
Felix.
to see.
Felix.
Fun, the f-pawn. Well, f4 is definitely going to be a lot of fun if it is on the board. Jordan slowing down. Which pawn will he push? g4, f4, or move the queen, looking at an e-pawn advance down the center of the board. A big moment, and it's the first time that actually in this match, Dmitry Kolas has more time out of the opening than Jordan Van Foreest.
Yeah, potentially very important, as we've seen. Dmitry did panic slightly in that previous game when he was getting low on the clock. But yeah, Jordan, I think he's paused at the right moment. So much choice, as you guys have been highlighting, so many different pawns to push, so many different plans, attacking ideas for white. That, I think, again, good tips for anyone at home. Once you spot 2 or 3 different tempting moves, that's the moment to stop, because often that's your brain's way of telling you that this is a critical moment. If you choose a bad plan, it could backfire. And here, multiple plans. And not necessarily a right or wrong answer. It's just Jordan choosing what he thinks will suit his style the best.
Yeah. It is, David, as you mentioned, about Jordan's approach in this position. And the thing with pawn moves that we know, another ChessKid tip here, Pawns don't move backwards, we know that, so you have to be super careful with the decision. And wow, there is another pawn move. What is it, Benny the B pawn?
Well, there will be no Benny the B pawn because it's about to be captured. There might be Quentin the Queen up to B3. I was struggling to find a name that starts with Q.
Quentin the Queen.
Can you find a single other name that starts with Q?
You're right, in fact.
Kasparov.
Quigley? Quarrelson?
Quarrelson.
When Magnus gets angry, he's Magnus Quarrelson. Carlson.
That's too funny.
Wow, okay, bishop b4 developing, hitting the knight, and some quarrelsome play goes on as white defends that knight with bishop d2. All right, we will step away from this for just a moment and come back to see what happens. But right now, let's zoom out and take a look at the other game with Fabiano Caruana trailing the match. And there's so much that has happened. One thing that we did predict, Black's king has marched all the way down to the queen side. Guys, break this down. What is this crazy position? The pawn structure, the king, g2, king h7. What are those rooks doing on the f-file? What's going on here? Lots of questions.
That's always the question in the French defense. That's the problem. What is going on is the key question. And most of the time, we don't know. We're guessing, and the players guessing too. I think they're just putting their pieces on squares they feel are promising, especially if the position does eventually open up. And they're hoping that things do open up in their favor. Right now, I would choose white, I think, just because I like my space. I don't feel that the black bishop is doing too much of a job now on a4. It's not really participating in the rest of the action. But if there's no breakthrough, then potentially black will be able to break through against the white king. Yeah, James, help me out here.
Ooh, yeah, in fact, these are tough positions because the whole queen side is locked down over there. That's where the king is, but it's very hard to get to it. In fact, I mean, let's say we get the rooks doubled, just like hypothetically. We get both rooks on b1 and b2. It's still not clear yet, especially even this move, knight a7. What I could play is actually play b5, pawn b5, and lock everything up on that side, and really just kind of shuffle or try to make my own counterplay on the king side, which we actually do have some stuff over there. This one is very hard, I think, for honestly both sides. I feel like black can actually make a little bit of leeway on the king side. We do have the bishops that are defending things, but how does white attack the king? Like, it is over there. It looks strange, but how do we get to it is the question.
Danya, is this a threat? Knight b5 next move for white. Sorry, for black here. Just going after the a pawn, or does white have a way to counter that?
I think it's time to ask the main question again. What is going on? Well, if white perceives it as a threat, you can maneuver the queen from d2 to b2. You could play queen c1 in order to meet knight b5 with queen b2. So that's a more defensive option. But keeping the queen closer to the king side also has a case to be made for it, because eventually Fabi will probably want to prepare one of these kingside pawn breaks. You do shake the hornet's nest when you play g5 or f5, and this is what these positions are often all about. Can white properly time one of these advances? Black's rooks are menacingly doubled on the f-file. They are just waiting, salivating for the opportunity to prove their worth, but the bishop on e3 is also doing an important defensive job, covering the f2 square and taking the sting out of those rooks should the f-file open.
Yeah, and okay, interesting move by Fabi. Bishop f3, he's basically saying, okay, I'm aiming towards your king, actually. And knight b5 very quickly met by rook a1. So he did indeed think that there was a threat against this weak, isolated pawn. But now the black king hiding nice and safe on a6. And wow, the kings, if we talk about whose is safer, it's actually black's.
You will never, ever in your life, listen to me very closely, get to this king on a6. There's no way. I mean, you're going to have to sacrifice a lot of material that's all on the other side of the board. It is just very difficult, and this looks honestly practically better for black. The king is safer, and we do have some tension on the f-file. Stuff could happen, and this could definitely backfire.
Yeah, if things open up, it might well suit black, especially if white's got pieces tied down like this rook. I really didn't like that move, but maybe it was necessary. And yeah, Abdusattorov just works things in his favor every time.
You know, those articles like top 10 cities to ride out the apocalypse, they A6 would be at the top of the list. I mean, nothing's getting to that king.
Dream holiday destination, A6.
You can't move anything. This is a crazy position where you have to move, you have to obviously calculate correctly on the king side of the board. This one is really hard, I think, for Fabi, to be honest, to figure this one out.
Wow. So Fabi's rook on a1 tied down to the a3 pawn. The queen on d2 tied down to the c2 pawn. The rest of the pieces completely jammed on the king side. Have to make sure that Fabi doesn't get a good f takes e5, a trade in the center, opening up the f line. So it just looks like Fabi has to sit and wait. Ideas like g5 and f5 seem extremely far-fetched because you're just creating more weaknesses on the king side. And let's say Fabi just decides to make waiting moves here. Rook h3, rook g3. How does black break into white's position? Because it feels as if Nodirbek has done everything right. Pieces are placed super well for that big blow, but where is it?
Well, that's why these games often end in a draw. White plays rook h3, rook g3, black plays knight c7, b5, c7, or queen c8, d7, c8. And the onus definitely on Fabi to try to make one of these pawn breaks work because Nodirbek has got a 1-point lead. Nodirbek is chilling. He's more than happy to take a draw in this very position.
He's got white in the last round.
Yeah. And he's pretty easy to beat with white, so with black, that is. No big deal.
Yeah.
Wow. David, tough one for Fabi.
Exactly. And it's no coincidence that Fabi is spending a couple of minutes there, and he does decide to take a risk with his last white of these 4 rapid games. And, wow, taking that pawn. Yeah, James, you don't get a good feeling about that.
Gross. It feels gross because, I mean, black has just, you have, even the engine agrees too, you have options. You also have pawn breaks at some point. But I guess his argument is if you ever try to push something, you're going to open things up for me. So I think that's what he's looking forward to. The question is, how does he take? And Nodirbek is calculating that now. And if you take with the rook, e5 is extremely weak, but how do we get the knight there? Maybe back it up. Bishop e2, knight f3, knight e5. We could get a very strong knight there. If pawn takes, I wonder what happens on pawn takes.
Yeah, the problem here, maybe black can back it up as well and jump into a nice outpost. The d6 square has been freed up by white's last capture. You mentioned pawn takes as well. Equally tempting because now it's more likely you'll be able to break in the center, maybe shift the rooks across towards the white king. But what are the downsides here? Maybe this pawn is weak?
Well, he takes it with a rook.
Takes with the rook.
Doesn't want to create that 8-6 weakness, David, that you were pointing out, and Fabi quickly sidesteps with the king. And now the black knight could centralize itself on d6. It just looks, with this trade on f6, black should be super happy because he's got more to play for.
Yeah, more to play for. And again, white's pieces are stuck, tied down. The queen's still tied down to this one, as you mentioned, Tanya. The bishop now is the one tied down to holding this central post. If the black knight ever creeps in, it's going to be disaster. Really looking good for Abdusattorov right now.
And even if it creeps in while the bishop is on f3, after the trade, may seem like black is ruining his pawn structure, but he is garnering that d5 post for his knight. That is a sweet square for the pony. Ooh. And Fabi, this is what we talked about, right? You choose the wrong moment to break through on the king side, and you cause a lot more problems than you had. But you can understand Fabi's decision-making. Queen d6 instead is Nodirbek's choice. I think that's fine as well. He's in control of this game.
He's in control, and he's also hinting that at some point he might even sacrifice the exchange just to break through towards the white king. Yeah, really nice play. Time advantage as well for black. Fabi dropping back his bishop. Trying to curl up now. He's trying to make a safe haven for the white king. It's never going to be as safe as the black king. But interesting. Still very tense, so still anything could happen from this point.
And the one thing that Nodirbek has to be careful about is not to get greedy with that A pawn, that pawn on the edge of the board. You don't want to open up the A file. You don't want to give your opponent counterplay. If black was to go with that knight, capture the A pawn. Notice how the knight and the bishop are all lined up on that same file.
Whoa.
White would fall back with the queen, hit that knight on A3, and win that bishop on A4. But, wow, none of that, David. Big action. Nodirbek with an exchange sacrifice.
Yeah, he did actually sacrifice the exchange. I thought he was bluffing. I thought he was just teasing the opponent, but he's gone for it. What do we think of this?
Yeah, I thought it was a bluff, too, because I was like, well, how do you follow up? I mean, yeah, you got the exchange sack, but what are you going to do now?
E5 maybe, but then you open the E file, and last I checked, white has 2 rooks and black has 1.
Yeah, that's good counting, right? So, like, here, definitely something to pay attention to. What do you even do with the knight on E7 here? I don't know. Maybe he's just going for it. That was a big risk there, definitely, for sure.
Yeah, you kind of want to move this knight out the way now, drop the bishop back and somehow open things up towards the white king, but it takes so long.
Yeah.
I don't think you're in time, and your material down now. You are a rook for a minor piece down.
It just feels so unnecessary, right? Everything was under control. Black's the one who's putting all these threats. More difficult for Fabi to make moves, which means more time on the clock being burnt. Was it a premature decision to give up that exchange?
I think he missed king h3 specifically, because if the king had gone the other way, there was a discovered attack with rook takes d4, and then he would have had 2, maybe even 3 pawns for the exchange. Now Fabi's king is the safest it's been in a while, but knight g8, I think, is excellent. It adds some oil to the fire. Speaking of oil to the fire, white is first to the party with knight to g6, and now things are getting really crazy.
I've got to mention the symmetry. I think Fabiano loved Abdusattorov's king march so much, king to a6. He was like, okay, how can I copy that? Mirror image, I'm going to put my king on h3. And he's walked his king over to the safe h3 square. Yeah, again, don't try it at home, anyone. I would never dare. But these guys getting away with it so far. Whose king is weaker?
I think this is the only game that I've seen where white's king is on h3 and black king's on a6.
It's the only game you'll ever see, Tanya, with this king configuration.
That's funny.
Too much fun. All right, the knight has landed on e5. Definitely an improvement there from that h4 square. Black falls back with the rook on f8. And now it just feels like the momentum is shifting, James, and Fabi is in driver's seat.
Definitely, he can feel the momentum shift here. I think he is definitely feeling better. I mean, he got the exchange. We are up in exchange here. This looks really good for white. I mean, practically speaking, we can probably play g5. At some point, my king is very safe over there, and my rook defends c3. I don't care about the a-pawn at all. So g5, maybe we take and end up hitting g7. We also have a plus h-pawn ourselves. But I don't think he's going to take it. If he does take it, obviously we get the g-pawn. If he doesn't take it, then maybe we could play, taking ourselves and try to get something to the 7th or even the 6th rank with rook. And there it is, g5, and we live, Fabi. And we live.
Are you guys surprised the evaluation bar is just bang in the middle still? It's not reacting despite the fact that we're starting to love white's
Come on, David. It's obviously dead equal. What is there even to talk about here? Balanced position.
Oh, sorry, Daniel. I should have known.
This is the very picture of equality.
That's a great question, though, right? White's got this extra exchange, and we're talking about momentum shift. How do you explain that eval bar is still giving this dynamic?
Well, there's a good chess expression which is overused a little bit, dynamic equality. It means the position is imbalanced, but both sides have exciting chances that approximately counterbalance each other. But there's a big asterisk there. That's with best play. When you've got a position like this, you know that things can swing in one or the other direction with a single mistake. And bishop f3, that probably was not a mistake. Knight d7 here is a tempting way to try to pry that knight away from the e5 square, but the tension is at an all-time high. Oh my gosh.
Wow, I like it, Daniel. Just try and get rid of white's best piece. Makes a lot of sense. If you don't act quickly, then this pawn is simply going to drop. And actually, it's the h-pawn that will decide the game. That'll make Simon very happy if Harry becomes Harriet at the end of this game and queens promotes.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah.
But knight d7, your move on the board. And suddenly watch out for this loose bishop. Oof. Anything could happen here still. Bishop g4. Ooh, get
Back
rid of
to
it.
f6.
Yeah, knight to f6,
Bishop
repeat.
f3.
Repeat.
Back to d7.
You want to draw?
Absolutely.
But that's the thing, right? Fabi can't afford a repetition here. He has to create his chances. He's the one who's trailing the match, and it is his final white. After knight f6, is there another way? Can white just get greedy and pick up the g7 pawn?
Oh, we had a trade.
Ooh, instead a trade on e5.
Trade and rook to f6. This feels a bit odd. What's the idea? Is he going to drop his queen back and maybe try to break through on the f-file? At some point, I really want to get this white rook back into the game. The problem is this pawn will drop the moment that white rook moves. So still very tense. I'm starting to like white, but yeah, Fabi, can he do it? Can he clinch this game? Big moment now. The next few moves, it feels like it'll be decided there.
And he is slightly up on the clock as well. This is his chance to level the match. He's up in exchange, but again, it surprises us all that how the eval bar still is somewhere around the equal mark. Rook f6 has been played, and I think it also comes down to that rook on a1. He's an exchange up, but for the time being, Fabi's playing without that rook on a1. It's tied down to defending that a3 pawn, and as long as that rook doesn't come into play, it's going to be hard to make use of that extra exchange. Might be time to actually do that. Rook e1.
Yeah, he's played a great call, Tanya. Now, the a3 pawn is not irrelevant. If black grabs it, and even if the queens come off the board, don't sleep on that a5 pawn. The path for it forward to become Harriet Anna. What's a male name that starts with an A? Alex becomes Anna. That pawn can promote to a1.
Alex becomes Alexa.
Alexandra. There we go. Bang. What else needs to be said?
Wow.
So are you rooting for taking this pawn, Daniel, or are you going to go passive and drop the knight back to defend? Two very different approaches here.
I think the latter. My intuition just says that G7 pawn can be picked off as well. And he does take on A3. Let's
here
go.
It is. Uh-oh, here we go.
Eval bar didn't like it. Eric, the eval bar.
Eric, the eval bar.
It's a race now. White is going to take this pawn, I assume, with the rook. And White, once you get this pawn, is very quick to run forward with Harry here. It does feel like, actually, for the first time in the game, this black king not entirely safe. Watch out for some nasty sneak attacks around the back from this bishop. I'm starting to think, actually, Fabi's going to finish this game with some tactics.
I feel that.
The A6 king is going to be broken into.
How did he get to me?
Oh, it's like you're on holiday and someone breaks into the room and says, OK, I got you.
I got you.
Worst nightmare.
How did this happen?
You're up on the match by an entire point, and that sacrifice on f4, even if it maintains the balance, it's definitely a decision that requires a lot of bravery, a lot of courage, but perhaps wasn't the most practical way for Nodirbek to play. Given the match situation, e6 pawn has been picked up, and after the rook trade, bishop e6 will threaten a check on c8 and also the d5 pawn. Is it time for black to think about a queen trade, picking up the c3 pawn? Trade queens start dreaming about marching down the board with the a-pawn.
Yeah, that's definitely on his mind, Abdusattorov. But if you trade queens, it's going to become a pure race. Whose pawns are going to be quicker? And you've got to be very, very sure about your calculation before you embark on anything like that. It feels like Abdusattorov, not just has he lost control, but now he's running out of time to calculate. At least finding a way to survive is the first step, but it's not easy to even do that.
Yeah.
Did you see it?
I think he's a little frustrated there. We saw a little bit of just refocus there. He had to reposition and focus again here. Lots of times you can understand, you can kind of see, he understands this is very, very important right now. Maybe we just, queen f8, that's strange. Yeah, you're going to have to go. You're going to have to just go for it. What do you think, Diane?
I like your idea, though. Maybe rook takes c6 and then queen f8 to try to access f1. It smells of desperation, but I think Nodirbek's initial idea was to take on c3 with the queen, but upon closer inspection, he realizes that g7 pawn is too weak. Bishop c8 is a potential mate threat that he might have underestimated. I'd go for something like this, just practically speaking. Oh, Fabi takes with the bishop.
Yeah, I like it. I've got to mention this bishop c8, potentially a huge threat. Also, the d5 pawn.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we might see queen f8 now, because if you pick up bishop d5, there's queen f5 check, picking up the bishop, and queen f8 also defends against bishop c8.
Yeah, I think he has to go for this nice geometry there. Queen f8, potentially one of the only moves to survive. But maybe the king, I don't know, maybe he'll shuffle across, no checks.
The kings today.
Yeah, really, it's still up for grabs, this game.
It's anyone's game, and we see the eval bar creep up for Fabiano Caruana, but this is far from over. It's a crazy position, and with a white's king in the open, anything can happen. The only problem for Nodirbek is that the minor pieces are on the other side of the board. Imagine bishop and knight, you're able to get them on the king's side, and we'd be singing a different tune here.
Very different tune, but the problem is your pieces are stuck where you put them. You've committed to that, and Abdusattorov, I fear for him in this game, and if he loses this, remember, Vaikanze in Tata Steel, he lost the last round when he only needed a draw. Here, he's ahead again, playing really creative chess. It's backfiring. Could those demons come back to haunt him? He's going to start thinking now, I should have played it safe. I shouldn't have played the French. I shouldn't have gone for these crazy tactics. Shouldn't have gone for that exchange sacrifice.
Yeah.
He was still in control there.
That big one was the exchange sacrifice. I mean, really, if going back, if he didn't have that exchange sacrifice in there, it would have been just a different game. Queen c3 takes
rook g1.
Wow,
he goes bishop c8 check first. Oh, that is a knife, because if king a7, there's a 7th rank check. If you go to b5, that's like the worst square on the board. He goes from the safest square to the most dangerous square.
But you might have to, because king a7, rook e7 looks like you're just losing that g pawn with tempo, and the h pawn is definitely going to be Harriet.
Yes, and the bishop can slide back to f5 and keep black's bishop at bay. No, this is looking like disaster.
Yeah, you've got to pick your poison here. You know you're probably crashing to defeat by Abdusattorov, and he just needs to try and give Fabi some practical problems. I agree with you, Tanya. Just bring the king forward. If in doubt, it's always just a good practical try to confuse the opponent, bringing the king as far forward as possible. Retreating never scares the opponent that much. And also the black king retreating to the corner is not going to be safe anyway. Just advance and hope for the best. It's most likely hopeless, but best bet, and he goes for it. It's a check.
Goes forward.
Takes.
Trades. It looks like Fabi's just calculated the whole line while Nodirbek was having a think. What?
Whoa, you're going to have to relax, big fella. What is that move?
What?
What the heck is that?
David,
what is
something
that?
about confusing your opponent?
Desperation here. He's trying to block the white rook's path to that G-pawn, but
I like
he's going to hold it up one move.
I like it. I think he's banking on his queen side. Those passers in time pressure are very hard to stop. King C3 and then B5. It's super far-fetched, but I've seen crazier things than this. He might even give up his knight for the H-pawn, and in the right circumstances, the B and A pawns could overwhelm the rook and bishop. It's very unlikely, though.
Wow.
Daniel, that bishop could have been picked up by the king or the knight. This is a move of a genius. Knight E4 is unreal stuff.
You know what they say about the line between genius and lunacy. It's pretty thin. I don't know which side of the spectrum this falls on.
Wow, knight E4, that's insane stuff. And we see the eval bar still says that Fabi is winning, but it's definitely thrown him off. He's slowed down. It's not a move that anyone in the world could have expected. Does he save that bishop, or does he go for the G-pawn with rook G1?
That's a great question.
Save the bishop. Why not?
Yeah, there's actually 2 pieces.
And just to show why he played this crazy genius move on the last turn, if the black king had captured, then simply the rook comes up the board to E7. Nothing to do. This pawn is simply going to be captured. 1, 2, 3. Queen Harriet appears on the board. So why not slow down the opponent? Knight E4. I think rook G1, Tanya, is the idea to meet it with knight coming back, just to eliminate this pawn at any cost, and then play switches purely to the other flank. White has an extra rook, but black has pawns. So, OK, he does save things, and the black knight goes back anyway. So this pawn about to come off the board. The king's going to advance. Still some work to be done.
He's up a rook now. And the A5, B6 pawn, they're still a little far away. Or are you just going to start marching down with your king, king C3, pick up more pawns? But it looks like it's going to be too slow. Rook G1's coming in, G7's falling apart. This has got to be game over.
Yeah. A4 could be met with the rook B1. White is under no obligation to use the rook to win G7. He could also use it to mop up some of the queen side pawns. Yeah, this is a good attempt. Valiant effort by Nodirbek, but Fabi's got way too much time for this to truly scare him.
Yeah, it's a really classy move by Fabi, just advancing his king, protecting his H-pawn. He knows that that white H-pawn is going to tie down the black knight forever. Another classy move, threatening to take that black knight and run through with the H-pawn. That might be the dagger.
Rook F6, a big threat on the board. The H-pawn will be queening, and he gives up the knight, picks up the pawn. That's a rook and bishop now.
Can I get this off the screen, bro? I'm down 2 pieces.
What's going on? This is not an instructive moment for chess kids of the world.
If you ever need to know when to resign, it might be around now. We normally don't recommend it, but this one should be hopeless.
But David, no one ever won a game by resigning.
Yeah, but don't think he's going to win this one anyway, unfortunately.
Fair point, and it looks like Fabiano Caruana will be leveling this match. Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, he knows it's all over, but he did have it under control. It wasn't even the opening. He did everything right, but just rushed with that exchange sacrifice. And after that, Fabi showing his skills. The D5 pawn falls. We are expecting resignation any moment. He's up on the clock. Wow, that means we will set ourselves up for a big game 4 as the match will be leveled out. He's going for the C2 pawn. Nodirbek, he's a fighter. He's an absolute fighter. Yeah. Even in a dead lost position.
But there's nothing to fight with. He's about to run out of pawns.
Yeah.
Rook F3 check.
That's his username, I think, on chess.com. Uzbek fighter. He's fighting on. He's keeping going. Uzbek warrior, that's it.
How dare you confuse fighter and warrior, David? It's such a big difference. Uzbek fighter's probably like Yakuboyev or Sindarov.
They're all fighters, that's for sure. The A-pawn's coming. Will Fabi get nervous?
Will Fabi get nervous? Oh, man, this one is... he's trying to find the most precise way, though.
James, big update in our other match. Jordan Van Foreest has won 2 back-to-back games, and he's the one who leads that match against Dmitry Kolas, which means Dmitry will have to win the final rapid game to level the match. Right now, it is all eyes on this one, as Nodirbek's only hope is Alex, the A-pawn. It is trying to march down the board, but with the rook and bishop down. This is actually just insane stuff. I haven't seen a player fight this kind of an ending at that level, I have to say, David. Are you surprised?
I was surprised a few moments ago. Now I'm thinking, okay, I spoke too soon. Commentator's curse. Suddenly there are traps. I'm looking at a couple of moves for Fabi. First move, I just want to give a check with the white rook, force the black king to commit. I think this was strongest, but other moves were maybe less clear. And now the black king has to protect the c4 pawn. You cannot let that one drop. So I'm expecting it to go back to b4. And still, there we go. Still, the a pawn running. Some work to be done.
But after a3, you can always give up that bishop for the c pawn, and when black's king captures the bishop, the rook will pick up the a3 pawn. So everything's under control.
But b5
b5 first.
b5 first.
And white's king is really far away.
Oh my god.
So, like, I mean, there's still a little iota of hope here.
Right.
I don't know what the fastest way to win here is. Maybe rook f1 to b1.
Yeah.
If Nodirbek survives this game, I've seen everything.
2 pieces down here, right? If he survives and this is a draw, Fabi is going to be hurt. That's going to be that's a psych part there that you're going to have to get over very quickly because there's still match left.
Both players down to under a minute now.
Yeah, when we entered this endgame with white having an extra rook and an extra bishop, Fabi had almost 4 minutes. So he's burnt most of his clock already. He better find a win now, otherwise the panic will be setting in. And okay, he does go with your move there, Daniel, retreating the white rook, aiming to check from the front.
And David, you can see the tension on Fabi's face. I think he also expected this to be game over, for Nodirbek to just resign at any moment with the resistance that Nodirbek is putting up. Fabi's feeling the tension right now.
You've cut off his head, you've cut off his limbs, and he's still like kicking, he's still inflicting pain. Okay, but Fabi just a couple accurate moves away, but b4 and a3, those pawns. Alex might still become Alexander there. I mean, b4 now?
Oh my gosh.
That's just crazy, bro.
Rook a1. A3, C3. Ugh. He moves his king back.
Takes, check.
Yeah, I think black just can't make progress past A3.
Yeah, you're stuck with black.
But this is amazing stuff by Nodirbek. I mean, regardless of how this ends, the fact that he found this resource, knight e4, marching down the board fearlessly with
G5.
Just amazing stuff. Throw that
There it
out.
is, G5.
It's on the board.
Deflection. Why not? Distract the opponent.
Throw everything at him. Throw everything at him.
Pawns are the soul of chess. That's what we're taught.
That's all he's got.
Chat says, sack the king. He doing everything. Sacrifice the king. I understand.
Okay, this should be the killer blow now. This pawn's dropping with gain of time.
You can't push the b pawn, and that's the problem in black's position with that bishop on f7. Don't pick up the g4 pawn just yet.
And that should be a resi.
Fabi's smiling as well. It did take some work. I think this is in a long time a position that Fabi had to win, being up a rook, being up a bishop. It's not a task that he's put to every day. But Nodirbek Abdusattorov showing some amazing defensive ideas there. Wow, what an incredible round it has been, with both the matches ending decisively. Jordan van Foreest takes a win. Fabi takes a win. David, what is the big takeaway?
Wow, so many takeaways from that round. Most of all, that the players love fighting chess. They love decisive games. But I just wanted to show how the other game wrapped up. Jordan winning that one against Dmitry Kolarz. White here, Jordan van Foreest, had 2 dominant pass pawns. Pawns have been the theme of this round, and he clinched this game in really nice fashion. He played the move queen to c7, eliminating the pawn's key blockader, the black queen. And after this trade, he had spotted this really cunning move. Just when it looks like his pawns are falling, he had spotted he could come back, slide back with rook d2. Now, if the pawn is captured, there'll be a nasty check, costing black his bishop. And one more move was not sufficient to save the game. Bishop d7, the final killer blow here. And white now about to win the black rook with a nasty check. Great technique from Jordan van Foreest.
Really nice stuff there, David. And once again, for all the chess kids out there, always be on the lookout for these super critical moments when you want to trade your pieces, when you want to offer those exchanges. Often, they decide the result. And speaking of the results, this is our scoreline going into the final rapid game of the winners semi-final bracket. Jordan van Foreest lost the first game, and now he's the one who's taken the lead in his match. Dmitry Kolarz has to win on demand to force an Armageddon. Meanwhile, Fabiano Caruana also strikes right back in Game 3, leveling his match. Both these matches going to be super exciting. Either of them could go into an Armageddon, but before we get to round 4 ChessKid action, we're going to take a quick short break.
Do you love following chess.com events and want to join the team? Are you a passionate chess fan with experience in organizing events and tournaments? You might be exactly who we're looking for to come on board as an events coordinator. Use command apply in chat or go to go.chess.com/events_coordinator_apply to submit your application now. Do you love chess events and want to help grow the game with chess.com? Do you want to be part of the team that makes tournaments like the ChessKid Cup a reality? We're looking for a driven chess fan with experience in organizing gaming events to come on board as the Director of Event Operations. Use command apply in chat to submit your application now.
An air of focus, concentration, performance. Airthings puts you in control of air pollutants that cloud your work from home space, shifting your state with every breath. Find your air of clarity now.
For over 75 years, we've witnessed moments that will last forever. From the heroes we admire to the joy of watching them play. Celebrating 75 years of changing the game. Whom forever faster.
Welcome back, everyone. We've got a big final rapid round coming up in Division 1, but we've also had a roundup of the day in the other two divisions. Simon, what's the big news of the day?
Well, we got loads of action. We're just going to bring up the results very shortly, but I've been listening to Danya's puns, and I've been loving them a lot, and I sort of came up with one. So the big news of the day is that Nakamura is now Naka no more. Okay, I'll see you later, guys. All right, okay, and back to, okay, Division 2. Let's get on with it now. So, sorry about that. Just had to throw that in. These are the players who have gone through to the next round. And you can see that, well, a lot of the favourites gone through there. And again, we've got our tattooed friend go through, Vladimir Fedosev. And the losers have to fight harder to get through to the semi-final. Dmitry Adriakin has managed to come through. Tung Lee, Shak Mamajarov, and Gug Meyer as well. So there's a lot of action going on there. And of course, they're trying to qualify for the first division. And then they get to play all these legends of the game. And there's loads of prize money. And it's the big stage, isn't it, there?
$10,000 for the winner of Division 2, as well as the big ticket into Division 1 of the next Champions Chess Tour event. And Simon, before we head to the round 4 action, I have to ask you, we've been talking so much about the incredible pawn action that we've been seeing with pawns storm down the board. Now it's Harry the H pawn, Gary the G pawn, Freddie the F pawn, but you've got to take us through all of them. Okay. How does it work?
Right, so you got Harry, the H-pawn. You got Gary, because Gary's a good friend of mine. Freddie, because Nightmare on Elm Street, you had Freddie. He's quite scary. Eddie the Eagle Edwards, the ski jumper. You got D, Derek. I don't know why Derek, that's just a sad name. C, Charlie, after my cat. B, Bertie. I don't know why. And A, Ari.
Ari.
Like Harry, but Ari.
Oh.
Ari the A-pawn. So there we go. That's the names of the pawns, in case you're wondering.
Now we know. Simon, thanks for settling that, because that was a big debate that we had going on. And we were looking more of those pawn storms down the board. Now we know exactly how to call them. Simon, it's been a fun day of chess. Do you think we're going to see an Armageddon?
I think so. I think it's been a long day, very exciting day, and I expect we're going to get an Armageddon coming up because, it's going to happen with 2 games going on. But let's also just have a look at Division 3 as well, I guess, just see very quickly what's going on there because there's been so much action happening there. Sam Sevion didn't go through there. He lost to Alan Pitcho, very good player, has won that one. And, other results, I think it's worth pointing out Denis Lazovic, this young player, has had a fantastic run so far. And we just want to keep you up to date with these because this is your run-up, obviously, to Division 1. This is exciting. You can qualify online through this, the top players, and they got these things in goal to aim for. David Navarra still in. Good to see that. Everyone loves David. And the legend, Gadakamsky. If you don't know what I'm talking about there, well worth Googling. And Yu Yangyi, one of the strongest Chinese players, is going to be there in the next round. Donichenko, bit of a legend. And this is the losers round 3. And finally, the winners semi-final. Pitcho versus Barnowski and Hari Krishna versus Lazovic. And you see that Pitcho and Hari Krishna are the 2 players there who have guaranteed their place and got through to the next round. And there is a lot of games going on, and it is even a bit confusing for me, but that's because there's so many great players.
That is what makes the Champions Chess Tour season so exciting. We've got 3 divisions with big names, big action. Simon, thank you so much for that big update. And for now, of course, the big news is the big 4th game coming up in the winners bracket. And for Dimitri Kolas, it has been his 8th decisive game. But right now, against Jordan Van Foreest, he needs to win on demand to force an Armageddon. Meanwhile, that was some incredible play by Fabiano Caruana to level the match.
Yeah, it really was. And things were not going his way out of the opening. Abdusattorov had everything under control, but you give these super GMs one little chance, they're going to pounce. Fabi keeping his composure at the end of the game, despite some heroic resistance by the Uzbek grandmaster. It's all down to this scintillating 4th game.
And the clocks are ticking. We will have liftoff in just a few seconds. And before that happens, Paul, Armageddon, yes or no?
Long day for them playing. I think more mistakes happen. I'm going to say no.
Wow. Both the games decided? Okay, wow. David?
I'll say yes in Caruana against Abdusattorov.
I'd love to see that.
I'm going to say yes in Colors and Forest just to be different, even though that's the least likely of all the scenarios.
I'm going to say 2 Armageddons. We've covered all ground here, and then we've got Nodirbek, Abdusattorov starting with the white pieces. This is the final 4th rapid game. And result in both the matches are tied. He starts with a 1d4. Are we going to see a Queen's Gambit declined?
Yeah, actually, we saw this strange hybrid between the Nimzo Indian and the Catalan in the previous clash between these 2 when Abdusattorov had the white pieces. Of course, he went on to win that game. This time it's a pure Catalan. And, okay, has he got a twist, a turn on this one? He plays Queen d3. He's played this before. Interesting, but rare move. Normally white castles in that position. What do you think of this one?
Yeah. Same kind of thing he did in the last white game, right? Just making a slightly offbeat move. And Fabi, not really caught off guard. B6 happens pretty quickly. And you might even play Bishop A6, Bishop A6 here. It's kind of a funny-looking intermediate move.
Yeah, I like that. I like that he can, the B6 move was very cool. I mean, you can play Bishop A6 and back to kind of Queen's Indian-like.
There's no pre-move short castle if you're white.
Right, yeah. No pre-moving. That would suck.
Yeah, he's not the type to pre-move, and okay, he does take the pawn. Fabi now in the center with his knight. White does indeed get away with castling, but the white queen might well get harassed. Watch out for that black light square bishop to come out and kick her away. I'm slightly surprised, I've got to say, at Fabi's decision to take back in the center with a knight. He lacks influence now in the center. White at some point might be able to establish a nice pawn center there, but he's arguing that he will be in time, Fabi, to strike at white's center. Maybe with the move c5. White has that extra central pawn now on d4. Looks nice and beautiful, but if you can eliminate it, trade it off, then play will be very much balanced. So Abdusattorov, knight c3. Yeah, looks sensible for both players so far. Yeah, what would we do here? Trade that knight or keep the tension?
I'm keeping it.
There's a common trap here that exists in a lot of these lines where you play knight takes c3, and this move doesn't work in direct response to knight takes c3, but after bc, white is actually threatening knight g5. Good thing for newer players to know. So if I don't know, yeah, h6 for, I'm stopping knight g5. No, you're actually enabling it. Doesn't matter how many times you defend that square. The problem is on the other side of the board. It's the bishop on b7 that's undefended, and with it falls the rook in the corner. So even strong players have fallen for this, Tanya.
You've got to watch out for that tactical trick there. Right now, he is deciding whether to trade on a c3 or not. And as Fabi has this thing, we also have action that is about to kick off in our second game in the winner's bracket. All three have ended decisively in this match. Dmitry Kolas took the first win, took the lead, and then we've been seeing back-to-back wins by Jordan. And are we going to see an Italian or a Berlin with a Spanish? Jordan doesn't play the Berlin ever, I think. Oh, my gosh.
He never plays it and then plays it. Yeah, I got you, Tanya.
It is the anti-Berlin, David.
Yep. Jordan is ahead in the match, so we can forgive him just this once, trying to play the Berlin, trying to force a draw, or trying to at least play solid. And Dmitry, of course, saying, OK, no endgames for you, no forcing lines. He's going to play the anti-Berlin, which means all pieces on the board, or at least as many as possible. Black now, Jordan trying to trade off pieces, trying to swap off a pair of knights. Whoa! White has got greedy, grabbed a pawn.
That's going to be a fun Berlin. So knight e5, what's the line here? You've given up a pawn, and how do you get your compensation? Do you pick up that bishop on b5?
Do have the option. You could also make an argument for just castling the black king and prolonging the tension. White will lose a few tempi later on. Often you just play d6, just kick that white knight back, and black's pieces spring to life. But first, OK, gaining time against the white bishop. And, OK, will he strike in the center now, Jordan? Both players very well prepared, blitzing up to this point.
What do you think? If this was to go into an Armageddon, would we have a favorite in this one?
It depends on who gets black, whoever gets black, and that is.
And how much time they bid for.
How much time they bid for, correct? Yep. Because I mean, they're both ferocious players here. I mean, we've seen nothing but strong chess from these guys. I mean, people would first think if you're just coming in and watch it, like, oh, is this the losers bracket? Like, no, these guys beat some top dogs to get here, right? So it definitely could be anybody's game in that Armageddon for sure.
Yeah,
what is this line?
Yeah, no, it's the same thing, bro. Like, what is this? Castles?
Castles. Just get developed, just go for the attack. That's what Jordan wants to do. But he's also got in the back of his mind that a draw is enough. He's a pawn down, however. I was also going to mention these players, they're at the exact same age. They know each other extremely well. There's a bit of rivalry between the Netherlands and Germany. So, yeah, a bit of mind games here at this early stage. But, yeah, clearly, having predicted this, Dmitry Kolas, impressive stuff. White's a pawn up. Black has the burden of proving compensation.
With Jordan, every single day I would predict a Sicilian with black. But the fact that he was happy to go into a Berlin just gives the feeling that he's happy to take this into the Armageddon if it comes down to it. But right now, this is quite a feisty version of the Berlin. So rook e8, you're down a pawn, but you're playing for piece activity, for compensation. You don't want to allow bishop to g4. So knight retreat would have invited black to pin that knight on f3.
Wow. b5, that shows that Jordan is prepared. He has looked at this before. You don't enter a position of pawn down when you only need a draw. If you're going, and then suddenly play a move like b5 without deep computer preparation. Suddenly alarm bells must be ringing for Dmitry Kolas. Jordan, he's famous as a second. He's famous as an opening analyst. He's, come up with some crazy ideas. b5. I need to start studying this. Studying chess a bit more, but especially this opening.
Inspired by Magnus Carlsen's Polish defense with a couple moves in between. I'd be terrified to be white here without crazy preparation because the knight on e5 is on an island and it's got no way back to the mainland because knight f3 is always going to be met with bishop g4. If you play h3, then you're weakening the king side. And there's a lot of tactics. Bishop c5, back to d6. Everything's hanging in the center. b5, what a frickin' move.
Right, what a move, bro. Maybe you go, maybe you allow b4, but he might be going a5 next, grabbing more space. I mean, you can't even move the knight to e2. That just seems like a disaster. It seems like maybe you could get away with it. Yeah, it's just like, nope, it's just a disaster move. But the fact, what's the sequence there? Anyway, oh my goodness, look at that move.
Yeah, just to show knight takes, there's a nasty check and a fork. Black will win a piece.
Bro.
Oof, scary stuff, but he does play rook e1, very sensible-looking move. And now, what next for Jordan? Do you keep pumping pawns forward on this side of the board? Makes sense to me.
And I wonder with that move, rook e1, he does defend the knight on e5. Does he want to activate his own bishop to g5 next, targeting that d5 weakness?
Pin and win, Tanya. Makes sense.
Pin and win.
Could be a threat. How does Jordan guard against this? It's not ideal, at least, to push a pawn now to h6. Evaluation bar doesn't react, but it does not look like a logical move to me.
Head spinning.
Wow. So a5 could be met by bishop g5 right now. Not that easy for black, for Jordan to advance in on the queen side in this position currently. Wow. Rook e1, tricky moment here for for Jordan van Foreest. Will he play h6? I kind of like the move. You just take away white's threat.
Yeah. Actually, maybe it is that simple, Tanya. You see your opponent's threat, you're aware of that, and you react kind of preemptively. That's what the top players do. But here it doesn't feel like the essence of the position is just playing slow moves with black. You are a pawn down. Maybe it's just the fact that the the position is so tense on the queen side that you don't touch.
There it is.
You don't touch anything there.
There it is. h6
Wow.
on the board.
I was trying to show that move as what not to do. Don't play slowly when you're a pawn down, but this is one of those rare exceptions. Crazy.
Queen g2 maybe. I mean, maybe white kind of does the same sort of thing, just a regular improving move. You know, 2 can play at that game. Maybe h3.
Bishop
okay.
g3.
Yeah.
Yeah, loose pieces drop off. That bishop was loose, undefended, so he retreats it to a nice safe square. But now watch out for the other white bishop, the light squared bishop. Massive threat to trap it right now. How do we react?
You gotta push. a3 or a4 is the question. Maybe we just go a3, because b4 you take, and then bishop is probably misplaced. On b4, at least you have to move it again. a4 allows b4, but he plays it anyway. Maybe we go knight b5 or knight a2. I mean, are you going back to e2? Bishop g4 still is a thing.
You're not going knight a2 while Canty's in the building.
Yeah, I didn't want to do this. But b4 is definitely a possibility.
Yeah.
But can he sack? Is there something with knight d5 there? Knight d5, queen h5. Whoa, what is going on, actually?
I'm not sure if it works, because there is the idea of flicking this in at some point, maybe either now or on the next move. Queen h5, James. Wow,
But
really going for it.
Yeah, but there's bishop e6 there.
Bishop e6.
Yeah, you just chill. Bishop e6, too much.
So the idea, I guess, is in this position to jump forward. At least you say, okay, you can get rid of my strong bishop, ruin my pawn structure, but I am left with a nice knight on an outpost. Actually, 2 very nice strong knights now for white. But if you take the other piece in this position, then white will be a pawn up for a long, long time. Pass pawn as well to boot. I'm liking it for white, I've got to say. Jordan, every time I see him play, he's a pawn down. Half the time, it's fine. He has compensation. Here, I'm not so sure.
Crazy positions.
Yeah, crazy position indeed. Big decision for Jordan. And yeah, I've got to say, I like what Dimitri's done. He's asking big questions. He's got something to kind of cling on to, an extra pawn. Even if you have to suffer a bit, you have something long-term to look forward to. And in a must-win situation, you can't ask for more, really. So a success for white, I think, this opening.
And David, that's such a key point in these time formats with little time to counter your opponent's idea, even if you don't find objectively the strongest move, but just forcing your opponent to think, to burn the clock. And as a speed chess specialist, Daniel, isn't that a really key point to get strong and to get those wins in, just to force your opponent to think rather than just finding the best moves all the time?
Yeah, it really is. And even with this time control, from a spectator's perspective, we're so used to watching 30-second chess, 1-minute chess. 15 minutes sounds like an eternity. But trust me, when you're sitting there and you're contemplating a critical moment, 7 minutes disappears literally in the blink of an eye. You could be calculating one line. So it's this disconnect between watching and actually playing, where your time feels like it's slipping through your fingers. In the meantime, rook to a6. This game just gets crazier and crazier. Jordan finding a creative way to defend the c6 square. I'm loving this.
Yeah, a creative way to defend, to also activate the rook, because the rook can at any moment shift to that e line, double up there, put pressure, pin that knight on e5. Rook a6, once again, Jordan's creativity at its best. We see the eval bar gives a bit of advantage there to Dimitri Kolarz. And David, what's your take on it? Because visually, I do like black's position. Why does the engine prefer white here?
Good question, Tanya. If I knew, I would be playing in this event. But yeah, I'm actually a bit annoyed at myself, because I was going to say, you play a5 with the idea of rook a6. I was going to say that like 5-6 moves ago, but I was like,
okay, it'll never happen. What's the rook doing on a6 after all? And then it happens. So, wow, creative stuff by Jordan, but c3, it might be this that is so attractive for white right now. You're simply clearing the tension, clarifying things, and if you simplify, trade off all the pieces, you are left with one extra pawn. White also has those really strong knights that we highlighted. The problem for black is you want to get rid of the bishop pair. Jordan has just done that, but what next? Looks like everything's protected for Dmitry right now.
And you have d4 coming too as well, which is quite strong. d4 is going to be quite annoying. Maybe even a bishop h4 at some point, depending on where you put this bishop. If you move the bishop on c5, you may have to go back to e7 in some cases, right? Because bishop h4 is such a huge threat. The rook does defend it on f6, though. We still have knight c6 ideas, right? But I mean, we got that extra pawn. I think white is definitely stabilized here. Engine gives white a small plus.
Yeah, it could be a growing plus as well. If black doesn't find anything over the next few moves, I could imagine a scenario, as you say, James, where white's the one improving and black is a bit stuck. Like you could swing your rook across, for example, but as you say, d4, and where's this bishop going?
And maybe f3 to cover the e4 square, really limit black's minor pieces. This is looking super comfortable, exactly what Dmitry would want out of the opening, a time advantage, an extra pawn, and questionable compensation at best.
Yep, dubious stuff. And again, you've got to question the strategy in these kind of situations where they just need a draw to play such ambitious, sacrificial play from Jordan. Oof. They're braver than me, I'll just say that, these players. And d4, the bishop has gone back, all the way back home to its start square on f8. What next for white? I like your move f3.
Yeah, the f3 move is really nice. It's just like stops and improve, right? Restrict your pieces, f3, improve mine while we're trying to restrict yours. f3 is pretty good.
Dmitry Kolas is up a pawn with some dominating knights there on e5 and b5. Things do look under control for the German grandmaster, who needs to win this game to take it to the Armageddon. Meanwhile, action is on the other board as well. Nodirbek, Abdusattorov taking on Fabiano Caruana in their final rapid game. And this is a good time to just zoom out from him as Dmitry goes into a think. And let's pull up our other game. David, do we have an update on that one?
We do have an update. We'll just get that up in a moment. It's looking very, very balanced to me. Those two, titans of the game really cancelling each other out in this one. But Abdusattorov, he's not content to just sit back and accept an equal position. He's pushing forward. Pawn to b4 is the last move. There's so much tension in the centre here, James. And what do you think? To me, I would slightly prefer white just because it feels like we're very active. Black's a bit tied up, but evaluation bar tells us it's level.
Yeah, I actually like that you can play on both sides here. I was studying just a little bit of Catalan theory and just studying chess, period. You can actually play on both sides, like, bishop f3. Yeah, bishop f3 and g4, g5 has been, I always like to play g4, g5 anyway, but you can actually do that. You can play on both sides of the board, even play maybe h5 at some point and expand on that side of the board. c5, too, is some problems here down the diagonal for the bishop, too, with the opposing each other, the b7 and g2 bishops. So there are things there, there's tactics. I mean, you even have something like, okay, move the knight to c4 at some point and go into d6. Exactly, right. After c4, knight takes c4, knight d6. So there's some threats here. I definitely like white because of the options and the tightrope you have to walk here to be precise. I wonder what he plays, though. Maybe rook c8? Bishop h3 there, yikes, maybe.
Feels like you have to do something about the centre. If you can't step forward, as we showed, because of this nasty pin along the diagonal, then it looks like maybe you just take on d4 and hope that pieces just get... Whoa, he took the other way.
Wait, so knight d7, queen d7, rook c7. He wants queen a4, hitting the rook on d1. So that's why this doesn't lose on the spot.
Wow.
The thing is, white is under no obligation to go for the tactics, and he could just say, listen, your pawn structure is bad. Maybe white could recapture on b4, covering the after knight takes d7 maybe, or even now. But if you take on d7 first and then take on b4, rook takes e2, I think now runs into rook c7, and you don't have that a4 square anymore.
Yeah, beautiful.
Double attack. Fork, and most likely a win for white in that position. Looks like many tempting, attractive options there. I'm really surprised, I've got to say, by Caruana's choice. He's basically saying, I'm going to hold things together tactically. But the evaluation bar says, okay, white actually has something extremely strong right now. I'm liking what you say, Daniel.
Knight c6 also looks decent here. Get the bishop there. I mean, geez.
The bar is like all over white.
Yeah. Knight c6 also very strong. Take, and huge weakness in the center of the board. Bishop pair again. He goes for it.
Even knight f7 and rook c7 looks good. I mean, there were so many interesting options.
Wow, knight takes f7, and the bar doesn't react. Maybe that was strong there, Danya. And rook c7, and wow, just all the targets along the 7th rank.
And bishop d5, rook b7, rook b8, rook b7, bishop d5, bishop b7. This is gross.
Yeah.
This is very bad. Wow. I mean, Catalan is such an annoying opening. You can just tell how it's too good, right? David laughing because he likes the opening. He's like, yeah, you're right. You're right, bro. It is a good opening. Like, that's David. Yeah. So Catalan's really annoying, and as you're starting to see this here.
Yeah, it's long term. Black is just suffering here. You have so many weaknesses, nothing good to say about the black position, apart from the fact temporarily you are a pawn up. So Fabi needs to somehow utilize that fact. I'm not sure how. I was trying to get some tactics, some tricks to work, maybe activating the black knight, but it feels like it doesn't actually do too much. After the knight moves, white can simply take this pawn, and everything is dropping for black. The knight now under fire, and another pawn would drop at the very least. Looking good for white, I've got to say, and Fabi just wrecking his position. I don't understand that c takes b4 move that we saw earlier, just as we jumped in. Rook a5 now.
Defending d5.
At least the e2 pawn is under fire if white's queen does get greedy and kind of slide up, taking that pawn right now. So white has to be a bit careful. You need to maybe play a controlling move or two first.
Like bishop h3 or rook d to c1, and that's really what Nodirbek is so good at, right? He keeps his composure in these tense positions, turn up the pressure dial here. That b4 pawn is a thorn in white's side, but at the present moment, it's not going anywhere. After queen takes b4, rook takes c2, there are tempting moves there as well, such as doubling on the c file and threatening rook c8. But if you're taking on b4, you got to find a follow-up. I love bishop h3. It's a very practical move.
Really practical, lining up some nasty threats. The rook, the white rook on c6 wants to slide across just one square, pin that black knight to its queen. If the black knight moves, the rook might come up to the top of the board to c8. That white light square bishop peering down, staring down at some key squares. I take it back. I don't think we'll see Armageddon in this one.
What do you even do here right now? Like, I mean, okay, give black a move right now. We do have rook d6, we have rook c7, we have doubling of the rooks. We have all these moves. Where does black move right now? Rook d6 is definitely coming. Maybe bishop e7, but then, okay, we double the rooks. Like, oh man, this is tough for Fabi here.
That's the big question for Fabi, and he's got about 5 minutes to try to defend this position. He's up a pawn, but so much piece activity for Nodirbek. He's got a bishop pair, the control on the C line. And what pawn am I even talking about? Those double pawns on the B line can be picked up at any moment. Fabi is on the defense right now. He is down by half the amount of time on the clock. Troubles everywhere, but we did see Fabi survive that game 3. From a difficult position, he managed to turn around and win it. Can that happen in this one as well?
And right now, he needs to not lose this game in the next 3 moves, because David's idea, rook d6, that is a devastating threat. I mean, he is stepping all over landmines, and that's why Fabi withdraws his knight to f8, trying to redeploy it to e6, put some pressure on d4. We know that Fabi is not going down without a fight to the last drop of blood. Nodirbek keeps his foot on the gas pedal. Queen e7.
But then there's bishop
d6.
Queen e2.
Queen takes e2, and the knight hangs. This guy just does not let up.
Just to show this, if the queens come off, at the very end, the knight drops off the board, and that's just game over. If you move the queen right now, this is a killer tactic.
You might have to give it up on c8, David, but then white picks up b4 and b6. That's got to be a technically winning position.
By the way, queen e7's on the board. He has
It's
played
on the
queen
board.
e7. Bishop d6, there it is. Fabi shakes his head.
But then bishop f5?
Oh, jeez.
Tanya, bishop f5, hitting the queen, deflecting the queen.
These bishops.
This is what Fabi missed. Queen takes, and the black rook no longer defended.
And not bishop g2, Tanya's move, is the only precise one, because then the queen has e6.
Oof. The bishop f5 was so intuition-based. You want to put it on f5 and not the retreating g2 square. But does that mean that Fabi is going to lose material at this point?
100%.
He's going to lose the game. Wow. You lose material. How do you compensate for that? I don't think you can with black.
Man, the Catalan is dangerous.
Nodirbek
bro.
with white. Man, this guy's a beast. Yeah, this is a sad necessity.
Yeah.
That's it. It was choosing the lesser evil. He picks up the bishop on d6, loses in exchange. He's down on the clock. Wow. Fabi on the brink of a match defeat, which would put him down in the elimination bracket. And look at Nodirbek, absolutely focused, David, here. He knows he's so close to wrapping this up.
He's extremely close now. He just needs to stay calm and just to make sure there are no tricks. Fabi's last move is the definition of trickery because he wants to potentially sacrifice the black rook on the 3rd rank. He wants to give it up, break open the white king. If you can prevent that, I don't think black has anything at all. White is not just rook for knight up, but also that black knight is paralyzed. There's a pin eternally. Yeah, all white needs is 1 or 2 careful moves here, James. What would you choose? I was about to say.
Oh yeah, E3 or king G2. Yeah, but E3 is like the very solid way to do it. Look at the pawn structure. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful pawn structure here. I mean, you don't even realize that he was down a pawn this whole time. You know, because of the pressure. You're like, oh, black's down, black's up a pawn. Like, what do you mean? Like, it didn't even feel like that. The pieces were so active, and black was just steady defending. You don't even feel the pawn that you're up. In fact, you would really give it back just to be able to get some type of activity or to be able to stop, you know, white's threats here. We lost some material, we down in exchange, and almost losing the game here. Fabi's going to need a miracle right now.
Yeah, it's really hanging by a thread now. That black bishop is on a really ugly square, but it is defending its knight. It is defending the black b4 pawn. You have to keep that pawn alive if you want any counterplay long term, if you want to survive any endgame. So how is Abdusattorov going to just kind of push that black position off the ledge and win this game? Still some work to be done.
Great question.
Yeah. I don't think there's anything super medium, and you could play rook c1, rook c8. The issue is that you're not attacking the f8 knight. There are maneuvers that are similar to this, trying to go after the d5 pawn. You could play queen b2 to e2 to b5. You have to figure out whether the bishop from h3 should eventually move to g2. So I think this is actually not that easy. You can also throw an h5 to try to weaken some of the dark squares on the king side. But the abundance of moves isn't always a good thing. Sometimes it makes you feel stressed out. We've all been there. We try to find the best moves. Suddenly we get into time pressure and we end up choosing the line, which complicates things the most.
Yeah, that's the last thing he wants to do right now, but he does have a big time advantage, and I like all of those ideas. I especially like this queen slide because you do protect your king as well. You don't want to allow, for example, any rook sacrifices because you have to be a bit careful of the pawns around the white king. But yeah, you can take your time here. Also, rook slide looks very logical. He does drop his bishop back. There is a weakness in black's position on the d5 square. Also very logical, but the bar reacts slightly. Maybe not the best move. Is the white rook trapped? If I drop back my queen, you have to give up material again, or give back some material.
Whoa! Rook b8, queen c7. It's an endless pursuit.
Wow, the rook has no squares.
And he plays it.
So you have to take on e7, I guess, and take on b4. Nodirbek definitely missed that.
Yeah,
and he's lucky he has a way to keep the advantage.
He's paused now. Yeah, he keeps the advantage by giving back the rook, and this pawn will most likely drop. He'll be a pawn up long term. Nice pawn structure for white, this little V here. But yeah, some work to be done and no material advantage for now, at least. Nodirbek.
Wow.
Surprising stuff.
Dang, look at the eval, bro. The bar is just disrespectful. Like, I mean, I understand I'm losing a pawn here, but the way that the bar says this is over is insane. Bishop d5. Okay.
Yeah, the white bishop is far superior to the black knight, at least, and the b4 pawn doomed. So it's easy to understand why white has the advantage, but is it enough to win?
Oh.
Ooh, you feel something, Daniel?
Well, it definitely doesn't work. I was thinking rook a3, queen takes before rook takes e3. And those checks are not to be trifled with. The problem is I think the king can escape because all of white's pieces are protected. So it's worth considering, but it's not going to work. F takes e3. And the king usually runs toward the centers, like king f1, queen f3, king e1. And the problem is that the queen and the rook are linked up. So yeah, you can take some pawns, but you're not going to save the game.
Gonna run away to safety. So not quite working, but that's the type of thing he needs to look for, Fabi, here. He needs to look for those types of kind of swindles here to save the game. Strategically, losing long-term for black.
Needing
so many twists and turns.
Bail out. Yeah, so many twists and turns for sure here. I mean, that's crazy that how strong the Catalan can be, even against some of the strongest players in the world here. Black was up a pawn basically the whole game, but we never felt this pawn. Now we're getting the pawn back and with interest.
Yeah. 2 minutes also for Fabi, adding insult to injury. If he saves this, that would just be crazy, particularly with Nodirbek's technique, which he's displayed again and again. Yeah, he blundered the exchange, but he was up in exchange, so he had an exchange to give back.
Right.
Maybe it was all part of the plan. Maybe he thought that this was easier to convert than the other position.
Entirely possible.
E5.
Okay, just hitting the bishop, but that's just a one-move threat. The bishop can move in any direction, pretty much. Any safe square, and the advantage is maintained.
Center of the board, bishop d5. Keep it eyeing the f7 weakness. Put it on the long diagonal.
Or Russian schoolboy mode, bishop f1. Safe move, I think.
With such different
many
players.
paths should win.
Yeah, with such different players, Tanya, bishop f1 was the first one on my mind. I didn't even see that
On the
d5 was a
board.
square. And
They take.
And e4. Maybe not, because of rook a4, actually. See, that's exactly the kind of sloppy mistake that I would make.
Yeah, you don't need to rush with e4. Black is a bit stuck. Just king g2.
Yeah, g2.
Very slowly.
Black's knight and rook are stuck, protecting their remaining queenside pawn on b5. So you do have some time before you start the advance, the avalanche of white's central pawns.
Yeah, unfortunately for Fabi, he can't plant his knight on d5 because the b5 pawn falls. So it's difficult to start rolling down the board with, what was it, Bertie the b pawn? Bertie the b pawn.
I think it was Bertie. Good memory. Beatrix the b pawn.
Bellatrix.
So knight d5, not a threat on the board, gives Abdusattorov enough time to start improving his own king. He's got to watch out the tactics a little bit, as pointed out. Don't rush with Eddie the e-pawn, with rook a4 coming in. That would start targeting all those central pawns. Things are in control right now. Fabi, about 2 minutes on the clock. And Abdusattorov, 4 minutes on the clock. Is this easy technique at that level?
Ooh, definition of easy, that's... Normally, you would back these players to convert, but Fabiano is very tenacious, and he will be resourceful. If he spots a tactic, if you kind of give him one chance, he will jump on it. So bring the black king now. Nodirbek does look slightly tentative here. It looks like he's not 100% sure of the best technique. He attacks the black knight, but this only helps the black rook.
Rook a7, great move. He wants to put the rook on b7. Potentially, of course, it can be chased away by white's bishop, but anytime you have a passed pawn, outside passer like that, you're going to have your counterplay. I would still consider rook b7, bishop g2, just go back to a7 and take the heat off that pawn. A lot of work to be done here for Nodirbek, no question.
Definitely. It's not that easy. Of course, there's lots of times with in-games like this, you have to have the general idea. Where do I put the pieces? What's the plan here? A lot of times you do want to put the king towards the center, but his king's coming toward the center. You got to time the pawns. The pawn pushes in the center correctly, right? The bishop also is on f1.
Rook
so you just play b4, rook c4, rook b7. And you lose piece or pawn.
I think so. Maybe before small mistake. Yes.
Yes.
He goes for it. Again, we're so different, Daniel. I would have played the bishop to c4, just control, just sat there on the position. But why delay things when you can win a pawn?
But now still bishop g2. I just don't get what it is that he wants.
Is b3 crazy? And then rook a1, b2?
Yeah, the problem is I can stop that pawn of the bishop with bishop e4.
Oh, nice.
Yikes.
Maybe we just show this on the board while Nodirbek thinks. He's double-checking, he's calculating here. The bishop hits the knight, trying to remove the defender.
Rook a1 and knight f6 might be a problem.
Ooh, we'll show this in a second. I think you're right, Dania. Here, the idea... Sorry, a check first, maybe. The idea is that the pawn can be stopped by white's bishop. And here we see white's just 2 pawns up, going to win. But Dania, I think, spotted a really nice resource there, potentially for black. A nasty check, forcing the white king to a bad square. And now suddenly threats against the white king. If you get greedy, whoops, your win has disappeared, and it's a draw. White king nowhere to hide. Wow, it's not over. It's not over yet. Rook check. And what's next? Just slide behind that black pawn, maybe?
There it is.
Good endgame technique. In general, if in doubt, put your rook behind your opponent's passed pawn. Tends to be most active there.
He's a machine. He just doesn't ever miss or fall for any of these tactics. It's crazy.
Yeah. So alert, just so aware. Always thinking about the opponent, but also kind of combining it with what he wants as well. And now it's unstoppable. I think he's going to win that b-pawn. He's going to step forward with his king now. I assume. Maybe there's others.
Definitely king g2, definitely.
Yeah. And maybe you'll give a check. Just ask the black king where it wants to go.
He's thinking, though. He is thinking.
He's thinking.
Is he check? King g2? e4, maybe?
And it all comes down to this, right? For Fabi, all hopes are on that B pawn. Once that pawn falls, it's pretty much game over. The 2 central passed pawns will just march down the board. So he's got to try and hold on to it for as long as possible and get it all the way to B3. So does Fabi, if he's given the time, rook B1, B3 coming in, is that the idea that he's looking for? Rook B1 next, now, go for it. It's time, otherwise E4.
The issue is then bishop c4, rook b7. White can start mopping up the other kingside pawns with the bishop holding the b3 square. So I think it's kind of darned if you do, darned if you don't. Rook a2, can be tried, but at this point, you're just creating one-move threats. He's gone rook c1 to prevent bishop c4. Fabi just fighting with everything that he's got, trying to make it difficult for Nodirbek every step of the way.
Yeah, really nice move.
Nice move.
That was strong.
Yeah, controlling the c4 square, David.
Yeah, you only find these moves that the top players play by thinking about what the opponent wants. The opponent clearly wanted bishop c4 next move, no matter what, so why not stop it? And now white can advance forward the pawn, kicking away the black knight, but this does create weaknesses. The further forward these pawns advance, the more weak they will become. So at least some counterplay, or at least some hope of counterplay here. Nodirbek, though, very standard from him by this point. Just finding all the best moves. He's going to use this square potentially to kick away the black knight. He's saying to black, OK, you have no logical moves, no useful moves, so I'm going to play it slowly. And I think it looks good.
Nice point there, David. Another ChessKid moment. When in doubt, ask yourself, what's your opponent's threat? And that often is the path to finding the best move in this situation. Rook c1, it's still bad news for black, but Fabi holds it for some time. Bishop d3, activating that bishop. So now when the pawn jumps on e4, it will be defended. It will be guarded with that bishop. And white will go on to win the b4 pawn. But Fabi, again, keeping the threats going. Rook c3, are we expecting bishop e4? Knight f6, not easy.
Bishop e4, knight f6, bishop f3. Yeah. You have to perform the right kind of gymnastics with the bishop to be able to challenge the pawn when it hits b3.
Wow.
And all of that requires some calculation. He's down to a minute, and knights are tricky pieces in time pressure.
b3, bishop d1, you hit the pawn, you win the pawn.
But black doesn't have to play b3. Black can still keep clinging to that pawn with his rook.
Yeah, maybe let's just put this on the board while Abdusattorov thinks very, very quickly here. Attacking the knight looks very logical, kicking it away. The knight has to retreat, gaining time against the bishop. The bishop can retreat, and as you guys have been talking about, if the pawn advances, it will be rounded up. No way to survive any longer for this pawn. It will be cashed in on the next move, and he's going straight for this line. Okay, first he flicks in a nasty check, just asking the black king where it wants to go, keeping that king honest. I think it will continue protecting the pawn next to it, so most likely slide back, and then he will drop back his bishop. This pawn is doomed long term. Great stuff.
10 seconds for Fabi.
Wow. 9-8, he needs to make a move.
5.
Rook b7, he has to decide where to move the king. He goes king f8. All right. Bishop f3, still can't push the b pawn. You lose it after bishop d1.
Oh, move g4 now to try to kick the knight out of f6 so you can put that bishop on d5. No. Oh, same idea, even more elegant execution. Exquisite.
Bishop b3 coming up.
Oof, brutal.
There it is. Take
wow.
one. There it goes.
About to hit the button.
Yeah, Fabi's fighting spirit here has been diminished. Unfortunately, no way to keep this one going. 2 pawns down, no counterplay. Matter of time now. Abdusattorov, he's done everything right. It will be a huge shock if he lets this one slip.
Another great move. Knight d6, there was rook d7, just integrating the tactics perfectly, and he's about to win a third pawn. That might trigger resignation.
Yeah, that black knight, no good squares for it to use. And I think Fabi, you can tell body language there. He leaned back. Has he resigned? He has. Abdusattorov takes the match.
Wow. What a big win there by Abdusattorov. He keeps his form at the ChessKid. What a ChessKid. And that means Fabiano Caruana will be down in the elimination bracket with Nodirbek wrapping it up in the rapid game. We've still got action on the other board, and it's madness here as well. Well, it looks like we will be having a second queen and an Armageddon.
My prediction isn't looking too bad right now. Just saying, I forgot who predicted an Armageddon just in this match.
Wow, you're a prophet, Dania. You've had it before.
He hasn't won yet, though. You have to get out of the checks, and that's incredibly hard to do in time pressure.
You need to walk towards your pawn. Most often, your best hiding place is in front of your own pawn. It looks counterintuitive, but once your king finds safety, you can therefore have the time to kind of find the best setup before going for promotion. Yeah, just keep advancing. There we go. Black has to keep giving checks just to delay the inevitable of white's pawn marching through. I'm trying to think, Dania, what does Dania become when she promotes, when it promotes to a queen?
Danielle.
Dana?
Davina?
Dania becomes Dana.
Dana.
But yeah, that white pawn is going to promote. How does Jordan prevent this, or how does he delay it? No counterplay. The problem is black has no passed pawns. That's the currency.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Queen endgames.
Yeah, there's no pass pawn. Check, correct. And now?
So where's the king hiding? If you go to c8, you can get your queen to d8 if there's a check on e8.
That's
and
a
that
great
kind
point.
of just solves everything because it's Black king as well.
Black's
On
king
the fire.
position is awful. If you had the king on g7, you would have been able to give queen e8 check. He's dodging the bullets here. Queen b7, queen e5. That's the second technique. When you run out of checks, you try to pin the pawn.
Jordan's fighting for his life, and this one, the computer says it's winning, yes, but that is irrelevant. If you put your king on the wrong square, it might just be a draw immediately. So fine margin here. Fine margin
Here's
between
the
the winner.
win. Oh, this is difficult. Okay, he has the check. So where do we? Queen b7, queen e5.
Got a minute on the clock.
Queen.
Gotta find that safe spot for the king. You can go queen b7 here.
Maybe queen b7 and then king c7 and then try to like make your way to d8. I don't know exactly.
Yeah.
So you couldn't have given a check on e8, as we pointed out, with queen c8 blocking it. So he's taking it slow. The d pawn can't advance, and Jordan finding his counterplay. The h pawn is threatening to march down the board.
King c8.
Ooh, we have ourselves a game.
e6.
Oh, and I can't play d7.
We have ourselves a game.
Devilish.
Oh my gosh. And just ignore the eval bar right now. Nobody cares about it. Playing on seconds, anything is possible here.
Look at the time.
Oh my God. 20 seconds.
He's under 20.
And if he takes on g5, the h pawn marches down the board. Gives a check. The players are feeling the nerves. How's the king going to hide now?
It's going back.
All
But that makes it vulnerable.
We?
That doesn't feel right. You can give a check from c8 or from c4 now. Both look good for black.
Yeah, the evaluation bar still says winning for white, but now the margin is even lower. Suddenly, all the checks are coming. Black's got quick counterplay. You could certainly imagine the black h-pawn promoting in the near future. Oof. What do we think? Is he going to hold his nerve, Dmitry Kolas? This block
10
forced
seconds.
Jordan to think.
Gives a check. He can come back to a6 now.
Have to.
So many checks.
Or in the corner.
King d7 was possible. He goes back to c5. That's the most vulnerable part of the board.
Anytime.
Ooh, he's triangulating. He's just trying to sneak, zigzagging his way up to the top of the board here. Can he hide his king? Big question. Decisive question here.
6 seconds for Jordan.
I'm still predicting an Armageddon in this one. It's so hard to find a safe spot for the king. Playing on seconds. Queen b5 check. Dimitri's trying. And now don't give a check on e8. Queen d8 idea. Key defensive resource for black there. Gives a check from a6, but we've seen this position
Ooh,
before.
but now Black gets another tempo for his pawn.
Oh my goodness.
And Jordan just
push even. Zero.
The king is
Queen
in the way.
d6.
Queen, yeah, b6.
Queen f6.
Yeah.
I think queen d6 you have to play to prevent king c7.
Finds it.
Stop the white king from moving, and no way for white to promote.
Oh, this hurts.
He's blown it. He's
Queen
blown it.
e8 is a mate in one. Queen f8, game over.
Unbelievable. Same with queen c7. There's no moves.
Yeah,
Gotta
20
be-
seconds.
20 seconds?
20 seconds.
Desperation. He's covering black's promotion square. The h-pawn is covered now by the white queen on the diagonal, but how to improve here? As soon as the white king moves, there'll be a bunch of checks.
King c8, queen c5. It's just a draw now.
Easy
He
draw.
was so close.
Queen endgames are the hardest.
Wow.
Heartbreaking for Dmitry. So close.
Just did everything right. He needed to win the game, and he made all his chances. But Jordan van Foerst, again, super creative way to keep the position defended. And if this ends in a draw, Jordan does win the match, and it looks like we're heading there.
Yep. Guaranteed. Nowhere for the white king to hide. The white queen is stuck defending the black h-pawn, so she cannot block. There we go. I think we're about to see the result.
Oh, queen takes c3, but at this point, Jordan's only thinking about one thing, and that's repetition.
And we have the result. Jordan, see the relief on his face. Wow. He has clinched it.
Wow, and you can see the disappointment on Dmitry Kolas. He was so close to leveling this match with a win, but tricky queen endings, and Jordan van Foerst was glorious in his defense, creating that H-passer. We see Dmitry there. He did have a fantastic day at the start. He's the one who took the lead in the match. But Jordan there with 3 back-to-back wins, and we see the winner of the match. He's got reasons to be pleased with his performance there. Such a great comeback.
Incredible. And honestly, Jordan has shown that resilience. He showed it yesterday against Hikaru. Nerves of steel today. G5 in that queen endgame, understanding that you have to create a pass pawn of your own. When you're dealing with a pass pawn that's about to promote, incredible stuff from Van Foerst. He deserves to be where he is.
And played on seconds. That's not something for mere mortals. Just precise play there. Amazing chess. David, what was the moment for you?
The moment was actually when Jordan did push g5, as Dania said. Creating counterplay in chess in general, in all positions, especially in hopeless positions, that's the way to save games. And it was this one moment. Actually, just a couple of moves ago, Black had pushed. He's trying to create a pass pawn of his own, the most important thing in Queen Endgames. But this was the moment Dmitry let the win slip through his fingers. He simply chose the wrong square. But it's so easy to do that in these types of scenarios. If he had chosen this square retreating, he would most likely have won. The key difference is Jordan cannot take this pawn as he did in the game because White is able to give a check on c8. And once the queens come off, White is first in the race because White promotes with a check. Of course, there would have been more checks, more twists and turns, but in the end, Jordan, great defense, he earned the victory.
Amazing chess there in the time scramble that we just witnessed, and that means that no Armageddon, but wow, it's been an intense day of action with Nodirbek Abdusattorov taking a big win against Fabiano Caruana, and Jordan van Foreest, we see there, he started with a loss, 2 back-to-back wins, and in a crazy game 4, he managed to end with a draw, and he takes his match against Dmitry Kolas, which means that Dmitry and Fabi will be down in the elimination bracket, and we are being joined by one of the winners, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Let's bring him on. Hello. Nodirbek, congratulations.
Thank you.
Wow, what a day it was, defeating one of the best in the world, and I have to ask you, Nodirbek, what worked well? You've got so much to choose from.
Yeah, I think first of all, the openings went my way, and actually I got a pleasant position from white pieces, and with black pieces I had a fighting game, and okay, in the game 3, actually I got an advantage, but yeah, this exchange sacrifice was completely unnecessary. But other than that, I think everything went my way.
It was an amazing match to watch, and I wanted to talk about that game 3 because it was a big moment for us. You played this brilliant game with the black pieces, everything under control, and then you take this super committal decision with Rook F4. Very brave. What was going on in your mind at that time?
Okay, I thought it's interesting to sacrifice and to create an imbalance in the position. And I was also getting some pawn break with e5, but I never had a chance. But I was trying to. But yeah, I think he played very well after the exchange sacrifice, and I made a mistake, and then he just converted it, I think.
And then winning a game 4, Nodirbek, it looked quite smooth to us. Even though you lost one game, you were in control in that one. Was it as smooth as it looked, or definitely ups and downs?
I think it was very, very clean game, actually. I found this b4 move, which is very important, I think. And after b4, I think that black is in huge trouble.
Yeah, and the endgame as well that you played with the bishop maneuver, it was just a tremendous match to watch. Amazing chess there, Nodirbek. And you are in Stavanger for Norway Chess. A lot of the players from the ChessKid Cup will also be there. Have you met anyone yet?
Not yet, but yeah, I hope. And it's a great place. And yeah, I'm just enjoying here and preparing.
Well, it's showing in the amazing chess that you're playing. And I want to ask you one more question, Nodirbek, that there is the Title Tuesday coming up. We are getting a lot of updates that some of the players playing in Norway Chess will be participating. Are you going to be there as well?
No, I think no, I will not play.
Well, I think it's been a big day of chess for you, and get some rest. All the best for tomorrow.
Thank you.
See you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for joining us.
Bye-bye.
Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he won a great match against Fabiano Caruana, and the other player who made a big comeback today after losing game 1 is joining us from Groningen. It is Jordan van Foreest. Jordan, welcome. Congratulations.
Hello, and thank you very much.
Jordan, that was a crazy match. Every single game, up and down. could have gone either way. What was your feeling while you were going through it?
Yeah, it was a really a tough match. I mean, I didn't rate my chances particularly high after I lost the first game with the white pieces, but somehow I managed to strike back with the black pieces immediately in the game after that. So, and then I also won the third game. But I mean, the last game was absolutely crazy because I really thought I was going to lose in this end game, but somehow I managed to survive. It surely was losing at some point, but I was trying to create some complications, and at some point he went wrong. But yeah, it was a really tough match overall, and every game was difficult.
Jordan, I want to ask you about yesterday's match where you defeated Hikaru Nakamura. Does it feel special to beat Hikaru in a rapid match, and how nervous were you in that last game as you were converting your extra exchange? Did you kind of feel the Hikaru effect in action?
Actually, I was much more nervous today because in the final, well, the match against Hikaru was, of course, also difficult. I mean, every match against Hikaru is going to be extremely difficult. But the fourth game, at some point, I thought I was going to lose, actually. And then he gave me this rook takes h6, and then the game completely turned around. And I was actually, in this end game, I didn't feel too nervous after that because I had no risk. And I mean, if I don't blunder a knight fork, I can never lose that position. So I was already happy kind of to be in that spot. But yeah, of course, I was very pleased with my play yesterday. Especially the first game, I thought was very nice. But I guess he was not in his top shape because usually he plays better than this, I think.
Jordan, that was a fantastic match. Today was a fantastic match. And after you lost the first game today, you made this really impressive comeback, winning 2 games back-to-back. How do you switch your mind in these moments to come back into the game?
I guess everyone has their own ritual, but I just walked to the bathroom, splashed some cold water on my face, maybe give myself like a little slap on the cheek, like wake up, and then just try to forget about the game. Like, the good thing is that the games come really quickly after one another, so you don't have too much time to, feel bad about the previous game, and you immediately can play your next game. But I have to say, in the second game, at some point, I thought I was in huge trouble, and I thought I might just go down 2-0, a bit similar to my match against Hikaru yesterday, where I was winning in the second game. But also that game turned around, and so did this one. And of course, once you win with the black pieces, you're completely back in the match, and you may even have some momentum.
And, while we're commentating on your games, we keep talking about the creativity and these unique opening ideas. I think the world talks about them. In a time when it's so difficult to come up with new ideas, Jordan, you just seem to surprise us all the time. What's the secret?
Oh, I'm happy I still have this image because I don't know if I'm doing too many crazy things nowadays. I mean, I try, but like you said, it's really difficult to remain creative these days. And for example, in today's match, I think I was worse out of the opening in every game. It also depends on your opponent's repertoire. For example, Hikaru, he plays a lot of nonsense in blitz, but in serious time controls, he actually has a repertoire which he basically always sticks to. So it's much easier to prepare. So it really depends a bit on this and that. I mean, and yeah, I try to find some creative ideas now and then, but definitely not as successful as I used to be, I would say. And that's also normal because so much has been analyzed in the last couple of years.
Wow, it's always so much fun to watch your games, Jordan. And finally, my last question to you. You were a last-minute replacement here at the ChessKid Cup, and you beat Hikaru, you beat Polars, you continue in the winner's bracket. How do you feel about your chances right now?
Well, I guess the next match is going to be extremely tough as well, playing Abdusattorov, if I am not mistaken. So former World Rapid Chess champion already, and one of the biggest talents out there, potential world champion. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's only 4 games match, so anything can happen, and I will just try my best. But I'm already quite happy to have gotten this far. And like you said, I wasn't even expecting to play in this event in the first place because I lost to Anish in the qualification. But sometimes things, go your way. So let's hope it will continue to do so.
Thank you so much, Jordan. It's going to be a big fight tomorrow. We're so excited about it. We wish you all the very best.
Thank you so much. Good night, guys. Good evening.
Jordan van Foreest is on fire here at the ChessKid Cup. He took down Hikaru Nakamura today, coming back from a first round loss. And tomorrow he's got a big match against Nodirbek, Abdusattorov. These are the brackets going forward to day 3 of the tournament. And there we see in the elimination bracket, we got a big match with Fabiano Caruana taking up Alireza Firouzja. What stands out to you, James, here?
Well, Firouzja in the losers bracket and Caruana. That's crazy there. I don't know who to pick actually there. Wow, that's tough. Caruana and Firouzja there. Maybe slight edge to Caruana, but then Firouzja, if he's really hot, it could be anybody's game for real.
It is a lot of chess action that we're excited about coming up on day 3. But for the chess world, of course, there's no such thing as too much chess. Because take a look at what Hikaru Nakamura has to say about his evening plans. It was a tough day in the office. He has been eliminated out of the ChessKid Cup. But of course, chess continues for Hikaru as he will be playing in the title Tuesday. And there we see it's a takeaway restaurant there in the photograph, and those are the orders. And there's a certain Magnus Carlsen there. Hikaru is expecting Magnus to play the title Tuesday as well. That's going to be a fun one, Daniel.
It will, yeah. Title Tuesday starting in about an hour. I think I'll be able to make it back to the hotel in time, so, I'll do my usual losing to an FM in round 2. Probably won't get to Hikaru, but it'll be a fun one. I'm sure Hikaru will be there to rebound from his loss earlier today.
Yeah. Wow. So there is more chess action. If this wasn't enough, Title Tuesday is coming up. Go sign up for it or follow the biggest names in chess fighting it out. It's been a fantastic day. So many ups and downs. And of course, the action continues tomorrow. It's going to be a big day 3 here at the ChessKid Cup. And we guys will be back to keep you on top of the action. See you then.
He's bluffing here, Nakamura.
Oh, and you take it! Oh, you lose!
Hikaru Nakamura is out of the ChessKid Cup.
You mentioned fancy. He's even fancier. This guy's on another planet.
Yeah, look at this. A fork.
Nodirbek Abdusattorov takes the lead in his match.
Jordan, see the relief on his face. Wow. He has clinched it.